What is up, folks? We are back. It is a lovely Monday afternoon. We're doing another early stream, back in the groove of things. Schlocktober's over. Holy shit. That was actually really hard. And you know what? I realized I didn't recap the last week and a half of Schlocktober. But yeah, we watched a bunch of shit. We got Flubber coming out this Wednesday. Finally, it's like the fourth movie I ever released. We got Paul Logan in the chat. Blue Collar Loser fan up here. Yeah. Well, thanks for being here, Paul. We got Uninspired. Oh, Uninspired Reviewer might hop in 10 minutes. Hell yeah. We might have Vex Electronica pop in. We got a show tonight. We're gonna be back in the old gist of things, the old Pander stream. We got what do we got with us today? We've got of course we got Blue Collar Loser. We got Northern English Bastard. We got Emperor Goodwin. How are you guys doing?
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Jam that music out. Ooh, yeah. You know, I keep thinking about trying to find like new theme music, but I just like that song so much. It's called Colors.
I felt bad
Stick with the classics.
because I'm doing a Robocop thing. Like, hey, share a link for the Stupenzo. So, but I'm on PlayStation, so I'm grabbing my phone, trying to share your link on my phone while I'm on PlayStation at the same time.
My God. Yeah, that's pretty impressive how you're like, streaming from the PlayStation like a boomer.
Yeah.
And then yeah, it's one of those things where I told y'all like I wanted to we should have talked about Panderverse last week, but we were doing the Halloween party, which is it's always fun.
I know Enzo still get some blue milk caked in this too. So
I got a new oh my God, really? I don't know if you guys look, if you're not familiar, yeah, we did a trick or treat stream for Halloween. And I don't understand why you put that stuff in your body. Drinking blue milk with fighting cock whiskey.
You're a maniac, Flo.
Right.
You're a maniac.
We got Nick's note for Blue Collar Loser.
Nick's
His personal account is safe because it's not a mod. So the link to Stupenzo was never sent on your chat. Hey, well, yeah, it's fine. Well, you sent like the StreamYard link or something?
No, I shared like your channel link, but it was like live, and I don't know. Fucking.
Oh, don't worry about it.
I use PlayStation because it's simple. It takes 2 buttons. It's like there you go.
I like it. Yeah, I got a new webcam here.
I noticed.
Yeah, getting nice and more grainy, but more pixels too. So yesterday was the 5th of November, which we all know is 19
remember.
Yeah, remember November 5th, 1955.
Another movie we have to watch.
Yeah, rewatched that film last night with the wife. It's still a fucking awesome movie.
Are you talking about V for Vendetta or Back to the Future?
V for Vendetta.
I mean both.
Yeah, I made this thing last night in the middle of the night, all stoned. I was like, "Hey, it's a funny idea, bro. Doc Fox, bro." Anyway, Blue Collar Loser. I need no link. All right.
Yeah, so I'm slowly getting a fan base off my PlayStation. So if it gets you more viewers, hey man. So.
Yeah, well, thanks for joining. I'm glad you guys got a bunch of. We're not going to be playing any video games on this stream, unfortunately. We're just going to be dicking around, goofing off.
Yeah.
Sharing the memes. How have you guys been since Halloween?
Depressed. I love Halloween. But we got Christmas coming, so it's not so bad.
We got Thanksgivings.
I celebrate spooky season all the way till Thanksgiving. Spooky season is like, still you can do a couple freaky horror movies, the gothic stuff. Weather gets
Don't get a little early in September. I'm not gonna lie. Don't start a little bit early in September, like play Resident Evil for a bit, shit like that.
Yeah, September 1st all the way to Thanksgiving. That's when I do horror movies. But yeah, Luke, I'm sorry you couldn't make it last week. It was fun. Hostman was throwing down the Jackbox games. We'll have to do that again some other time because that was definitely fun goofing off.
Yeah, all you guys who followed me, check out. We did. I'm not sure if you heard of like the freaking play box there, but holy shit, that was 5 hours of madness.
Yeah, Halloween was a bummer because it went. I did all my Halloween shit like in September. Recording all those Schlocktober videos. So by the time Halloween came around, I was pretty Halloweened out. But we were going to be talking about in about an hour. We'll probably talk about a pretty good scary movie I watched this week that would have been appropriate for last week's stream. I'm doing work and having you guys in the background, so don't be too funny. Okay, you got it. We'll promise to be super lame.
Oh, dude, fucking Emperor Good had me fucking in tears with that stupid Jackbox last week. Holy shit.
Yeah, Amaranth.
I almost pissed myself a couple of times. I go,
Guys, drink every time we say Amaranth on that stream. My
No,
God.
I think the one that really got him was showing something to your grandma that'll make her laugh, and I said blue collar's micro penis.
Yeah. Joking about that.
Right as he was drinking the Kraken.
Yeah.
And you could see
I saw a meme today where it's like, guys, I pulled this chick pulled my weenie out. She took my wee wee and put it back in his pants and patted it twice. Like, what does that mean? Like when she sees your dick and puts it back in the shorts and just
it's like the little special needs kid where you pat him on the head. Oh, aren't you cute? Yeah, it's not a good thing.
Well, yeah. Speaking of special needs kids, I don't know. Like I said, everyone was talking about this last week, but we were too busy having fun.
Yeah.
So now we're going to do the grueling, boring legwork of talking about the new South Park special, which, I thought was very funny. But I got to say the discourse around it. First of all, I'm already fucking tired of the put a chick in it, make it lame and gay joke. It's like the new I'm Rick James bitch.
Yeah, but it'll burn out fast though.
Everywhere now. It's like, goddamn. I think why it's extra insulting is like, I've been basically saying that for like the past 6 years. Some variation of that, and now all these normies are like, get the joke now, and they're just like repeating it ad nauseum, and it's like, guys, you're kind of you're taking the steam out of my britches here. Also, I think nobody's talking about the B plot too much, which I loved.
Yeah,
that was actually funny in my opinion. I do love the Kathleen Kennedy jokes, but the B plot was just the one that had me laughing the fucking loudest. I don't know why.
Yeah, nobody's been talking about the stuff that about Randy starting to show off with like, all right, I'm sick of this shit. You kids get down here. I'm gonna teach you guys how to fix things.
It gets someone to fucking do it for him anyway.
That's what's saying for me. As much I like the Panderverse part, as somebody who is blue collar, the fact that they were tearing that shit apart, I'm like, yeah, exactly. Because boy, everyone's got a fucking app now. We're like, hey, I have flush my toilet. There's an app. Siri, what's an app? But fucking everything's an app now. No one can do shit. Like.
The fact that everything's gotten so fucking shit now that the blue collar workers become trillionaires overnight to the point where they have their own fucking spaceships.
Yeah, people don't know how to get their hands dirty. I thought Randy was gonna do what I do, which is like, I'm gonna show you how to fix this oven door, and he pulls out his phone and he like look it up on YouTube and figure out how to do it yourself, know. But nope, it was way funnier than that.
Expect so much of Randy. He's like the worst guy but the greatest character ever as well at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Like I know Trey and Matt have said like they originally, identified as Stan and Kyle, but as they got older, they find themselves identifying more with Cartman and Randy the most, just like I do. And that was another joke. Like people talking about how like, oh, dude, I saw South Park and thought of you, Enzo. Like you're basically Cartman, thinking like that's some kind of L for me. It's like, no, it isn't. I'm sorry. Well, I know Cartman usually has some despicable views, but they're views that are held by a lot of people. I'm sorry.
Enzo's Mr. Hanky.
He was right about the Chinese taking over, though. Remember that
one? I loved like first season when they would run like fake Christmas ads for the Mr. Hanky game that comes with fecal fishing net. Yeah. And then, like right in the middle of the commercial, I wish Daddy were still alive.
And it's just this awkward pause, and the music just dies.
X maybe even YouTube.
Oh
God.
Oh wow. I don't know. Blue Collar Loser's funny because like I was telling you guys to watch like a few things for this stream, and it's like you guys were like, I'll get around to it. But then Blue Collar Loser like watched like he watched and did a review video on Freelance, the 0% Rotten Tomatoes John Cena movie. Saw it in the theaters, and then he also saw the new Daisy Ridley movie.
Yeah.
The Marsh King. How was that movie, by the way?
Oh, yeah. Okay? Well, that's what I said. It's one of you ever have them films where it's like, you know what? I didn't hate it, but it's like Jeremy Johns. I hate to copy someone else's stuff, but he would say T-, forget it in 5 minutes. I honestly, it's been a day and I'm already forgetting most of the plot.
I love how like if it's got guns in it, you guys will like watch it right away. But if it's got like any kind of like outlandish stuff like demons or aliens or weird shit. You guys get around to it. I'm very disappointed in you, is what I'm getting at. No, I'm just joking.
It's one of those where I said, I think the concept is better than the execution, because I mean it is. Imagine having your father and you're 10 years old and you think it's, you know, the whole world is just a fucking cabin in the woods right here, and your dad's been keeping your mom hostage for a decade. Like, that's pretty fucking dark, man.
That's pretty cool. There was that one movie, what was it called?
It sounds like Rome, though, doesn't it, with Brie Larson? Tiny bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was another movie where it was like a father and his daughter leave no trace. They live in the woods, and it's like they're like mountain people, and the daughter thinks this is like a normal way to live and stuff. But it was more of like a there it is. Put a chick in it, make it gay and lame. Like I said, it's like it's already overstayed its welcome, that joke. I mean, I appreciate it though, obviously. Thanks to Lord Toxic. Glad you're not here again. It's funny because Lord Toxic was like last week, it was too late because he's got to get up early. This week, it's like it's too early because he's still at work. Damn. Awesome. Yeah, Ben Foster. That was the guy. Leave No Trace. Right. That seemed to be. Yeah. I love Ben Foster. Alpha Dog and 30 Days a Night. He always elevates crappy movies.
I know for me, Enzo, it's 5 p.m. So for Toxic, that's like, you know, usually his bedtime's coming up soon. He's already had his dinner and.
No, he's still at work apparently. He's working late today.
Shit.
So he might pop in like last 30 minutes if we're still going.
Oh shit.
Well, whatever. It's fine.
Goddamn kids.
We miss you, Toxic. You'll be all right. I guess we'll watch Gross Point Blank tomorrow on your channel, Blue Collar Leisure, right? At 9 p.m. Central Time.
I like the fact that we try keeping stuff interactive, where we hop on Facebook, we make a poll, we ask the group, I mean,
I do want to make fun of Toxic about that again, because like he wanted to watch Quick Change, which by the way, very only assholes like that movie, Quick Change. Bill Murray and Gina Davis.
That's a Lord Toxic film, man.
Right. Or like, I mean, a lot of people like that movie, but only assholes love that movie. And like, I don't know what it is, but every asshole I've known has like this huge like affinity for that movie, Quick Change, which I think is pretty good. But it's not like Shakes the Clown or anything. I think Shakes the Clown's a goddamn masterpiece. but yeah, he was like, I'm gonna put a poll out and I'm gonna ask like, what should we watch? He is. I'm literally Bill Murray in that movie. Yeah, you are Toxic. I agree. But yeah, he put a poll out and he's like, hey, what should we watch next week? And then he put Quick Change on the list and then like a few other movies. It's like, you should know right away Quick Change's not going to win. You should know right away that movie's not that popular. But of course, Gross Point Blank won, which, I don't mind. I know Lord Toxic also wanted to talk about what to watch for Veterans Day, but I hope we're all in agreement that I think Starship Troopers might be the funnest thing to watch.
Oh, Christ.
And it's also easy to find, and it's also not a downer movie. Like, we're not going to watch Casualties of War or some shit, for Veterans Day. We were soldiers.
We are not going to joke around on Casualties of War when that
we'll watch Saving Private Ryan. It's like, See, Starship Troopers is a great Veterans Day movie because it's literally about a veteran society, a society made by veterans.
Yeah, it's like a fake propaganda movie as well, and it's very funny and.
I see. The reason why I want to talk about Starship Troopers is like I could talk about that movie for hours because there's no propaganda present in that movie. Because propaganda usually means it's not true, but everything in those fucking propaganda reels is something we've like pretty much seen. There's like the conspiracy theory that like the humans are just like, warmongers, and they're just like, they actually caused the Buenos Aires disaster so they could fake a war with the arachnids to take over their land. And it's like, well, no, we saw the fucking meteor, the asteroid fly past Ibanez's ship and knock out their radio tower, and they couldn't warn the Earth. I mean, I know it's stupid, but they at least explained it.
No, I think the argument is that it's the humans constantly moving into arachnid space that causes the arachnids to respond.
Yeah, but it's technically those Mormons that caused the whole war. But again, the why is Starship Troopers even a question? The question should be, what else are we watching after we finish Starship Troopers? Yeah, I vote Robocop. We'll talk about Robocop. Obviously, the game. I know Blue Collar's been watching it.
It's one of the things where we talk about, like, said everybody, I mean, all four of us, all four people, and even Lord Toxic in the group, and obviously next to you and everybody, everyone's on different time zones. So sometimes it's hard to get everybody together to watch two films and shit, because everyone here has jobs, which I respect all my friends here because nobody's reactionary people. They're not begging for fucking donations. Everybody has to work.
Yeah, I mean, asking us to sit in for like a movie like Kill Bill, that's cool. But then when you ask us to watch Kill Bill 2 immediately after, it's like that suddenly becomes like way more of a time commitment. 2 movies. And yeah, it's one of those things where I don't think we're in like a huge rush to watch a bunch of shit. A movie a week is always it's good, and that's why I'm glad Dorkside's back to that schedule, a movie a week.
Yeah, boy.
Like I said, I Flubber, I don't know if you guys know this, but Flubber was, I've joked about it. Flubber was the 4th movie we ever recorded back in January. And I never released it because I thought the copyright people were going to be, I thought copyright didn't work the way it did.
Which Flubber?
The Robin Williams one.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's just
that was remake, right? Oh
yeah.
I was like, are we talking about OG Flubber?
Oh shit, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, but it was funny because I don't know, I was just worried about copyright, and then I learned how copyright works and fair use and how to contest, dispute all these claims, and I just realized I'll save Flubber for a rainy day. Well, that rainy day is this Wednesday because I needed to take a week off. But I think we're gonna watch the Warlock movies after that, and those will be the next 2 movies, and every Wednesday. So here on this channel, if you like the blue collar Losers Lounge movie watches that we do, it's kind of in the same vein, only way more time and effort goes into editing them for some reason. I don't know why I do that.
Watch Losers Lounge. We're fucking hilarious. Love it.
It shows. I mean, you're slowly getting. Hey, you're almost at 300, and
yeah. But back to Panderverse, I thought I was very excited that literally every topic in this episode was like something that's like of great interest to me. Not just Kathleen Kennedy and Star Wars. But also just like even catapults, like there's like that running joke in Comicsgate, the trebuchet. Take all these women out of the comic book industry, fire them, and some of them they got to get trebucheted off the planet. Put them in a trebuchet and launch them away. These activists that are like infiltrating all the entertainment industry sectors. They need to be fired and fired out of a trebuchet. That's like the joke. So yeah, and then when that big catapult shows up and it's like in the box, and they're like, we don't know what the fuck to do with this.
Yeah, it's like fucking up in a box. But I also like all the fact that it's all women. They're all complaining about the patriarchy, but there's no fucking men in the universe, and the men are fucking women as well.
Right.
I was just laughing my ass off.
Oh yeah, I love when Randy Butters. He's like some blonde
like some
black
lesbian
chick singing like sexy style, like Lou Lou Lou, I've got some apples. Lou Lou Lou, I got some more.
I don't want to. I'm good ground here.
And then his dad shows up, and he's like a woman, and they still call him dad. It's funny. Yeah. I love the. I know Luke was laughing at the police commissioner. He's still same voice, Trey Parker with the mustache.
God damn it, another honky.
Get this honky out of here. Yeah.
Cartman sees the KFC. No.
Kenny's still a womanizer, That's something that's always funny, is like kind of reminds me of like this new X-Men. Have you seen this shit? The new X-Men lineup, guys, for the comic books.
Oh God, no. Boy.
Speaking of pandering, this is it, folks. Now I know what you're thinking first thing. Yeah. You're thinking, okay, well, first of all, my big problem here with the new comic books, why the fuck are they using lowercase letters? It's like mostly lowercase. This is like the new thing.
That's simple fucking grammar. Even an illiterate retard like me knows that.
Also, the kerning, it's too wide. The kerning's like set to 20. The kerning should be tight, should be 0, and these letters should be all caps.
They put Juggernaut with this team. Holy shit, man!
Oh, also look at this. Look, every character has this gay little smirk. Like every single. They're so proud of themselves. For what?
Boy,
I don't understand. My eyes. My eyes. Oh yeah, there is a Robocop game by streaming it. Yeah. Butters' dad was damn. I thought, Butters. That style of a woman with short blonde hair. I don't mind it. But yeah, I don't know. This is like a common thing they do, where not only do they have to make, almost every character like a black man, but they have to be like effeminate. They have to be like, they can't be like a macho black dude. If there's any macho people, it's got to be like a black woman named Frenzy. But again, it's like, this is another common thing where like every comic book cover, this isn't a cover, obviously, but every comic book cover is like this. It's just like a posing shot. They're all just standing together like a movie cover. Like comic books covers used to be like an action shot, and it would like pose a question, like, you know, why is Captain America fighting Iron Man? You know, why is the Juggernaut about to hurl a bus at this person? You know, you don't know.
Plus, these comic book characters, they're supposed to look fierce and tough, but these just look like they're trying to be fabulous.
Yeah, there's more. This is more the Fabulous Four than the X-Men.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of what was it, Snowflake and Safe Space, the new.
Yeah, that's what I was. I was like, oh my god, they finally managed to put those characters in.
Remember when Sandra Bullock made that mistake of saying you licked his ass? Yeah, well, this won't be a mistake with them.
Yeah, no, it's kicked. It's kicked his ass.
I mean, I'm not sure.
You really licked his ass.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like the thing is, like, I could probably talk about this longer if it hadn't been done so many times before already. It's like, at least like this is Talon, and they're just not calling her straight up Wolverine like they were for a while. They were trying to call X-22 just the new Wolverine. I don't know.
Yeah.
Cannonball, like, again, it's just like a fucking biker jacket with his like zipper all the way down and this like blow me smile. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. Pandering. It's everywhere. X-Men should be.
Is Juggernaut got a fucking bow tie below there?
Yes, he does. He does have a bow tie on. You're right. It just gets worse and worse. Man. Like it's always like a red carpet gala. That's all these people give a shit about.
He's just wearing shoulder pads. He's naked from like the pecs down.
Shoot me now.
Yeah, Paul Logan. I guess Wolverine's everyone's favorite character. Here's the thing I've joked about. Wolverine's one of those characters you could make him gay, and it wouldn't really change his character too much. Spider-Man, if you make Spider-Man gay, it kind of ruins him. Kind of ruins his character because, like, you know, you're basically saying like Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy were in danger all this time because guy was in the closet. It's very weird.
I should be how much you care. But speaking of, it happened a matter of hours ago that Insomniac, like, and I still defend Spider-Man 2 as a game, but now, according to the writers, hey guys, now Peter Parker is taking a back seat, so Miles Morales can take over as new Spider-Man, and boy, people are not fucking happy.
Well, Miles Morales worked because he was his own character. He wasn't trying to take over from Spider-Man. He was doing his own thing, but still worked for Spider-Man.
He can still be like the main Spider-Man, but he's still not Spider-Man, you know? Like there was even a funny tweet I saw. I think it was Meme Bastard. He was saying that he was handing out Halloween and he saw a little kid dressed as Miles Morales. Yeah. And he's like, here you go, Spider-Man. And he's like, I'm not Spider-Man, I'm Miles Morales. And he like ran off.
Base
like,
kid.
There you go. Even the kids know.
Kids are smarter than we give them credit for.
I mean, so far it's the biggest problem right now is Miles Morales had his own game, but it was a standalone side game, but Peter was still there. And in part 2 is both of them. Now if you want to retire Peter for him to take over, that's what's going to piss people off. Especially I hate the shit like, well, Peter's older. He's fucking 25 in the game. It's not he's not in his fucking 60s, guys. Holy shit.
I know in the Spider-Verse movies he's like 30 something, maybe pushing 40 it seems, which is that's old. Yeah, that's plenty old for a superhero.
But still, fucking considering Peter's still in college in the fucking second game, like, oh my god.
I'd bet I'd buy that for $1 guy from Robocop would stop laughing and be silent after seeing this.
He would take a shotgun to his fucking head after watching this. Never mind
I'd buy that for nothing.
Yeah.
I'm
not buying it.
It's just more double downing, more pandering, and I don't understand. The idea is like, you know, like I said, like we're going to try to cater to, you know, a small minority of the population. Uninspired reviewer, how are you, sir?
It's a cat.
Hey, dorks, how you doing?
Great.
How you doing, my friend?
Awesome.
Doing good.
How you been, man?
Well, dude.
Sorry for the image. Sorry for the image of home.
He joins us in this fucking image.
Oh, dude, I haven't even looked at it properly. Let me check.
We're talking about the new X-Men.
And I'm not sure there is a proper way to look at it.
Your all new X-Men team. We got Cannonball. We've got Talon, who's piggybacking on Sync.
It's causing me to drink.
Got someone named Prodigy.
Magneto.
Okay.
Sitting on the biceps of Frenzy, who looks very confident.
Look at that. She's like
Jubilee, just having a
Jubilee,
great old time.
honestly, I'm surprised that Jubilee doesn't have any armpit hair, man. You know?
True.
Yeah. Dazzler. Dazzler's like honestly the only thing that's kind of looking like a comic book kind of, she's got that body. She's got the face isn't so obnoxious where I want to punch them. This face, like I hate the Juggernaut in this face.
Oh God.
The Juggernaut causes earthquakes when he punches things. Like he's that strong. His fucking he's like
just wait till he gets puberty and is able to grow facial hair. Then he's really going to be able to fuck shit up.
Actually, Andrew, good morning. Yeah, waking up at 4:30 in the afternoon.
No, Andrew always says good morning, anyways.
I like that picture with the eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I woke up about an hour ago. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, they all just have this face, like yes, Queen, you heard it. You heard it here first.
It's a beautiful face, man. It's just like, oh yeah, you know what? The comics you love, fuck them.
Yep. We're going hard in the paint, folks.
Yeah, Juggernaut. He likes this stuff right here.
So tired. I'm watching Captain Marvel right now. Oh no, yeah, that's right. That's Uninspired. Are you going to be on that stream after this?
Oh no.
Yeah. I agreed to do the Aquaman stream later in December, and I'd never seen it, so I was like, "Well,
it's shit. It's shit. Don't watch it."
Oh yeah, I mean, Aquaman sucks. Honestly, you can enjoy yourself with it, but it sucks ass.
I've seen Captain Marvel. That movie sucks too.
I went to see Aquaman. I was drunk, but if you go in that mindset, at least Momoa's having
Would you say Captain Marvel's worse than Aquaman though? Yes, right?
Definitely.
Oh yeah,
because at least
Aquaman is entertaining.
Exactly. That's why even drinkers like, how to do $1 billion, because Momoa is fucking just having fun. And that guy he's probably drunk as fuck every day on set, and just you can tell. And it just, if you go into Aquaman knowing what it is, it's fun for knowing what it's like. It doesn't take itself seriously, and it shouldn't.
Yeah, Toxic. The Robocop game does look pretty violent, but I don't think it's like. I'm sure it's just like a bunch of blood and squibs and gunshots. Yeah, I don't think anyone's getting there. Like, I don't think it's like a Robocop 2 when they give that dude an autopsy while he's alive. Anything like that. But yeah, it's funny. My favorite part of Captain Marvel is when she crashes into the Blockbuster and you see the big cutout of True Lies, and then you're reminded that True Lies is like a far better movie, so you stop Captain Marvel and put on True Lies. That's my favorite part of the movie. Guys, never ever ever remind us of a good movie in the middle of your crappy movie. It's why I hate
you need to bust through the ceiling and see the cutout for the 1990 Captain America. That's what you need to see. You go,
that would have been funny. That would have been good. Roger Corman, right? The Fantastic Four movie he made. That would have been good.
I need to watch that. I gotta watch the Roger Corman movie. I really need to see it. It looks.
Oh, there's a riff tracks of it that's pretty good with Matthew J. Elliott, and maybe we'll do a Dorkside of it someday. Maybe we'll do that, Luke. Maybe we'll watch it in the theater.
Yeah. 3 times those movies have been rebooted, and they always fail.
The Robocop game does have graphical limitations, but you can shoot guys in the dick. Which is
nice.
Awesome.
Yeah. So they hold their dick and like, my dick. Hell yeah.
I remember that.
I'm not going to show it here, but you guys got to search our Robocop remake scene 27, I think it's called, but whatever scene it is, it's the dick shooting scene where they remade it. It's fucking chef's kiss. It's so beautiful. Just dicks getting shot off left and right. Like it's amazing. They blew up like 50 prosthetic penises for that scene. I highly recommend that. Like I said, I can't show it here, otherwise we'd already be watching it.
I don't remember being a little horrified when I first saw it because it was so bloody violent. But as I got older, I started to realize it's fucking funny. It's actually funny.
Robocop.
Yeah, because I was real little and wasn't supposed to watch it really, but fucking dad let me watch it because I needed to toughen up anyway. So
Dude, the Ed 209 when you're a fucking 5-year-old, the Ed 209 was fucking scary.
Well, he's scary at the beginning of the movie, right?
Oh yeah, the boardroom scene where it's like, you have 20 seconds to comply, and then he puts the gun down. You have 15 seconds to comply. Oh shit! And everybody's just like, I'm moving away from you, brother.
Yeah, buckets and buckets of blood. And then my favorite part is like everyone's like, get a paramedic, And then the old man, he's just like, all he says is
It's
like,
just a glitch.
it's my
Just a
favorite line in
glitch.
the whole movie. My favorite line in the whole movie is like, Dick, I'm very disappointed.
Very disappointed in you.
It's a
And it's just
glitch.
like, I'm sure
Just
it's
a step
nothing.
back.
Just a glitch.
The old man is great in both of the movies.
Yeah.
He also doesn't have a name.
Yeah, he is.
I just realized
Robocop 2, where all of them just keep like committing suicide in multiple ways, and he's just got his hand in his his forehead and his hand. Just oh my god, what am I?
I also love how he's just called the old man. He doesn't have a name, and then it's even more impressive in RoboCop 2 because he has like this pretty substantial part, and that chick from Time Rider, one of the Wii watches we did, she's like that baddie who's like basically like having sex with him. I guess it's like implied.
She is like proto woke, right? Because it's she puts in all of the what's socially conscious or whatever, and so fucks him up that he's like shooting at people that are smoking, and then kids are beating people to death with baseball bats, and he's like, now a word about nutrition and and all that. They're fuck you and spraying his face and all that.
He fires a gun at someone though for smoking though.
Right, he shoots him. Yeah, thank you for not smoking. And he shoots a cigarette out of his mouth.
But yeah, it's also like she does it specifically for nefarious purposes. Just like, the police being defunded. It's all done for a nefarious purpose to actually like in the movie, it's like, they want RoboCop to fail. So that way RoboCop 2, the Kane robot, what was his name? Kane?
Kane.
No, it's RoboCop 2, but it's Kang.
Yeah, Kane is what they call him when he's like a big robot, it's good stuff.
You're watching RoboCop 2. It's the Saturday. I forgot like the stuff Jay was saying. Like the old man. You got fucking Kane is like a 20-foot goddamn transformer. RoboCop go back and forth. And, behave yourselves.
Yourselves.
Jesus Christ.
I know. Like Chris was saying, he watched RoboCop 2 and he was like, I don't understand the hate it got. It's like it doesn't get hate. It's just not as good. RoboCop 3 gets hate.
No,
RoboCop 2 just isn't as good as
RoboCop 3 deserves the hate.
RoboCop 3 is shit.
RoboCop 2 still has its moment, but it's just not as good as the first one,
No, I just felt like over the years, I just feel like people, like a lot of people shit all over RoboCop 2 and rewatching again. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Well, look at RoboCop, the new RoboCop game. It happens after RoboCop 2, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So that means the people still respect and love RoboCop 2. If that happened after RoboCop 3, people would be like, oh, what the fuck is this shit? RoboCop 3
flying around in his jetpack.
Yeah, it's funny when I was like 2 hours into RoboCop game and people were even talking in my live stream like, dude, this is the official RoboCop 3. Fuck that movie. That movie never existed. It's like this game feels like a direct sequel to after RoboCop 2, and man, it's so fucking good. I mean,
dude, I might play the game. I'm not too sure. I'm not a big like fan of those type of shoot 'em up games,
Yeah,
but man, right now I'm playing Spider-Man, so I'll see how that goes.
I love Spider-Man.
Well, yeah, back to Spider-Man. It's just funny because, like, we got. I mean, they just announced that fucking Robert Downey Jr. is coming back as Iron Man. Hopefully, it's just like a cameo purpose,
Disaster.
I mean, first of all, there's a goddamn Screen Actors strike, so I don't believe it. First of all, second of all, even if it is true, it's like I'm sure he's gonna get paid a shit zillion dollars just to show up and be like, "Hi guys, remember me?"
Dude,
anyway,
bye. He got paid I think 7 million, was it? No, I don't know how much he got paid in what was it? Spider-Man Homecoming.
Yeah, it was like,
and he was in there for 7 minutes, where he got paid more than the lead actor.
Some shit like $100,000 a second or some shit. He was on screen.
He got paid $7 million just to have that billboard of him in the third Spider one. After he's dead.
Let me check. Yeah, he earned a 15 million payday for being in the movie for 7 minutes. Man, it's like
back to South Park. Do you guys think South Park went easy on Kathleen Kennedy as complained? And
I think they did a little bit. I agree with that.
I like Panderverse because it was a little nuanced. It wasn't too hard in the paint. It wasn't lecturing everybody.
Oh, I've never seen an episode of South Park in my life.
Oh, really? You didn't watch the Panderverse special?
Man.
I've never seen South Park.
You should probably just watch Panderverse the first episode and see like how well you follow it and see.
Yeah, but like will I understand South Park's humor solely by watching the Panderverse first, or do I have to be familiar with
That's kind of why I'm asking you to do it. I'm kind of like making you a guinea pig. Like you should volunteer and see like how well you can follow it and how funny it is if you haven't seen the show. That'd actually be a good
growing up I never had like Fox Comedy or anything Central. Like that or Comedy Central. Yeah, so I never watched Futurama. I only watched a couple of episodes of The Simpsons, back when it would just air on TV sometimes.
Yeah.
But most of the big animated shows that are staples in pop culture to today, I've never had the chance to watch them solely because they weren't on TV. And now that I have Wi-Fi and stuff, so I can stream them, I don't really have the time to. I'd much rather stream like Top Gear or something.
Unfortunately, South Park's been around for fucking like 30 years or whatever, so like there's a lot to catch up to. But
exactly,
I remember the first episode with Cartman gets an anal probe back in 1996 or whatever. Everyone was like, "You've got to see this shit on South Park." The South Park show.
That first season of South Park is absolutely epic.
Yeah, the first season was just like offensive to be offensive, and it was only until like later, like the third or later seasons, where they start like honing their storytelling abilities. And the show became very because the show was always satirical, but I think it was only until like around the second or third season where they started doing this formula where they make the show in like a week. They make every episode like the week of.
Jesus,
they make every episode in 5 days because like the same computers they used to fucking build Star Wars. They used to make this cardboard cutout show. And
I think, South Park starts out like taking the piss out of general societal tropes, right?
Yes.
Right.
And in order to remain relevant, because there's only, that well's only so deep, then they start looking at, okay, what has jumped the shark? What has jumped the shark in society or news or something like that of late, right? And we're going to take the piss out of that, right? It's usually, I mean, they're like classic trolls in the somebody has an overinflated ego, allow us to retort, right? And here we come. And so like Mecha Streisand is right around the time that we established the Streisand effect, right? And that's like, I think, season 2. So they're already starting to adjust to things that are happening like in real time. And then they're one of the few that like go after the Church of Scientology, which is one of the reasons we lose Chef, because Isaac Hayes was a member of the church and he quit over it.
There's a few episodes that have been banned. I mean, they got away with depicting Muhammad twice before people realized.
And it was Comedy Central that actually pulled back on that. They were more than willing to go balls deep, and it was the network that was like, "Nah, we're not having that."
Yeah.
Episode 201, episode 200 and 201 is not available in England, even on the fucking DVD.
Yeah. You can
find it. Actually, had to go on the site and download the episodes to even watch it.
Right.
But you know, it's just great because like the show was made, like I said, they got in this groove of like making the shows like kind of slapdashed, and it was only like, but things like the Panderverse and the Imagination Land special and the first South Park movie is still so amazing. It's one of the best musicals ever. Yeah. It's one of the best musicals ever. It's one of the best. It's so meta because it's about the Terrence and Phillip show that the kids like. It's a naughty, fart potty humor cartoon that the kids all like, and it's too mature for them. They shouldn't be watching that. It's too foul.
Well, it's of the era where everybody's losing their shit because violent video games are causing violence, and 100%. Terrible media is destroying our children. Right? It's like second wave of the satanic panic.
Terrence and Phillip is like an allegory for South Park itself, though. The show,
right? Absolutely.
Fart humor in a Canadian. They're a bunch of Canadians instead of Colorado.
That's so I went and saw this in the theater when it first came out, right? The South Park movie, and we're sitting in it. All of us were familiar with South Park because we've been watching it from season 1. But we see like grandparents bringing in their kids because it's animated, and we're like, "What the hell are you doing?" And hilariously, the movie opens with Uncle Fucker.
Yeah,
so you know exactly what you're getting in this.
Right, that's the whole point. The kids go see the movie, and it's like it's all wholesome the first like 5 minutes of the movie, and then they go see the movie, and it's just like Uncle Fucker. That's like, and the kids are getting their minds blown, and of course this is happening like in real time in the theater with these kids, because I was one of those kids in the theater. We were like loving the South Park movie, 1999, and of course like it starts a World War III with Canada. It's just a very funny episode, a very funny, just long episode is what it feels like, and it's like. Just like the Panderverse, I was saying, like when South Park's funny when they, write an episode in 3 days, but when they take their time and spend a few weeks or months writing an episode like they did with Panderverse, it's like, yeah, dude, it's like all all cylinders are firing. It was funny.
Are there
as hell.
actual like storylines that go through? Because I know, for example, like Futurama, I know that there are specific story arcs that they go through. Or is South Park just kind of like The Simpsons, where it's weekly?
Well,
South Park is pretty much
few.
episodic. They're recurring characters and recurring gags that you'll pick up on.
There is like post-COVID South Park, where like South Park, Randy's the Marshes, Randy and Stan and his kids, they all live on a weed farm now.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they moved to a weed, because like weed becomes legal, you know, so that becomes part of the show. So I mean, but other than that, like there's a few like some of the characters like change over time, like gradually, but it's nothing where it's like you'd be lost. I don't think it's like It's Always Sunny, you know. Yeah. Like the characters, like there's Fat Mac and there's Fit Mac and there's Gay Mac and there's Closet Mac, but it doesn't matter what episode you're watching. Like it's still funny, and I think they still do a good job of like telegraphing to anyone who would be watching the first episode, you know.
Their standards. Kenny is going to get killed. That is a default.
Dude, first of all, like all the Halloween episodes are so great. South Park's one of the best shows for Halloween episodes, Halloween specials. Just
better
like
than The Simpsons.
I'd say so.
The Avengers episode. You'll like the Avengers Halloween episode. That was that.
Right. Oh yeah, the Avengers Halloween episode with the last blockbuster. There's the Halloween Hell on Earth, where Satan's gonna throw his Sweet 16 party. Watch that episode. You should watch like some of the best episodes. The episode, it's not a Halloween episode, but watch the episode where like Earth is like a giant reality TV show and it's about to get canceled, and it's run by a bunch of aliens. Dude, there's some fantastic fucking episodes.
I'll check what's it called? I'll check like IMDb and see the highest rated episodes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'll just watch a few.
Yeah, South Park, like Matt and Trey, I've always taken as like they take every episode, they try getting a story, but also a point across. Like one of my favorite ones ever was The Boys. The Boys were playing with anime, and the rest of you guys know this stuff. But people at one point, like Butters gets a ninja star in his eye, and he's seriously fucking damaged. And then people are at one point, Cartman gets naked, and everyone's losing their shit because Cartman gets naked, but they're fine with the kids. These kids have actual samurai swords, nunchucks, they're hurting each other. And it was around the whole Janet Jackson thing. Remember Justin Timberlake pulled her thing out,
malfunction,
and people, and that was the joke. And that was the joke, is like, you people, everyone's okay with school shootings and stuff, and kids doing violent things, but the fucking the breaking point is Janet Jackson at the Super Bowl.
Nudity.
Yeah.
But that shows that episode's also great because it makes fun of anime really well. Because like when the kids are playing with their weapons, they become like anime characters, and it's totally like, goo. How did the fucking song go?
Where's protect my balls?
Yeah. Go. Hey, let's go.
Protect
my balls.
My cousin Susan, she's not the biggest South Park fan, but she loves Game of Thrones. So she watched the Black Friday Game of Thrones episode, and she lost her shit.
Yeah, that's so great.
It's such fuck, because it's breaking apart how bad Black Friday in America has gotten, but also making fun of Game of Thrones. So it's like they do satire, but also make you think, and that's why they're so fucking good for, because it's hard as hell to make somebody think and laugh at the same time and be raunchy.
I have huge respect for the creators of South Park, because I remember growing up, I never had the chance, as I said, on TV to watch it. However, on TV, they would put some weird, behind the scenes stuff. So you could just see these two guys just basically creating it out of fucking paper and making a show. And I was like, man, this is like huge respect to them for having South Park grow as big as it is today and being such a recognizable thing.
Yeah, the origin of South Park was literally a paper animated video that they did as a Christmas card to their friends, and it was Jesus versus Santa. Do what?
Was it called the Spirit of Christ or Jesus?
Yeah, Spirit of Christmas. Yeah,
that's it.
Dude, don't say pig fucker in front of Jesus. No, fuck
you.
Insert. That's the word I'm looking for.
But there was actually, I don't know if you had the videos where they had Matt Stone and Trey Parker do the introductions as well, but it was all done as a joke as well, where they pretend to be all wholesome, but then they say fucked up shit while putting these fake smiles on. And they talk about making the first episode that they were huddled in a room together for months on end alone, just then, so making it sound like they were having a fucking gay sex.
Something that something that like Lord Toxic was saying, I did listen to Open Bar yesterday, that it is becoming that South Park people, this whole thing when people say, well, did they go too soft on these people? I'm like, well, if you look at South Park's history, though, how how quote unquote hard do they have to go? I mean, did they have to fucking send Kathleen Kennedy death threats or something? They did make fun of her. They did roast her. Tom Cruise, all they did was to talk about how gay he was in Scientology, but they weren't laying into Tom Cruise. And of course, even calling Tom Cruise gay was Tom Cruise tried suing South Park. So, but the history of the fucking show, these guys aren't doing nothing that raunchy. And I think that's what some people, whether it's Az or something, or not Mauler, but these people on YouTube, these reactionary people, they went too fucking soft. Well, how hard do they have to fucking get slay somebody? Yes, they acknowledge how much of a bitch she is and how much she's fucking up to pandering, and that's all you got to do. It's they're
and it's nuanced. Like I said, it also makes fun of Cartman. Like I said, I had friends who were like, "Dude, I watched that show and thought of you, man, because you're basically like I've heard you basically sound just like Cartman before." Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, what my favorite part of the show was? Where when Randy was like, of course, it's Kathleen Kennedy's fault. Wait, who's Kathleen Kennedy? That was like, that's what most people's opinions are about what's happening right now.
True.
With,
a lot of people don't know jack shit about what's going on.
Or also, I also like, movies are shit. Yeah, there's also Kyle's mom who's like, oh, I like this stuff. I think it's great. That's also another popular opinion. It's like, whatever. But yeah, it's funny because like this show, or they're at least the Christmas card that got the show South Park going was like very popular amongst all these like, extreme liberal actors like George Clooney and all these famous actors were passing that Christmas card tape around like a joke. And then they insisted the show became a thing, and George Clooney like begged to be on the show. Yeah. They finally put him in the show as Stan's dog, and all he does is bark. Bark,
yeah,
bark.
I remember that.
And then they did give him a cameo as the role in the movie as one of the doctors.
It gives Kenny a potato heart.
He takes a potato out of the microwave and puts it in Kenny's chest, and then he dies. And he's like, "No, it never gets any easier." And he just gets up and starts whistling.
I know Jay would know too. Because Jay's older than me. Freaking the fucking heavy metal episode. Everyone I knew lost their shit over that heavy metal episode.
Yeah, dude.
Boobarama.
Kids getting high on male cat piss.
God.
Uninspired, dude. You gotta, I mean, it's not one of those things. I'm not one of those guys that's like, oh, dude, you've got to see this. But it's like, you haven't seen a single episode of South Park? All right.
No, man. It's like even The Simpsons, for example, the first full episode that I sat down to actually watch was in 2020. That was it.
Yeah. Well,
all of these things, like even Futurama, I don't think I've seen. No, actually, that one I saw it on Fox. I saw like 2 episodes growing up. That was
South Park's, oh yeah, Futurama's great too, man. What's great about South Park is like there's lots of places you could start. You could start on the first episode, first season. Yeah. You could also start with a movie. You could start with Imagination Land. Imagination Land is a very self-contained, on its own story arc that's out of its world, dude. Out of the world. Is that what I'm trying to say?
Out of this world.
That's right.
It proper takes pot shots at directors as well. Like Michael Bay, they're saying we need an idea for a story. Michael Bay's like, I got this cool thing where we blow this bus up and big explosions happen and
Oh yeah, then there's a M. Night Shyamalan.
And he's just putting twists on, and that's it. He's not even doing good stories.
Like, I've seen South Park through clips because even when I'm trying to do a video, for example, when I was doing my Knock at the Cabin video, I just search up in YouTube. I'm like, people mispronouncing M. Night Shyamalan. Like the first thing you get is South Park. So that's it.
I always call him Shyamalama Ding Dong.
Yeah, Shyamalama Ding Dong was always my
I saw Tarantino do that and all, and when he was recommending Unbreakable.
Yeah, I liked Unbreakable. I think Unbreakable is my favorite of the Shyamalan movies.
Great.
Sixth Sense is good too, obviously, but like I've joked about it before on this show on previous episodes. I brought up the Newsweek cover where he's like doing signs, and it's like Shyamalan in a cornfield, and it's just like the next Steven Spielberg in giant letters, and it was like, wow, that was way off base, way out of line there, buddy.
Dude, but it's so weird how Shyamalan just keeps relevant. I mean, how does he even get enough people to produce his movies? Because I know that his career took a complete nosedive after stuff like Lady in the Water, The Village, The Happening. That was absolutely ass. But then he came back with The Visit in 2015, but he didn't advertise that shit whatsoever. It was a low-budget movie that he shot low-key. Nobody knew anything, and he just released it, and that was massive. It made so much money.
Yeah.
After that, he followed up with like some mediocre stuff. Then he came back with Split, and then boom.
Well, there was also his newest one, The Cabin.
Knock at the Cabin.
Knock at the Cabin. I hear was good. But
fine,
he also did some bad ones. Like, what was that one about the devil in the elevator?
Devil.
Yeah, called Sado.
Stupid title.
It was called.
But yeah, that movie started and it was like 5 people in an elevator, and it's like, obviously it's the old lady. Obviously the old lady's the devil. I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah.
The least suspected one. And then like it ends up being and I was like, it ended up being the old lady, and you're like, I thought Shyamalan was good at twists. I mean, but then he also did Avatar. That could never be forgiven ever.
Ooh,
Lady in the Water is probably one of the most pretentious self-indulgent puff piece writing I've ever seen in my life.
It's about a fairy tale.
Yes,
well, I think you see that with a lot of you see that with a lot of guys that have like early success where they just they immediately hit, and then they think I'm just they believe the hype and all their clippings, right, and then they climb entirely up their own ass and start producing just schlock.
Yeah, I mean, like something like The Village could have been actually like the twist in The Village is actually an interesting twist, I do but it's just the execution where you're like, what the fuck is this?
Well, I think the other thing is that the problem is that Shyamalan has the same the same basic play, right, that he does time and time again, and so once people realize, oh, there's going to be a big twist, let me look for it, right? Then it just becomes simple and obvious because he's not clever enough to make it, an especially interesting twist. It's that I'm going to subvert your expectations. Okay, if I know you're subverting my expectations, this is real easy to pick out, right?
Adam, I think Vex might pop it in an hour or in 10 minutes to talk about their next subject, but if you want to pop in after she bounces, because she can only come in for a little bit during work.
Yeah, same. I'm not gonna last too long. I'll probably last for about an hour because it's
that's
almost
what
midnight.
She said.
I mean, hey,
my life, but...
not too far off from reality, to be honest with you.
Oh, I can't last that long. I can only last about an hour.
Almost like to what Jay was saying. That's why I was shocked with Knock in the Cabin, because Knock in the Cabin, I was expecting some kind of like twist.
It's pretty good,
because it's so straightforward though. Like I was shocked. It's just a very basic story, and it's like not that's a bad thing, but he's been so convoluted and so many twists and turns. It's a very
I think it's because it's based on a book. Same with Old. Old was also based.
Yeah, I was gonna say Old was also really stupid and weird.
I mean, Old was stupid, and the acting.
I mean, it was well done
garbage.
for being stupid. I mean, that's the thing. He knows what he's doing, like behind the camera.
There's
something he knows what he's doing on a typewriter very well,
Oh yeah, like the thing about Knock at the Cabin is that the only complaint, I really do think Knock at the Cabin is a pretty good film. I enjoy it. I had to rewatch it for sure. Yeah. However, the only complaint that I have, which would have made the film 1,000 times better, is just the fact that he doesn't really try and convince the audience that what's going on is fake, which is a major problem. Because I mean, at a point they're just like, oh yeah, we're the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Spoiler alert, they actually are. There is a real apocalypse. And it's like, how do we have to prove to these people that we're actually here to try and save the world, and they have to sacrifice each other? And it's like, that's incredibly powerful as a premise. And you also have the subtext of the couple being gay and being assaulted by one of the people that's coincidentally the 4 horsemen, and it's like, are you doing this because we're gay, or are you doing this because of this? And it's like, there's so many interesting elements, but he's just like, maybe this is fake. Wait, let's turn on the TV. Boom, huge tsunami. That's fucking impossible to fake. Just like, all right, cool.
I think the other problem is like Shyamalan does this thing where he, like, back to The Village, it's like he does the twist and the movie's over. It's like with The Village, is like the twist can be revealed and we can still have like some 20 minutes of stuff happening after that. I mean, we don't need to always hard end at the revelation.
I mean, look at Old. The twist came literally at like 2 minutes before the end of the movie. Not even like a minute before the end of the movie. They're just like, okay, cool.
It was a pretty fucked up twist at the end though. Like,
it was.
That's dark, man. Yeah.
I mean, it could actually work. I honestly think that if there is a beach like that, pharmaceutical companies will 1,000% use people as guinea pigs.
Of course,
1,000%.
Well, I think with regards to like Knock at the Cabin, the better execution of that and the not sure, but you have to convince or whatever is the 7th seal.
Yeah.
Right. Where you have this shit is happening. It seems awfully odd, right? But you have to convince this mother that her baby, in order for all of the souls to be renewed in heaven, somebody has to make a sacrifice, right?
Yep.
And really that otherwise her baby will be born without a soul, and that'll be the end of bring on the apocalypse and all of that, right? And it's and there's no, and here's the evidence. Turn on the TV and you can see what happens. No, right? It is purely like psychological and
it's pure faith. That's the thing. It's like you're literally balancing the theme of faith. It's the core of your story is the theme of faith. It's like you're not even exploring that. It's like, come on, man.
Right.
Yeah.
It's probably like, Mel Gibson, who is actually a man of faith, that's why when he makes his weird ass movies, they seem to have, I don't know, they don't have this like cynicism behind them,
No, they don't. I mean, coincidentally, talking about Mel Gibson and being a man of faith, I've actually put a frequency on for my dad. So, Jesus Christ is on TV as we speak. Right. Jim Caviezel.
Jim, how is your dad?
Oh, he's doing good, man. And he's pretty good.
All right.
He almost lost fingers, bro.
You told me.
I had to Google it because why not? But anytime I know South Park, it does get satire. People would say like, "Well, what the hell kind of maniacs are like actually sniffing male cat urine?" And I would say, "Okay, it's satire." But then again, we live in a day of TikTok, so do you
dude, that's like Jankum.
When that comes out as a time when licking toads was a thing, right?
Yeah.
Smoking banana peels was a thing, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get high. What the fuck do you have, right? And whatever stupid shit, would be spread, throughout the schoolyards and all that. No, man, I heard from a kid who knew a kid from wherever the hell, right? That you just lick the toads. And they had the CDC actually had to put out a statement saying, no, you can't get high. And oh, by the way, don't do this. Most toads are poisonous.
Yeah, people would open briefcases with a toad inside. It's like, here, take a lick.
Yeah.
That's the Family Guy episode.
I don't know about that. But
yeah.
I wouldn't lick no toad, man. But also the other thing is like you wonder if it's like the Jankum thing where like Jankum started as like a joke, like people huffing like fumes of like fermented poo and shit in a jar. And this is what the kids are getting high off of. And they started spreading around. The news reporters started like saying this is what kids were doing, even though it was all a joke. And now I think people actually try Jankum because they've heard about the joke.
Well,
and it could be the same thing with like the cat piss and the banana peels. I've heard about the banana peels.
Well, the pass out game, right? Where you hyperventilate, you stand up, you take a big, and somebody squeezes your chest and you pass out, right?
Yeah.
That was a thing in the 80s. And over the way, it then shows up again in the 2000s, and they're like, and people are dying for this. And I was like, well, then they're dumb and they need to die because somehow we managed to live through it.
That's what we call natural selection.
Exactly, yeah. But Our Lady of Darwin has come to visit you. I'm sorry, you weren't fit for the gene pool.
I never thought in my lifetime I would tell people like legit, like there's actually women on Twitch gaming or something that are selling their farts in jars. So
Adam, I'm going to bring you in a second, but we got Vex here for a limited time right now, and she wants to talk about this next topic. Vex, how are you? Vex Electronica.
Damn.
That's the worst mutilation I've ever heard.
It's another good episode, Uninspired, the turkey episode. It's one of the first ones. Vex, did you know that Jesus Christ can cure all sickness and all ailments?
Yes, I did know that. That's why he is my savior.
Oh,
good. Here's a good little clip for you. 10 seconds of Jesus doing just that. Anyway,
I mean, goddamn.
He made him appropriate in the eyes of the IRS. Oh my goodness.
So I was talking about how I wanted to talk about, speaking of like end of the world type shit. I don't know. I was talking about how we were gonna touch on this movie.
I literally watched this movie like 3 hours ago. That's why I posted the picture of the girl with the dog.
I know. I have that right here actually. That was a good one.
You're gonna have to be more specific on that. I have some pictures of girls with dogs that I don't think you
Just a good boy and his little owner. His little girl owner. This movie was awesome. I loved it. I don't know. I mean, I assume we're gonna get spoilery. Vex, what did you think about it? You obviously
I was actually quite taken by not the religious overtones, but the fact that it leaned so heavily into it when this takes place in the modern day.
Right.
So I actually really appreciated that it took the chance to depict a community that still heavily believes in, God and Christ and demons and all of this stuff. And
I mean, Vex, it's an Argentinian film, not an American film. If it was an American film, they would have said "fuck that."
That's very true. So, but I also don't
Catholicism.
know. I don't know what communities in South America are generally like. Like my understanding of them is purely off of film, and even that's distorted, right? So I don't know how true this is to Argentinian culture. But I
People
also
are religious.
I
okay.
want to think like everything south of United States is like
Dude, South
90%
Americans are
Catholic.
religious as fuck. Yeah, Catholics, man. Mexicans,
Catholics.
most of them are very, very Catholic.
Gotcha.
I love this
Yeah,
slogan.
Were the Spanish involved? Then I assure you, Catholicism was there.
Yes. Yep.
I just caught the slogan to this movie. There's no point in praying when evil lurks. And yeah, this fucking this poster got me interested in this movie, and that was a cool scene. And yeah, I like graphic violence in my movies.
Same.
This movie is not for the squeamish. Oh, I love the sadness so much, dude. Oh yeah, I'm excited about Terrifier 3.
Me too.
I hope they cut down the runtime for the Terrifier movies.
Blue Collar wants to pee, so Adam, you can come in here.
Hey, Adam.
He drinks a lot of alcohol, so he's going to be peeing for a while.
Both of us, I think.
Yeah. How are you, Adam?
I always like a yellow stream.
I'm doing okay. How's everybody?
I mean, normally Bex works the blue streams. It's a little more her stream.
Yeah, as long as you're not, no red streams. We don't want
Streaming isn't literal.
But yeah, I mean,
red. Go to a fucking doctor.
Yeah, basically, Luke, do you watch this movie? You didn't catch it yet?
No, I am. No, I've only just kind of don't stop watching hours after.
Oh, yeah, that's what's so funny about these guys. I was kind of making fun of the beginning of the stream. It's like if there's a movie with like any gun in it, like some kind of gun action, they'll check it out immediately. But if there's like any kind of demons or aliens or anything, I gotta twist their arms to get them to watch this shit. Slapdash is copyright by Wes Kelly. Ooh.
I am fucking love violent horror, man. Violent horror is my favorite type of horror, and especially because I'm someone who grew up watching the most disgusting, depraved shit, especially like the video nasty era where everything was absolutely disgusting.
That's why you don't have a girlfriend, right?
I mean, thanks.
I have a girlfriend, and she definitely thinks there's something wrong with me.
No, you did me dirty, man. No.
Well, I think so. So my first problem is go back to the cover
poster.
Yeah.
Cover.
So I have two problems with this. Okay, first of all, when evil lurks, well, evil should always be lurking. It's more when it actually stops lurking that you have a problem. And the other thing is, this is the worst attempted suicide that I've seen. Where is your gun, sister?
She does not. It was weird. It was a rule.
No, the problem is you're not going to get enough leverage to actually do real. You're going to dent your head and you're going to have a bloody forehead. That's too bad. But this is not actually going to be successful. So I'm already out. This is just gross incompetence.
It looks like a lot of work.
Graphic and slow. Yeah, and
listen, it was very graphic, very slow, and I had never imagined in 1,000 years of watching films that a stare down with a goat would be so intense.
Right. Oh my goodness!
I mean, have you seen Goatsy?
I was thinking of the George Clooney thing.
You don't want to stare that down.
But yeah, it's just so funny because, like, I mean, it's funny because, like, you hear about there's like that story about the woman who the guy was in prison for killing his wife and 2 kids with a knife, stabbed dozens and dozens of times each, and the guy spent a few years in prison, and then he was eventually released because they realized, like, no, the wife did it. She stabbed both of her kids a shitload, and then she managed to stab herself like fucking 25 times in the chest. It's crazy the kind of shit people can do when they really want to kill themselves. So,
no, really. I mean, again, if you gave her a knife, I'd be like, okay. I mean, you can slit your own throat. That's not a problem. You can stab yourself in the heart pretty directly or whatever. But taking a long-handled axe and deciding you're going to beat your own head in, you're going to be unconscious before you do any real damage anyway.
Yeah, when you get like possessed, you have a superhuman strength, so it is possible.
It would be a pretty funny scene if, like, in the middle of the movie,
you need to take your superhuman ass over to the gun cabinet and get efficient with this shit.
There'd be a funny scene like later on in the movie when like they're dealing with all the stuff like out in the country. They cut back to the farm, and the lady kind of like wakes back up, like, "Oh damn, I didn't do it right," like, "Oh, I got a huge gash hanging out of her head." So gotta keep going.
Dude. Oh shit, I got axe hanging out my face. Someone pull it out. But
yeah, basically it's like these guys on a farm and they notice there's some gunshots and they go investigate, find a dead body who's like been torn in half. and they're talking about this thing like, oh, like possessions and rottens and stuff. Like, oh no, what's going on? And you know, obviously there's like some kind of world building going on, and they go investigate.
The world that they built.
Investigate
I
some
really,
farm.
really like it.
And yeah, these poor village folk are hiding their brother, the eldest brother, who is a rotten, which basically means he's possessed by some demon, which is commonplace or was. Apparently, there was like a great like demonic insurgence that we don't know about that happened long ago, and it destroyed all the churches, and now everyone lives in these remote villages, just like hoping that this shit doesn't spread anymore. And there's all these rules, like you can't shoot them with gunpowder because it'll like spread the contagion. And the idea is this rotten is trying to like birth a literal demon. So they have to like get rid of him, and that fails. So like that's when all the wackiness happens. And yeah, you're talking about like, yeah, dogs eating children.
Oh,
and, mothers eating children's brains like a fucking scoop of, like, you know, digging out a watermelon and stuff. Parents running over their families with cars. Awesome stuff that you like in a good horror movie like this.
For sure. Incredible, man.
But yeah, I mean, I don't want to spoil it too much because I guess Luke didn't watch it, but but I like how Vex is always coming in here with like the deepness.
I got so much to say actually on this, but I don't know.
Let it out. Since you're,
okay. So like the religious overtones aside, I do like that the I guess the level of evil that you see come out in the film is intrinsically tied to the familial relationship this one guy has with everyone in the film. So as things progressively get more and more out of hand, at the same time, you progressively see how out of hand his personal life is. So we start at the beginning of the film. He's very poor. He's sharing just like this little rundown house with his brother in the middle of nowhere. I think it's alluded to that they're farmers part of the year, so that's why they're there.
Yeah, they live on this man's land, this guy's land.
Yeah, that guy's land.
Okay,
and these people also live on his land and another house far away, like a few, you know, yards away or a football field away.
Yes. So like they're on this plot of land, and then they go into the city, and there's some conversations that they have here and there where they just like they can't stand how culture and society has changed when it goes to the city, and that they prefer living life a little more authentically, kind of out in the not urban, what's the word, in just the farmlands, right? Rural. Thank you. But then we get to the town, and it's like just shit hits the fan in every way possible, and it's literally because he can't draw these emotional lines with his own personal life. So he can't he's unable to understand what the consequences of him moving a body are. He's also able to not understand why his ex-wife is responding the way she does. And even then, it's like when he gets to the house, he goes there for the sake of his kids, but just like the rest of the movie, he doesn't give a shit about his kids, though. To be honest,
everything to get worse every decision he makes.
Like, instead of focusing on getting his kids out of that house, he starts arguing with them. And even when he takes them away, like, he just doesn't care about the state of them. Like his retarded kid, excuse me, he just kind of like, he's just like, dad's here, but it's just like he disregards he has medicine, he disregards that he needs changing, he disregards that he needs like a stability in order to be normal, right? It's like an ego trip just to have it with him, right? And it ties into just kind of factors of evil that have made all of this progress to the state it does by the end of the movie. I was actually surprised to see that axe wound kill. I thought it was the most unrealistic part of the whole movie. Everything we saw. I'm like,
going around.
There's no way. There's no way.
I just got over a bronchitis, some kind of nonsense like that. But I agree with you, Vex. I mean, I like how this movie was also like the hopelessness. The idea that like his little, you know, spoilers, like it's like it was the little autistic child and the little neighbor child the whole time. That was one of my favorite lines in the movie, is when they, at the end, you know, they realize they're hiding the rotten in the old school, and there's like all the weird children of the corn hanging out there.
Dude,
and there was that
children
line.
were scary as fuck.
Yeah, that was the best line, where it's like, evil loves children and children love evil. That's why they're always like hanging out together. And it's just like, dude, yeah, you're right. Shit.
I think the part that unintentionally scared me the most, and I don't think it was even meant to be a horror scare, was when the three of them are trying to drive the body out into the middle of nowhere. There are two parts, actually. One is that they were just so careless in where they chose to throw it out. Like it just did, like the fact that they were throwing it out right next to like some cattle,
some other
right?
person. Yeah.
Like that scared me. But then it was also that the whole reason the body got out was because this one kid on a bike comes by. And I'm just like, it fucking creeped the shit out of me, because it's like evil can literally be anywhere and take any form, and you wouldn't.
As if I needed another reason to avoid children.
He was a child in all white was the other interesting thing. Like, and he's the only character that you see in all white clothing throughout the entire film. Everyone else is like, even the kids are kind of in more muted tones in their clothing. And like the wife had, I think, some like patterned shirt on, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
But it was all very like neutral, natural tones. And it's the one character you see throughout this entire like 2-hour movie where they're just in stark white, and it gave me chills.
Thoughts that the child might even be an apparition to like, get them to swerve or something,
Exactly.
Well, I mean, look at the child comes back later with his bicycle in the third act, and he's the person that like points him in the direction.
Them. Yeah.
Remember Mouth of Madness, when the guy on the bicycle, the kid in the bicycle, and that one, that shit's so creepy.
Dude, it scared the fuck out of me.
You're on a road trip in the middle of nowhere. There's a kid on a bicycle.
Wait, isn't that the kid that ended up playing Anakin?
Oh,
yeah, it was. At the end of the movie, Anakin Skywalker is actually at the end, very end.
No,
of
not
the movie,
Jake Lloyd, the one that played
Hayden
Christensen. Yeah, he's the.
I never knew that.
The very, very end, when what's his name, Sam Neill asks for direction. He's like, "Where's the town?" He's the kid. Yeah, that was. The kid.
Where's Hobbs End? I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Mister. Were you in an accident? But yeah. Also, when evil lurks, I love the ending. Like realizing like all is lost and just screaming your heart out and just
track 69.
Northern English bastard, you're a moderator now. Hope the language barrier isn't too much of a handicap. Cheers. That reminds me, I'm gonna have to start wrenching people in the chat. Just because like I'll do that later, but like that's what someone, I think it was you guys, Jay, and, y'all telling me about Mr. Brown's stream.
Yeah, we have like 85 moderators.
Everyone's a moderator, and it's like it's good that way. And it's like, I should start doing that. Just modding everyone.
Yeah, it's like the main manufacturing plant of wrenches.
Yeah, just give everyone wrenches.
Man, one time we got like botted on Mr. Brown's stream.
that poor
idiot. That's why they were talking about it. That's why they were saying, because I was talking about my fears of like a stream, one of these streams, like getting like, what if there was like 100 people watching all of a sudden? I'd be like, what the fuck? I don't know what to do. There's too many comments coming in here. Shit.
Yeah, the hilarious thing, again, is the guys, he's got a channel based on doing channel raids and all this stuff or whatever. And he runs into 100 mods.
Yeah.
Dude,
and it's like, it was just, it was Robocop, but they had 209 in the boardroom.
Look, guys, I appreciate, I got 275 subscribers now, and I appreciate it. But like, I'm terrified. And like, let's say I release Flubber on Wednesday and it gets like 9 million views. I would be like, no, whoa, no, I don't like this at all. I don't like this. I don't like this.
The actual process of making people moderators is insanely convoluted. Thanks, YouTube. So you might want to do it after the stream. Like, I know. Back into the chat.
Well, anyway, I mean, how long do you think you could be here, Vex?
You know what? I'm working while discussing. So
I know.
Keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, you can tell. Okay.
Vex, it's great.
Cool.
I mean, me, like, I don't know. I'm always someone who watches horror movies. So When Evil Lurks, straight up my alley. I recommended it to Vex, I think, like a week or two before it was released. I was telling you that was the movie that I was waiting for to release just before I had concluded my horror list, because I was waiting for When Evil Lurks, because I had heard great things about this movie. And I was like, I need to watch it before the list comes out. And it's like, yep. Finally got it, but theaters October 6th. That's
it came out a month ago. Yeah, exactly a month ago. I didn't realize that. And it's funny because like this is one of those.
We got it on the 20. I think it was 29th. We got it on Shudder.
Right. Yeah, I started seeing it. I started seeing it on the old unnamed movie site that I watch all my shit on. And I saw it like a while ago, and I was like, that looks like an interesting cover. But there's so many like bullshit straight to fucking streaming horror movies that just are garbage. So but then once I start seeing like When Evil Lurks like peppering around on Twitter and people talking about it, I'm like, oh, okay, all right, I'll check it out. Yeah, it was like an ad. was like an ad I saw on Facebook saying it was like one of the best horror movies of the year, and I was like,
oh yeah. Dude, Shudder
out.
for me is like the seal of approval. If Shudder made it, then I have confidence in it, you know? Listen. Shudder has hits and misses, but when they hit, they fucking hit, you know?
Yeah, well, horror is such a tried and true formula genre, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, look at When Evil Lurks. You can consider this sort of like a zombie movie, the same way The Sadness could be considered a sort of zombie movie, you know, because it is sort of an infection that spreads, even though it does take the form of possession, which I really, really do appreciate. New forms of possession. I mean, fuck you, Exorcist Believer.
Right.
Give us new forms of possession.
Imagine if Exorcist Believer was like this. It was like totally different.
Great.
People would be complaining that it's like, oh, this is nothing like The Exorcist, but we'd be like, yeah, but at least it's fresh. That's really all I care about.
So
the movie's fresh.
You need writers for that, though.
So uninspired. Have you seen I think it's on, I'm pretty sure it's a Netflix series. It's a Mexican series about demon
Coin?
hunters.
Is it something like Coin or something like that?
No, it's Diablo something. But the idea is that demon possession is pretty commonplace. And you have these people. So one guy who has like a 68 Ford Galaxy, he like works on the low end of demon capturing, and they're like bounties put out, and then they have like underground, instead of cockfighting, you have demon fighting.
Nice.
Where two people get possessed by the demons, and then people bet on the fights and all that stuff or whatever.
I'll watch
it.
That.
It is, yeah. It's pretty sure it's a Netflix series.
The Black Demon? No, that's a fucking that's a stupid shark movie. No,
there's like two or three seasons of it.
It's a show.
It's a TV show.
Telenovela, like with like 182.
Diablero.
Yeah, Diablero. Yeah, Diablero.
Okay.
That is if you want a neat twist on possession and kind of the dealing with it and all that stuff. It reminds me of like John Carpenter's Vampires meets demon possession, kind of that mix up. But it's
you're selling me on this
Sounds great.
1,000 times more than the posters. The posters are absolute dog shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, it's funny because like this is my reaction. He's like, look, it's like Mexican cockfighting, but with demons, and my interest is like way up here. And I'm like, hell yeah! And it's like it's a show, and it's got 2 seasons, and I'm like, oh shit.
Yep.
No, it's pretty good, and they're not messing around. I mean, like the finales are very much like Stranger Things kind of big peace event type things.
I'll watch it with Mother.
I hope that they don't fuck up. Like, I hope that they actually concluded it properly, because they're not getting a season 3. They got canceled by Netflix, which isn't surprising.
Yeah.
Well, you know
what series is this?
Everything.
Diablero.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, at least it's all said and done, so I like that. But
true.
But yeah, honestly, I want to show When Evil Lurks to Mother. I think she'd like it. I'm not joking. She loves all that kind of fucking fucked up shit.
Dude, I once put a movie with a lot of violence, like kind of like When Evil Lurks, in front of my mom.
Yeah.
My mom walked in on me actually watching it, and she looked at the screen. I swear to God, I shit you not. She looked at the screen for less than 3 seconds, and she actually went to the bathroom to puke. And I was like,
"Oh,
damn, okay."
Wow.
Yeah.
So when I was first married, and a friend of mine for college was coming over, and he was like, "We need to watch From Dusk Till Dawn." Okay, so we sit down and watch it, and my mom is watching it with us, right? And she's very religious or whatever, and we get to the titty twister with Cheech doing the pussy.
Come on,
yeah, you want fat pussy, you want skinny pussy, you want stinky pussy, right? And all this stuff. And I'm just thinking, oh my God. And I look, and my mom is laughing so hard, she can't catch her breath. And I'm like, oh, I see we both become adults together. This is very exciting. Okay, here we go. I got this moment.
It's to the point where I can ask the chat, but it's like, where was I when I first watched From Dusk Till Dawn? You were 10 years old. You were in the movie theater with your mom. Yes, we've all heard it. Yes. I love From Dusk Till Dawn so much. But also like the idea of like, I mean, that's the thing is like, I used to date a girl who was, very lovely, very sweet, but I knew it wasn't going to work out because I went and saw fucking like Doctor Strange with her. and the car crash scene. She was like, "Oh no!" Oh, like she couldn't watch that. And I was like, "This is not gonna work." I can already tell.
No.
And then there was the exact opposite where I dated another chick and we'd watch like fucking beheading videos together, and it's like, this is also weird.
Yep.
But I liked her more. I mean,
dude,
See, my wife doesn't mind the gore so much, but actually like scary or psychologically tense movies, that's when she kind of freaks out because she has too much empathy. And so she can't. Also, certain comedies she can't watch where people are like embarrassing themselves.
Oh yeah,
right, where it's uncomfortably embarrassing. She has a real problem watching that because she just feels the empathy for those people, and she's
kind of like those
my...
Johnny Knoxville solo movies.
Oh boy, I don't mind. I didn't mind Old Dad or whatever, the Old Man movie.
Bad
whatever.
Grandpa.
Yeah, that
Bad Grandpa.
Funny.
Yeah, Bad Grandpa was cool because he had the sidekick
Bad
to bounce on. You know, the little kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Blue Collar. I actually think that all horror, good horror, very, very good horror, has come from independent studios. I don't feel like there's a major big budget studio that has ever made.
I've just said that in the chat as well.
Yeah, no,
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's right. You have to have a low budget because, and this is true for almost all movies, right? You have to have some sort of restriction, right? Constraints that force you to be creative, either in writing or being very selective in the effects that you use, right? Because you can't afford to just have every scene as an effect shot or whatever.
It's also like the limitations of like, there's no limitations on what they'll do. Like if I saw like Universal Pictures making a new horror movie, I don't think they're going to see a scene of like a mother scooping out her own child's brains and eating it.
Well, look at just take for example Dracula Untold, and look at what they did with Dracula Untold on a massive budget, as opposed to any other Dracula movie that you've seen. It's like we have 10 million CGI bats. We're flying in like 10,000 soldiers, and it's like, come on, we don't need all of this.
Yeah,
and
it's like Lord of the Rings.
What Jay said, and it's like, Jay, you're completely right. Look at the just look at the entire Conjuring franchise and tell me that every single one of those movies ends in the exact same fucking way. The demon explodes, literally just explodes in CGI bullshit. It's like, come on, man. They've done how many movies on this? The only creative one was Annabelle, because that was low budget. But Annabelle, the first one, was absolute dog shit. The second one, they literally brought in a werewolf, like a massive big werewolf for a couple of scenes. And it's like, Jesus, man, just give me back to low budget stuff like Vex. I recommended Saint Maud to you. Saint Maud is literally one woman going around the town. That's it. It's like, come on, man.
Or I mean, even for those that had semi decent budgets, but they were done especially well because again they're very sparse in the reveals or whatever. American Werewolf in London, The Howling, right? You don't have the constant. Oh, it's been 5 minutes. Let's have another transformation. Now you get one good transformation.
The original Exorcist is not a high budget movie. It's
a
studio movie, but it's a low budget movie.
Well, they did definitely spend. But that's the thing is like, there's like Exorcist. That's the thing is like, you tell me a movie cost $30 million, and they probably spent all that $30 million on like, refrigerating a movie set, so they can see their breath. But nowadays, when you tell me a movie costs $100 million, I assume it actually cost $30 million, and $70 million just went into the pockets of assholes. And like, I want to see $100 million horror movie where like the werewolf is featured and it looks great and it's. That $100 million went to the movie,
Listen, like for less than $100 million. I mean, what year was this? Van Helsing. What year was Van Helsing? Like 2004 or something.
Yeah, mid 2000s.
Listen, Van Helsing. To this day, I swear to God, to this day, you guys can fight me on this. You guys can give me your own example. But to this day, Van Helsing still has the best werewolf transformation ever put to the screen.
My problem with like the ripping the flesh off stuff is like. The next morning, you're going to find like chunks of like human skin everywhere. And you're going to be like, who, what? And you're going to find like,
it's just like going onto the wall like Spider-Man.
Yeah, I love all that.
Darkness. It's like, damn, this is pretty good. Then you look at Twilight and they're just like, what the fuck is going on?
It's funny because like, obviously the computer effects in Van Helsing are a little, computery, which is fine because it's 2004. But the problem is we're like 20 years later and like, they still have that same like cartoonish, like Pixar look. And it's like, come on, man.
Whereas The Howling or American Werewolf in London, that shit looks real.
Right.
Yes.
But the thing is, we can do fur very well digitally nowadays, and we're not putting the same effort into it. Like I said, we're definitely cutting corners on these budgets. When I say we, I mean Hollywood assholes.
Thing cost like it can't be more than 10 million at the time.
It was
at the time. No, I doubt.
It was not a lot, but it was definitely like all
10 or 15 million, maybe. I mean, comparable budget to what Star Wars was.
That's because one guy worked himself to like the point of $15 million. 1.5 million was just on Rob Bottin's creature effects, which is not a lot, but
which comes out to like $3 an hour for everything he did.
Yeah,
and it's like,
but again, also that if you look at the very selective use of what shots you're going to have, what's the lighting like, right? How do you make, one of the things is here, let's put snot all over everything, right? And it gives it that creepy biological feel to it that it would, if you would have left it off, it just would look like rubber, right? And so you have the combination of Carpenter understanding how to shoot certain shots, right? Not to overuse it, not to have the thing in every fucking shot, right? Not to have it climbing all over walls and doing things, right? It's just the alien, unnatural aspects of it cause you to go, what the fuck is this, right? But a lot of the dog, if you go and look at it, a lot of the dog pen shots are them on the other side reacting, right? And then, here's a spotlight to see an arm go up and punch through the roof, right? You see the eyes pop up,
Even
right? You see the flower
reveal
of dog tongues, right?
The blood reveal. They reuse the same prop hand in every single shot. Just so you think that's the real hand, because if you switch from the real hand to the prop hand, you know that the jump scare is coming.
Right.
Nice.
Yeah, it's understanding the graphic language of film.
Yeah.
Right. And understanding that showing a little, but it's shocking and startling means a lot and carries a lot more emotional depth. And then if you focus on the actors reacting to it, it only makes that shot more impactful.
My favorite is in Red Letter Media on the Star Wars Episode 2 review, where they're talking about Anakin, or maybe it was Episode 3, where Anakin has to, or not, Obi-Wan is responding to General Grievous. He's about to fight General Grievous. Yeah. And General Grievous, like, first thing he does is like 4 hands burst out with lightsabers, and he starts spinning lightsabers like an inch just like from his face, and he doesn't flinch.
He just goes, he's just looking at him. There's no step back. There's no what the fuck, right? To go into defensive mode, because he has no idea what the fuck he's looking at.
A tennis ball on a stick, and they didn't tell him like, hey, this thing's gonna be like hurling lightsabers and twisting them and spinning them like that. And you're like, oh my god.
Be a good time for a
Blue Collar,
wouldn't it?
Blue Collar, you're saying that the first episode of She-Hulk cost $25 million. How much did the whole show cost?
$255 million for the whole show.
Yeah. And dude, look at something like Talk to Me. Talk to Me was made for $4 million. Pearl and X were made for like $4 million a pop. And
Moon, I think, was like $6 million.
Hold up. Let's just go back. That shitty fucking CGI green snot of a show was $255 million.
Exactly. How much of that went to Meg the Stallion, or was it Cardi B?
That's equivalent almost to the budget of the Marvels for renters. That's equivalent to Endgame's budget.
But that's the thing is, we're gonna watch the Marvels and be like, no way, this cost that much.
Dude, it's like the GDP of Albania. Million is probably the entire budget of like the 5 seasons of Breaking Bad. To be honest,
right.
As much as I hated Rings of Power last year, they said Amazon spent, I'm not sure, it was reportedly
$1 billion for the 5 seasons, I think.
Yeah, so what was it, $300 million per season?
But I believe that part of that is that the actual cost of the acquisition of the IP.
Yeah.
I like to think of like these, I'm excited about The Killer next week.
Me too.
I want to talk about that next week. I love the comic book. But I would like to think the idea of like someone hiring a hitman to murder someone because like that movie, the fucking, the Lords of the Rings of Power flopped so hard, whoever greenlit it, like someone has to pay, like the idea is that like these guys are like, it's like, Game of Thrones behind the scenes with these Hollywood executives, the idea that they're all offing each other, because of like,
and what would happen is, look, you're so important. We need to make sure that your life insurance is very like you have Keyman insurance. Oh no, they got shot in the head in a taxi cab. What could have happened? Good thing they signed that the last.
We shot
day.
Marvin in the face.
Well, don't forget about therapy bills for the cast.
Yes, it's true. It's very traumatic to fake sword play.
To swing a plastic sword
Now, therapy is when you talk to a leftist until you agree with them, right? You pay to talk to a leftist until you agree with them. Is that what that is? I heard about therapy.
I mean, the audience should have had therapy after watching Rings of Power.
Oh boy.
You know, it's funny because my dad always told me, he's like, if you ever go see a therapist, I'm sure that the therapist, like, you will become the therapist. And it's like, yep, probably.
Look, I am a therapist now.
Therapist is only one space bar away from a 2-word thing you don't want to be near.
Oh yeah,
I'll take.
I traumatize the therapist. I just be like, yeah, you know, I have thoughts of weird stuff, and they just look at me weird. Oh, dude, I'd have so much fun with it, even though it's my money being spent.
Vex, you coming into class at the joint, and Vex says, Lord Toxic, yes, with cussing.
I did look up just because, despite the acquisition, so Rings of Power per episode budget per episode was $90 million.
Yeah,
you know, I haven't even seen a single fucking minute of it. I mean, I hate it to where
it's like $90 million was the creator. Can you imagine?
Like, I know I'm kind of behind the curve with you guys. I know, like, Chris just watched Ahsoka, and we'll talk about that towards the end of the show. But it's like, you know, and I hear I was talking about it with Little Platoon and some who else? There's a big actually Andrew always, you know, going crazy off of Andor, how much he loves Andor and fighting anyone who disagrees with him, and I appreciate that. But it's like, I've heard it's great. I just don't care. I just don't give a fuck anymore. I'm sorry.
That's how I am when people keep telling me to watch Arcane. I just don't care right now.
Yeah, I will get around to it. I just
don't care. I'll get around
to it.
This idea that I watch it this year. It's like,
why can't I watch it 5 years from now? Like this
there's no urgency to most of what's coming out, because it's either I either know it's going to be shit or I strongly suspect it's going to be shit. And why am I in a hurry to see this? Right? I'd rather let other people, you know, go in with the FOMO and then come out and go, oh, I made a mistake. Really? I mean, I'm shocked, you know, or you get somebody that looks at it and goes, no, actually, it was pretty good. And was like, you're going to have to be more specific on why it was good before I'm buying it.
To bounce back on what you're saying right now, I think that's the beauty of streaming, because it's like, streaming is that it's going to be there on that platform for as much as time you need to catch up on whatever.
I have no FOMO. I should have no FOMO for this, right? You know, it's there's a thing coming out. It'll be there in a year.
Let's say Arcane disappears off Netflix tomorrow. I'm not going to be like, oh no, I never got to watch it. And yes, I will be able to find it. Yes, that too. But like,
it's only.
I'm not going to die on my deathbed like I never watched Andor. You know, I'm not going to care.
But I mean, you see, it's stupid thing. It's stupid because that's the reason why streaming is there. It's so that you can watch it whenever you want. However, streaming services nowadays, especially Netflix, they cancel stuff if they don't have enough viewing numbers in the first, I think, like 2 months. This was an example. That new TV show by the dude that made Dark, 1899. I really wanted to watch that. I was waiting for it for months. And I was like, wait, I still haven't watched it, man. And I was like, I want to watch it.
Don't spoil it.
Like, I want to watch it. But then Netflix was like, oh, no, we didn't have enough viewership numbers in the first month, so we've canceled the second season. I was like, but it's supposed to be there to stay there for me to come and watch it whenever I have time.
So I actually have something about that, because I was wondering the same thing. Because like there was a really good anime that Netflix had several years ago called Knights of Sidonia. I know the anime style, like it uses some of that 3D anime style, and I know that's not up everyone's alley.
Fuck that.
But it was a phenomenal, like Gundam sci-fi sort of thriller anime. And I was wondering, like, why aren't they doing a season 3? Why aren't they doing a season 3? And then one day it was just gone off of the service. It turns out with a lot of this stuff that they get original ideas for, there's a time frame on the license. So if they don't renew the license, they lose it, and then the show's gone forever. It's why Hemlock Grove, that horror series that basically pushed them. It's not on Netflix anymore because they lost the IP. So you can find it on Tubi now, but you won't find it on Netflix.
Here's my problem with what is the streaming algorithms or whatever. So when they don't get enough views on something and they cut it, they cancel it, they don't renew the license for something, you can't watch classic movies on Netflix or HBO anymore. You can't find them.
Yes.
When HBO changed to Max, they eliminated the TCM tab. Right. So you knew where to go to find mostly black and white, older classic stuff, good or bad or whatever. It's not there anymore. Like, if you're just trying to search through these channels to say, classic movies isn't a category anymore. Look on Netflix; it's not.
Dude, one time
I think. Well, so you have a real problem in the monetization and the way that they measure the value of properties. Okay, so the idea is, if you actually release something into the theaters, right, you have a direct metric for immediate audience approval, right?
Yeah.
If you are selling something into syndication, what people are willing to pay for that tells you the value of the property, right? And so there's a direct relationship between the value of what you made, the money that's coming in, right?
But you're fooled into thinking that you're paying for a library, because that library is constantly
right. No. So I'm not talking about from the customer standpoint, right? I'm talking from the business standpoint.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. That you have these direct relationships of what a thing is worth. If you are putting something on an ad supported network, based on what advertisers are willing to pay, what is successful and what is not, right? And yeah, audience has something to do with that. But you can have a smaller audience, but if the demographic that it hits attracts certain elite advertisers that are willing to spend money on that, then what that series is worth. The problem with most streaming services is that there's no direct correlation in money between whether something is successful or not, right? Yeah. In fact, for you, ideally, what happens is you have a lot of people that will sign up to watch like the first episode and never watch anything again because it costs you to stream, right? But you don't get paid based on how many people continue to watch it. What you do is you try and find this indistinct, indirect relationship between people who are paying for subs and what they're doing or what attracted them to either initially pay or to re-up, right? And so long-term success is not necessarily that important unless you can figure out some sort of, reliable formula that goes back to, and that's why they paid for a sub, right? Now, the problem with things like TCM and old classic movies is that none of those are going to move the needle for subs, but they damn sure may be the reason you retain them. But it's hard to figure out that this one kept 10 and this one kept 20, right? And so instead you look for what kept a big chunk, and you don't look for, I joke about like VC are always, they want to find unicorns, right? The problem is if all you do is hunt unicorns, you'll starve to death. Sometimes you got to shoot a damn squirrel, right? Or a rabbit and put it in the pot.
Good analogy.
Right. And the little stuff that those little things you can either make one big $100 bill, which puts you at risk. If you screw that up, you lose that person that pays the $100 bill. If you instead make $101 bills, you can afford to lose a few people, and it doesn't affect your overall income. But it is ridiculously hard for streaming companies to figure out what is keeping those little ones and twos when they can look, well, that one brought in $100 bill, and that's easier to measure. And because we're measuring it, it's important whether that is or not.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Turner Classic Movies, man. One of the few last times I watched something great on TV, like on actual TV. I was like spending the night in the hospital, and like this was years ago on a 4th of July, and Turner Classic Movies. Obviously, that's the channel you watch because there's no commercials and it's a movie. So it's like, okay. Yeah. And then this movie comes on. It's called Paris, Texas. Never heard of it. That fucking movie changed my goddamn life.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
It's amazing, and I recommend it all the time.
Ry Cooder did the theme song to it.
I mean, I love Kurosawa, Redbeard. That's like a movie I watch every Christmas. But like Paris, Texas, this is like a movie that like I never heard of it, and it just came on. I didn't know what the hell it was about. I didn't know what was going to happen, and by the time the movie was over, it's like I was a different person. You know what I mean? It's one of those movies.
It may be Harry Dean Stanton's best role.
Yes, absolutely. Everything about it was fantastic. And it's like, why don't they make movies about this? Like this kind of shit where they just speak to you on a level. They don't need to be a big story telling a big grand thing as long as they relate to them.
I'm there with you because growing up as a kid, so I only had I had a couple of channels, but the main ones that I used to watch, and if I didn't watch those as a kid, then I would have probably not been the same person I am today. And like TCM was one of them. There was Studio Universal. I don't know if you guys have that
IFC, Independent Film Channel. Watch so many cool movies on that
dude,
channel.
It's like they used to play all the old movies that I'm into, and it's like Atom. The reason why I love old cinema is because I used to watch TCM when I was back, like when I was growing up.
There you go. There's a discoverability, like going to a physical VHS or DVD video store, where you're going to walk out of there with something no matter what. Maybe all 20 copies of the new Star Wars movie are rented, but you're going to walk out of there with something, and you're going to take a chance on something just based on the box, and you might discover gold. And that's gone now.
And that's kind of what happened with Evil Lurks. Like, usually I'm like, hey guys, watch that whenever. I'm not one of those guys to like, we got to watch this now. But I will say, when Evil Lurks, that was one of the few times where I was like, please watch this immediately so we can talk about this. Also, The Killer next week. I want to talk about that. Also, the other thing I want to talk about next week is Scavenger's Reign, because I think that's finishing. And I just got into that show last week.
Isn't it six episodes for the finale, or 7 or 8?
So what I'm hearing is, like, I'm looking at Wikipedia, and it seems there's 3 episodes premiering every week, which is insane. So like November, whatever, there's like 3 episodes. November 9th is like the last date they have, and it's like there's 3 episodes left. I'm like, what the hell? But I mean, the point is, like, before we get into it, I did see this. This was funny. Paul McCartney, stop sending me this shit. Dude, The Simpsons predicting the future. Like, throw it on the list of more weird shit. I really think it's like, they're doing it on purpose,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's like the X-Files, too. Did the same thing.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like the what's it called? The fact of having deja vu. It's that it's something that they've done so many times that it's bound to actually happen in reality. It's like the fact of deja vu is thinking about something so many times that when it actually happens, you're like, oh, look, it's
White Bear's here. White Bear. I think I'm gonna pay for fucking StreamYard now, guys. I think 8 people is not. I mean, I don't like having more than 6 people in here anyway, but seems like some people are just know how to be. You guys, you guys got your radio etiquette down,
With Adam talking about VHS, I do like a small tidbit with Robocop. The fact that it's a future to Detroit, they still have fucking VHS and Robocop the game. If it's the fucking
I love the isolation, the future, the retro future tech. I love that.
The future is the past. That's what you have to keep in mind. Look at Back to the Future. Back to the Future, like especially Back to the Future 2 predicted a lot of retro love that we have today. And it's like today, if you start selling cassettes with headsets, like the old Walkman, if you start selling Walkman, people younger than me, and I'm 21, people younger than me will buy those off the shelves in a second.
Yeah, it's
crazy. I would love to have a Walkman again, in all honesty.
You see,
such a simpler time.
Like, dude, you know what?
I found my iPod a couple months ago, and it's like a first generation iPod. That bitch still works. And I switched to that for a while because it just felt intimidating to have to open up my phone for Spotify all the time.
I'm so grateful that my phone has a headphone jack in it still. I'm like,
yes, dude, you're lucky. I
people look at me with envy when I have my wired headphones in. I'm like, yep, Bluetooth phones were out of battery, so I just did
I still have a portable CD player, a Discman, basically.
Ooh.
I take it on airplanes, and like the flight attendant will be leaning over me going, you still use yours too?
Like, this is where all the dorks hang out, man. I mean, usually there's nobody here. Only until the last few weeks have we only had like more than 4 people here.
Well, I think
panel and audience combined.
Adam brought up something about the VHS side that's true for a lot of classic media and kind of the way that we did. So it's one thing that the internet's really good for is searchability, right? I know what I want. I can go find it, right? The difference between that and like, I'm at the VHS store and sadly they're out of the thing that I was searching for. And so now I have to settle for something else, or cassettes or records or whatever, right? Is discoverability, right? If I'm walking to my Walkman, I can't just skip to song 5, right?
Yep.
I'm listening to that whole bitch. And so if I buy an album, I hear all of the songs, not just whatever was on, top 40 playing at the time, right? And that meant that I discovered songs that I would not have heard or experienced otherwise. And sometimes those are the best songs on the damn album.
Right. Yeah. It's not the single, but it sticks to you somehow.
Right.
The worst is when you buy an album and the single is obviously the only good song on the CD and the rest is crap.
Yeah, but that's like a movie where you see the previews and all of the best parts were in the preview. And then you can almost smell it coming in where you're like, this is going to be some shit right here.
Yeah, that's just product. That's just content.
Here, well, let me show you guys the intro to this this show. I don't know if you guys have seen Scavenger. Who here has seen any of it?
I haven't
I've
seen it,
never
but
heard of it.
Scavenger's Reign.
Z3PO, last time I was on Mr. Brown's, he told me that I should really, really watch it. And I asked him if it was French animation, because if you're familiar with French animation,
it
really
looks
looks like that. Yeah, it does.
It looks very French. Very thin lines. I know what you mean. And also like very like kind of messy stuff. But yeah, this intro music, I don't know. You know how like a good theme song, a good theme intro show should hype you up like this. I don't know. It's very understated, but it hypes me up.
And a bad one will give you Star Trek Enterprise.
I mean, I'll tell you the opening scene of the very first episode before the first time you see this opening scene. It's so great. It's like a 90-second little discussion between two dudes on a space dock. And they're like, all the ships are accounted for except for one. And they're like, oh, where is it? And it's like, what happened? It's like, I don't know. It recharted course and just vanished. And they're like, damn. Well, I don't think anyone's going to send any resources into finding them. And he's like, well, what if they're survivors? He's like, well, let's pray there aren't. And then it just starts like this.
Oh, this looks cute.
It's wild. It's so wild. I mean, it's basically like Wes did kind of. Now, I got to say, this is kind of a funny story. I did tell the boys, I was like, hey, guys, watch When Evil Lurks, and we'll try to watch the Scavenger Reign show. I didn't realize Scavenger's Reign still had 3 more episodes, so I'm like, I would like to kind of get more into it next week.
It reminds me very much of Katsuhiro Otomo.
Yeah,
the
anime, very stuff.
He's made a couple of other less popular films that are very sort of moody and ethereal like that.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny is Toxic comes back and he's like, "The shit's trash," and I was like, "Are you talking about When Evil Lurks? Because I thought you would love that because it's so violent and over the top and crazy." He's like, "No, it's a Scavenger show. I watched 2 episodes of this." I'm like, "Oh, well, you know, to be fair, Toxic hated Avatar 2. He's one of those dudes." So I mean, I was like, okay, well, that's kind of, you know,
so you're saying he's based
in your character. I thought Scavenger's Reign is it's wild. And it's what's cool about it is if you were a woke SJW, like crazy you know, cultural Marxist activist, I think you'd also really like this show. I think, dare say, it might be like, I don't think it's a woke show, but like, yeah, it definitely has like black lesbian you know, empowered male main character.
It's not like shoved onto you like a lot of other stuff. It's there, but you can deal with it.
Is it telling a good story? Because that's all I care about.
Are they good characters first and lesbian second?
Yeah, right. There's like a couple of like stranded parties of these people on this very insane alien planet. And the whole show is just like, check out this crazy fucking alien and what it does. Check out this crazy plant. Look at this shit. Here's a storm that's going to kill people with like razor sharp rocks that fly through everything. And here's like a weird, I don't know. I don't want to spoil too
Star
much.
Trek.
Yeah, very Star Trek-y.
Original Star Trek.
It's very like Star Trek Voyager, where it's like the whole main goal is like get rescued, get home. You know, there is an underlying theme, but you've got various pockets of characters, you know, doing their own stuff on this, what seems to be a pretty massive planet. And we don't know when they're going to interact with each other. I mean, I would hate to find out this show's going to be on for 10 seasons.
Nah, dude. Like something like this, I'm sure it'll be on for maybe maximum 3 seasons, and
I'm hoping that it's
2 seasons, and it'll probably like disappear.
Yeah, that's one thing I do like about HBO is like, for instance, that one show with Kate Winslet. What was it called? Mayors of Easttown. Yeah, that was great because it was like, this is a mini series, you know, and HBO's always done mini series, long form storytelling. It has a place, but like I've said before many times, like if it's going to be over 3 hours long, like 10 hours long, it's got to be goddamn great. It's got to be better than good. It's got to be fantastic. And I think Scavenger's Reign is it's definitely tickled my sci-fi fancy in absence of all the Star Wars stuff I haven't given a shit about. Outcast, dude. Also, thanks for watching, Lance, dude. I'm glad you're here. Also, thanks for having me on that Thing stream. That was fun. Me and Wes and Chris did a Thing stream, and I'm glad we didn't manage to repeat any talking points from that stream. We were mostly talking about autoerotic asphyxiation. granted. But still, the point is,
Be
The
this-
Thing is one of those movies you could talk about for hours and hours and still
Oh,
never
yeah,
repeat yourself.
Dude. I mean, like, if you're a fan of Scavenger's Raid and the style of animation, I will recommend a French animated show. It's a bit more grounded. It's based on a comic book. It's called Last Man. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
Yeah.
No.
There's 2 seasons, I think, and it's pretty good. I mean, just by ratings alone, it's like 8.5 out of 10 on IMDb, 8.2 out of 10 everywhere. It's a pretty good show that you guys would like.
Not Why the Last Man. It's Last Man, one word, right?
Yeah, Last Man in one word.
Last Man. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty good. It's a boxer, follows a boxer and just his wild, really, really wild thing. It's pretty good.
Cool.
But yeah, it has that same type
yeah,
of
I love a good.
French-
I love also
my
good-
sci-fi itch has been going for a while, and I was like, man, just please, dear God, somebody give me something worth watching. And no, so I just started going back and rewatching The Expanse because this is
that's something
does not suck.
that's been on my list for forever.
I couldn't get into it. I watched a season and a half, and I was just kind of bored.
No, Expanse is said and done, right?
Yeah,
or
I think it
okay.
is,
So
yeah.
I do want to start watching that because it's
There you
always
go.
been on my list. The idea of like space conflict taking place in real time, like months or years between attacks and shit. Like, oh my God, that's awesome.
yeah, proper hard sci-fi
away.
where it's not here. Let's use the magic bullshit to travel faster than no, that's not happening. Oh, you want to turn around and go the other way? Guess what? You're going to eat a whole lot of G-force. Hope you're just strapped in.
I know.
dude.
Inspired have to step out soon, but that's thank you so much for stopping in.
Oh,
man.
for sure,
It's
man.
great
I
having
mean,
you
My
guys.
pleasure, man.
Enzo, I'm exactly like you when it
wonderful.
comes to TV shows. I will always prioritize movies because I can do that in one sitting,
Yeah.
and I will always prioritize limited series. Those are my favorite to watch because I know that.
Well, it's also
I'll
like
sit
you said.
down.
It's like you said, Uninspired. Like I can't properly, assess something until I've watched it twice. So if it's something like fucking 10, 15 hours, 20, 40 hours long, how am I supposed to watch it twice?
Vex, I'm sorry, but like that's why I can't really get into Supernatural, even if it's only first 5 seasons.
No, we talked about this.
too
Like you
much,
explained it to
man.
me. Like I get it, but like still, like boy, you're missing out.
No, dude, don't worry. Like I don't mind, but it's only when shows are like, let's say, because I know some shows that are 24 episodes per season, and there's like 10 seasons.
Just like 24.
No. Oh, dude.
Thank you for covering. Thank you for absolutely. Let me know next time. We'll cover all the sexual nuances and stuff.
I'm on the same page as you guys though. Like I prefer just watching like
Bless you,
small
Whitey.
contained series
Right.
or
Yeah.
films. It's especially these days. It's like it's a commitment when you decide to watch a show with multiple seasons. So
Oh, yeah.
it's like there's far and few in between things that I'll stick to. Like True Detective, I'm excited for season 4, so I'll watch season 4, right? But even then, it's like each season is a contained story.
Yes.
So I don't need to commit to everything.
Even
else,
Mindhunter,
right?
Mindhunter is even like self-contained season 1 and season 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's true.
Well, it's also
That's
like
one I was extremely disappointed to not see them renew.
Yeah,
I know,
Oh,
really.
yeah.
David Fincher. That's like I'm saying. Maybe next week I might, if the Killer's as good as I'm hoping it's going to be, maybe next week will just be a Fincher stream / Scavenger's Reign. But
don't make me hard.
I know, dude. Fincher's my favorite, man. Fincher's one of my
Clean up
favorites.
on aisle 5. Clean up on aisle 5.
Expanse and BSG.
Why is the floor wet?
I love Zodiac.
There's a slipping
Uninspired
hazard
doesn't
in
have-
Vex.
Uninspired doesn't have time to watch anything right now. He's still working
Bro,
his way through
we're
my
reviewing
927.
Zodiac first show of
Ooh.
January.
Sweet.
On
Shout out,
MMM.
guys.
So
I
we
love
haven't booked
Zodiac.
that yet. But if you guys
Okay.
are Fincher fans, then I will reach out.
Yeah,
dude,
absolutely.
for sure. Vex, you know me, just send me a list, man. That's it.
Yeah.
Send me the list.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
gracious.
Jolie did?
Yeah.
No, like you, if you ever want me on MMM, man, just send me the list and I'll tell you.
Oh, so like for the rest of the shows for the year, we tried to rotate some newer
Oh
faces
yeah, for
in.
sure.
But then we are scheduled till March. We have our movies chosen. So like
Jesus God.
Yeah,
No,
we go
dude.
really far in advance, man, and then we.
That's good.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Well, I'm glad I
doing for dinner.
piggybacked on Aquaman.
Yeah,
I was
Adam
like,
pings us on a Thursday night. I think we're watching this. I'm doing some. Okay, all right, I'll be there on Friday. Whatever. the
No,
hell.
we're not watching that. We're
No,
gonna.
never mind.
No,
I
like
do
I
all the
host-
scheduling for.
I'm glad I did Aquaman because the last two I was on were like movies I love. And I was like, let's get on a movie I've never liked and never saw and don't give a shit about. And maybe I'll like it. You know, maybe I'll watch Aquaman and be like, it was great.
Right.
Vex, Dark Hour. Can you imagine? Dark Hour has scheduled our entire calendar till the 28th of December 2024. With
Wow.
all the
Wow.
movies. I swear to God, man, all the movies are listed and everything. The only thing we have to book are the guests.
Damn.
Wow.
Blue
Sit down with
collar
OCD,
and
you
my
know me.
faces are like, oh well, glad that we're on one or two of those
Exactly.
this whole year.
Yeah, Dark asked me like 2 months ago, hey, I got something planned out for like April next year. I'm like,
Oh,
think
dude, yeah.
Alright,
that's
good.
what-
Dark Hour knows that me and Blue Collar are like, if anyone does a no show, like I can,
oh yeah, definitely.
I can always sit in.
Wait, what are the movies? Because you've done a couple movies that I was really sad I had to miss out on. So I want to know
No,
what
fam.
movies.
I'll send you. You know, I'll just send you the list, man. And
Just
I'll
send me the
it to
list,
on
and because
Twitter.
I wanted to be on the Blade one because Blade's one of my favorite
right.
movies.
You've
Mhm.
mentioned?
Movie.
Edge of Tomorrow, love that movie as well.
Dude, we had
There was-
Cannoli on for Edge of Tomorrow.
Oh, I
He had
know,
fun
I
with
know.
that.
And then that fucker complained about watching it in our chat. I'm like, my guy, you're really complaining about watching the Edge of Tomorrow
I
to
love
have
Edge of
fun
Tomorrow.
discussing? Go fuck yourself. Oh
Damn.
my
It's
Wow.
like I
God.
didn't have a $4,000 camera, so what the hell was I gonna do? You know?
Right. But he
Vex,
likes
you gotta
the
be
movie.
available on Saturdays, man. You're still
That's why.
busy.
Okay, if we book it out next year, I'll be available.
Oh,
Like,
dude,
for
I can
sure.
book it
Oh, yeah.
out for you for sure.
Okay, send me the
Back
list.
it in, book
Yeah,
it in.
I'm gonna guess that Cannoli's default complaint is not enough Italians.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm always there to fill that void, that Italian void.
It's true.
Malco bene, pasta mafia, rigatoni.
No, he means in the movie.
Oh,
And
right,
the
right.
Paisan. So what's up?
Yeah.
Yes,
Well, I watched a really
Parmesan.
good Italian American movie, or I guess Italian English movie technically, but it was called The Queen of Hearts, and that was also kind of like Paris, Texas, only not as good, but it was like a quaint little movie about a family living in England, and like they were Italian lovers, and they eloped. They had a bunch of kids, and they got in debt, you know, and it was just like a fun little family drama, and it was sweet.
Wasn't
And it
it
was
the
like-
one with Zoe Saldana?
No, this is like early 90s, late 80s, I think. It's got a couple of like recognizable character actors, but nothing like major. I mean, like I said, totally watched it randomly and liked it. Very fun, very sweet movie. I like a good old-fashioned gay movie every once in a while, you know?
Oh, I
dude,
gotta give Vex's people a shout out for a decent sci-fi series, Dark Matter.
Oh,
That was a pretty good
Oh, yeah.
series, and
Right.
that was,
Dark
that was
Matter.
Yeah,
yeah,
we searched that
Canadian.
All right.
Dark
Well-
Matter.
Okay, yeah, I gotta head out. I have
worries.
to watch Captain Marvel still.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, good
I have
luck.
to cook.
no worries,
In
you
a
guys.
couple-
Thank you so
in
much
a-
for coming in. And I, you know what's crazy is I got two dudes in the waiting room ready to fill your spots.
Oh my
Ooh.
God, we're so
Fill 'em in.
replaceable.
We're getting
man.
no.
Really
It just means Dorkside's just getting popular. Like I said, I'm gonna pay for that StreamYard, I guess. Finally,
Getting
after
monetized soon,
5
man.
years.
All right.
Oh yeah,
Thank
dude.
you for having me, and it's
No.
always a pleasure talking to everyone on this panel because I like
Of
all
course,
of you.
we all love you,
Yeah.
Vex.
Except for Uninspired because he's French.
I mean,
but-
Oh yeah,
Aw.
I mean, Vex already roasted me saying that's why I don't have a girlfriend because I watch too many horror movies. Man.
Look, uninspired. All you got to do is join NASA. You get laid that very night.
Yeah, dude, they'll launch me into a tree. So
Hell yeah! I mean, Stinky Pete was ready to launch the next day. I don't know what you're talking about.
I want to work, boss.
You go loopy loo. They'll make a song about you. There goes loopy loo. Oh shit!
No, I love you,
Love you.
Uninspired. I love you, bro. You're good. You're
me
good.
too, dude. I'm your horror movie plug, man. That's it.
Right. There you go. All right.
Yeah,
okay.
Lan-
Take care, everyone.
Sweet.
Hi,
guys.
guys.
Thank you so much, Lance.
right.
If anyone else leaves early, you're next in line, buddy, for sure. Dude, it's also great having you.
All right, guys.
let's see,
Heidi
what's going on?
ho.
Well, who just popped up?
The Reverend
Oh,
Jim
Hostman.
Jones.
Oh, yeah.
The Reverend
yeah.
Postman Jones.
We got
Dude,
two
I-
cats. Oh my God, you're not doing your cat
exactly.
prototype. You normally
Oh,
have.
hang
this
on,
would be
hang
two
on. Let me
cats
get.
talking
Let
to
me,
each other.
let me
Yeah.
get-
Oh, he's still in Halloween mode. He's still
'Cause it's so
he's still the
funny.
Reverend Jim Jones.
Dude, I
people
saw
have-
Hostman in the
I
chat.
haven't used-
That's why I stayed for a second, just so I could say hi before leaving.
Yes, we're gonna have like history right here, where like the two cat dudes talking to each other
Hang
on
on.
a stream.
Oh, cat fight.
And it's going to be even more monumental if Hostman's fire alarm goes off for a third time live on YouTube.
If it goes off, well, thankfully, I heard they found who was setting it off, and they talked to them. So thankfully, it'll never happen. Hopefully, it'll never happen again.
They talked to them. They should have punched them in the face
or spoke to them.
Is this a congressman?
Yeah,
that may have been setting off your fire alarm.
Oh, no, the administrators.
Oh well, that's good. I thought it was pretty crazy that they were testing the fire drill that often. You know, that's not a good.
Dude, you never know. You can never be too prepared. You know.
When your apartment building is made out of paper mache, you run a lot of fire drills. That's what happens.
It makes more sense that someone was just being a dick and pulling that fire alarm, without permission. Of course,
he is in the desert. Everything is flammable.
You need to like complain and be like, I'm a YouTuber and these fire drills are very disruptive.
Oh, dude, if you tell me you're a YouTuber, they'll be like, rent now. They become the
where's your money
from Spider-Man. It's like, yeah, give me your
There
money.
we are.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm so glad we had the cat fight. Oh, you guys, you guys have never interacted with each other?
Well, no, exactly. That's why I stayed just to say hi to Hostman, because Hostman's like we speak all the time. Hostman's one of my mods and everything, so it's like, dude, it's a pleasure to meet you. Actually, well, I would say face to face, but virtually face to face.
Close enough.
Yeah, virtually. Yeah, it's good to actually be in a stream with you and actually talk with you for a change instead of just like DMing you all the time or being in Discord.
Oh, dude, for sure. But yeah, man. Like, anyways, you're on two hosts pretty well, yeah, for No Country for Old Men, because that was your recommendation. So
hell yeah,
great, fuck yeah. And plus, before then, we'll probably meet on more of the Dorkside streams, dude. Stupenzo, thank you for making your Dorkside stream at a normal hour instead of
like I said, I like to alternate. So I think I'm gonna alternate. I'm gonna alternate between like before Cannoli stream and after Cannoli stream, and I don't think I'll go back and forth, but like it'll be either or, and we'll decide, But
dude.
I'm just trying not to stream between 8 and 10 p.m., because that seems to be like if Cannoli was doing like 4 or 5 hour streams like I do sometimes, then I wouldn't give a shit. I'd be like, well, sorry, like we'll just stream over each other. It's not a big deal. But if it's easy to avoid a simple 2 hour block,
just to end up in like two maximum
8,
like
10,
3
8 to 11, hours. 8 to 11 max.
Yeah.
So like I appreciate that, and also it's like I plan to come on some, whenever possible. So.
I like my European sleep deprived. I'm not changing my.
Adam just decides to kill me. He's like, "Fuck it, 3 a.m." Yeah,
well, it's funny because like when you step out, I'm gonna have Luke fill your spot, who's also in Europe, and it's exactly like that's why I did the first English breakfast stream. It's like, dude, let's do these streams at like 2 p.m. on my time, where I'm like drinking alcohol, and it's like nighttime for these guys, over on the European settlements.
Oh yeah,
so. Waking up for 2 hosts is gonna kill me, dude. Like,
oh right.
It nearly killed me because that was one of the ones that we went long, and I was like, okay, it takes me like an hour and a half to wind down post stream or whatever, and I was like, Jesus wept. I'm gonna be waking up about 30 minutes before I got to go on 2 hosts.
Also, Dark Hour loves to do those streams early. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't realize that you guys were gonna be on that the next day. We went hard. We went hard on a Halloween stream. If you guys want to watch some drunken debauchery and have nothing better to do, check out that Halloween stream from last week. It was a lot of jackboxery. Postman's here.
I don't know how much of Blue Collar's Kraken actually made it down his throat. There was a lot of it on the keyboard, through his nose. I think he was crying at one time.
That shit was funny.
But yeah, guys, I'm gonna head out. I've got to cook some chicken tenders and some kebabs.
We'll try to watch Scavenger's Reign, bro. It was good, and I assume the last episode airs on the. I think it ends on the 9th.
Just get your mom to do it. Go full Hassan.
I'm looking forward to that. It's actually out.
I'm just here.
Yeah, there's only 3 episodes left, and apparently they all premiere on the 9th. So
all right,
I'll
probably check it out. I'll check it out when it's done, because like for now, the only show that I'm actually watching weekly is Hell's Kitchen season 22. That's pretty much it. I know, lame.
Lame.
But yeah, man. So good night to you guys. Thanks again for having me on Stupenzo, man.
All right, no problem, man.
Just drop the link and I'll make it whenever I can, dude. So
absolutely,
yeah. The cheers to Stupenzo, Emperor Goodwin, Blue Collar, Adam, and Hostman. Cheers to all of you guys, and Northern English Passport too.
Thanks.
Who's a good kitty cat?
I am. Meow. Meow.
Hey, what about me? What am I? Chopped liver?
Yeah. You're good too, man.
All right. See you guys. Have a great night.
All right. Captain Marvel.
All right. Luke.
Yeah.
Luke, you're back here.
And all
buddy.
the
Luke.
Amaranth jokes apparently
Alright,
got
cool.
me in trouble because I was on slight tomfoolery last night, and we were joking about how Andrew would post one of his college documentaries to his channel, and I said, if you do it, I'll drink one of those Amaranth beers. So if he does it, Specs is going to ship me one of the Amaranth beers.
Oh, I'll drink one,
thanks.
but I ain't paying for that.
Thanks,
shit.
everyone.
I just love how Amaranth beer is like new slang. It just puts the word pussy in your head for some reason now. So funny.
Yeah.
Beer, pussy
I
yeast.
wonder why.
Yeah. Speaking of pandering, here's some more funny news. The ginger side continues. Hercules, another famous red-haired
I saw this.
white character, might be played by Michael B. Jordan, which
Fucking
I'm
Greek.
pretty
Fucking
sure.
fucking Greek.
Well, the Greeks, we was Greeks, won't you know? I mean, shit.
Yeah.
What's up, my malakas?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think at this point they're just taking the piss. I think at this point they're just like fucking with us. They're like, you know what? Who cares? They're never gonna make like the joke says. They're never gonna do Tarzan.
No, you
that
can't
way.
do
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, just right.
Maybe they'll make
Trying,
Tarzan like
black guys
Chinese
among-
or Mexican. That'll be the way around it. But God forbid.
But then you still have a Chinese man acting like a monkey, which isn't any better than I'm so sad and ronery and sadry alone.
I'm so
frankly.
ronery, so ronery, so ronery and sadry roan. What's funny about this game? Back to RoboCop, Rogue City.
Yeah.
Do want to talk about this more because I know. How many episodes have you done playing this? Blue Collar?
4. I mean,
Five?
I've heard different. Some people say 12 to 15. I think I maybe have 2 or 3 more hours left in it. So.
Oh wow! So it's a short little game.
From
How's
what
the
I've heard,
game?
yeah.
Is the gameplay like tiring? Is it getting repetitive?
I mean, yes, it is in a sense, but it's. I mean, even listen to Mahler talk about it. It's one of the
No, I
things
haven't.
where
I haven't heard anything.
No, it's just I listened to Mahler's stream the other night at work, and basically, it's a game for RoboCop fans. But in terms of a game, no, it's come on, the game.
What a
the
crazy
game,
idea.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's the thing, though. It's one of the things where you don't need complicated game, just like most movies. You don't need a complicated plot or special effects.
This is a game for movie fans, not really gamers.
It is, and Peter Weller's fucking awesome. The guy's missed a beat. He sounds fantastic.
Well, he did great as RoboCop in the new Mortal Kombat game. Sounded just like him. It's not hard to do the RoboCop voice. Talk like this, authoritative.
No, definitely. It's like if you weren't a RoboCop fan, I could see people getting bored of this game. The game is pretty basic. The graphics are basic, but it's a lovely.
Can you increase the difficulty? I mean,
yes, you can, but it doesn't change the gameplay. I mean,
the little missions are little. I've heard like one of the missions is like you got to go around the police station, like trying to get people to sign a get well card for Lois.
There's a lot of comedy that fucking matches
but it's all about the world building and the scripting and like the bonus dialogue you hear with everybody.
Yes, definitely, yeah,
cool.
That's what it is.
Well,
no, in terms of the game is fucking 3 buttons because but I also match RoboCop. RoboCop isn't doing parkour. The guy isn't fucking taking he's not ducking, he's not crouching, he's just walking, shooting. That's pretty much all he does.
Well, it's just great when a game like
I
this
mean, his main advantage over Ed 209 is he can actually walk upstairs.
We were talking about Ed 209 earlier, where he's like really scary at the beginning. Yeah, at the beginning, but then later when he falls down the stairs, afterwards when you see him like guarding the building at the end of the movie, you're not afraid of him at all. Ed 209 is like kind of a joke towards the end of the movie. It's so funny.
Yeah.
But it's great because like games like this come along and they're so faithful and so well done, kind of like Alien Isolation.
100%.
And it's so great because it puts stuff like this to shame. Because it's like, you chose to not be faithful. You chose to do this. And they were like,
when I was playing Spider-Man 2 with the first hour, I said, guys, I got a PlayStation 5. I'm lucky enough to get an OLED TV through a friend and everything. And on PS5, these graphics are fucking abysmal. Like I seen that and I'm like,
I mean, look, there's nothing against this lady except
her face.
There's a lot, except her face. Yeah, thank you.
Well, Enzo, can you find a screenshot? Can you find a screenshot?
That reminds me of a girl I went to college with. Her nickname was Marsha Manface.
Oh. Well, look,
and again,
not that bad.
Nice person, but Marsha Manface had that manly style face like that.
Look, in case you guys aren't aware, like there is an actress who played Mary Jane who's actually quite a looker. And the thing is, Mary Jane's supposed to be a hot babe.
Well, she's supposed to be a supermodel.
Yeah, really.
That always seems to be the case, though. Like
Kristen Wiig,
was real good looking.
Kristen Stewart was also
like
hit
the jackpot.
Not as hot as she's supposed to be. She's supposed
no,
to
there
be
was
like
a definite downgrade in the movies. Where
she's supposed to be a gorgeous, supermodel actress, but
point,
I don't know.
was
The
like,
writer here, this is the writer, and she's like,
find a screenshot from the first Spider-Man game and Mary Jane, look at the graphical downgrade. That was a PS4 game. PS5.
That's the only thing that's bothering me is the pixels that I'm seeing.
Like especially because I played it. It was $10. I got the Spider-Man.
Well, that could be the picture size I have, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, they could have used the shittiest screen grab ever. But look, the girl on the left is like comic book store hot.
Yeah, that's better. She's got a little Khaleesi face, kind of.
Or even like, ends if you look at the one down the left right there, it's a point. The cutscenes in the first game were fucking 10 times better than the second game, which doesn't make any sense because the first game was on PS4. PS5 shouldn't look worse.
They're rushing stuff out for the new platform, is what they're doing.
Well, but then the fucked up part, but then Black Cat's hot though, so go figure.
Right.
And also, Craven and the symbiote suit and Venom looks fantastic. And Craven
exactly. Like good. They can do that stuff accurately if they wanted to. It's so easy. It's so easy to like make a chick with big titties. It's kind of rudimental, honestly.
I mean, I do have some anatomical questions about that poor woman.
It's harder for us to draw ugly women.
Why are her tits just about 2 inches above her belly button?
This is they're a little low. This is
one of these things is not like the other.
About. This is
that's not the best Black Cat I've ever seen.
No, but still a looker, obviously. But
you got to talk about uninspired, Hostman.
I've seen.
But I didn't fucking. I dare say you fucking Aunt May. Aunt May looks better than fucking Mary Jane in this game. I'm not even joking.
That's the problem.
The same thing is happening with Abby as well from Last of Us 2, because the woman who models Abby is actually a really good looking woman. But they made her all fucking muscular because the model, bodybuilder as well. It's just wrong.
Yeah.
Well, look at She-Hulk. I mean,
I was just going to say
exactly.
So let us stop with the whole that the actress is so attractive. She's not.
She's not.
But
not.
The woman that they actually used for some of the mocap, as She-Hulk, who was like 6'9" or whatever, she's actually hot.
Here's my question about She-Hulk, which is they actually had a 7-foot woman on set, but you gave us what you gave us instead.
I hope it was a woman.
No, it was. I mean, the woman that they did the mocap for, right, to get the strides right and all that. Which one, by the way, they still fuck up. But that woman, she's like 6'9", actually proportional and hot, and Matsalani or whatever the hell, pretty mid at best to begin with. Yeah, but then we blow her up, and it's all of a sudden, hi, I'm looking at a female ogre. That's very interesting. I don't know why I'm doing that.
Honestly, Fiona from Shrek looks better than She-Hulk.
Yeah, it's Fiona Shrek.
Mm-hmm. I'm recently rewatching the first 2 series of New Doctor Who. That still looks better than fucking She-Hulk now.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they just would have done a Lou Ferrigno and taken the 6'9" woman and said, okay, here's some green paint, you go ahead and be you. Right. We'll just do CGI for the transformation.
Yeah, that would have been way better.
It would have been better.
Because then you could have cast an actress who's actually like a huge bitch and put her in the limelight, and give her lines, make her do a thing and actually feature
you don't have to worry about the CG character gliding across the floor because we didn't bother to mocap the right person at the right time. And we're doing, Matsalani, who's 5'0", and then here's Gigantus, and somehow the steps don't work. And so you just
effects, man. Practical effects every time.
I do feel sorry for the fucking VFX people who are working.
Yeah, absolutely.
They were getting really stressed out. They were getting pressurized into short time schedules that they could not make in time.
Because none of these assholes can even do an outline before they start shooting.
Yeah, there's no storyboard, there's no actual script that's written. You're not able to give your effects artists a head start. And oh, by the way, the everybody's like, oh, it's the writers. I mean, part of it, yes, but you're hiring those people to make it up as they go along, so the execs can have time to weigh in and have their derp thoughts.
Yeah,
and talk about what we need to have changed.
This is the actual actress they cast for Mary Jane. And they purposely made her look like the writer, because the writer was like, wouldn't it be great if Mary Jane was just like, look?
Oh my God, I could self-insert as plain Marsha Man face. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
You guys, the self-inserting. I'm sorry, guys. You ladies, the self-inserting. Like I've said this before.
It's very
narcissistic. Many people have said this. This is not a controversial opinion. I'm actually the third or fourth person to say this out loud. In the comic book industry, all women need to be fired. Just fire all the women, okay? Zach said this. Your boy Zach said this. Ethan Van Sciver said this. Take all the women that are working in the comic book industry and fire them, and then rehire the good ones based on merit-based results. And all the other ones, sorry, you got to start over. I'm sorry. It's just like a self-inserting. It's got to stop, guys. It's got to stop, ladies.
Well, again, it's the most basic bitch way of doing things, right? So if you are stunningly lazy and have no creativity whatsoever, what you do is create affirmation, right? Look, I'm seen. Oh, look, it's someone just like me, right? Inspiration is the next step. Aspiration is the hardest part.
Yeah.
Right. So inspiration is within you, right? It's you. Get off your ass and do something. Aspiration is, here's the thing external to you. Strive to be that good. Right. And you may not be able to, but at least you strive towards it. Right. It's like the Japanese in for those who are built to like craft style jobs or whatever. Right. Perfection is the goal, knowing you'll never attain it, but you're always incrementally trying to get there. Your aspiration is perfection. Right. Instead, what we do is, no, you're good enough as you are. Let's just affirm you for what you are. This basic bitch bullshit.
Participation trophy.
Look, I see myself. Bitch, I don't want to see myself. I can see myself in the mirror. I don't have to pay $15 in the theater
to watch reality. Like, I don't want that. I want to get
right. I want something that makes me go, no, I need to be more than what I am.
That is why I like Scavenger's Reign. Scavenger's Reign is some good escapism. I like escapism, and Scavenger's Reign's got that in spades.
So the thing is, I mean, even going back to old school, you go back to the Greek theater, right?
Yeah.
The idea is there's some affirmation, right? Oh yes, we're Greeks, so obviously we're superior, right? That's the shit that never fucking survived in history, right? What did survive is, here are the things that we aspire to. Here's the greatness that we want to be, and here are the weaknesses, and we try not to succumb to those weaknesses, right? Hubris invites nemesis. That is a thing that teaches us time and time again. But the heroes that you hear the stories about, you may not ever be what they are, but you should strive to be them, right? And that's the universality of all stories in all cultures, right? The stories that last are the ones about aspiration.
Yeah. Like I said, it's why Superman's always been my favorite. It's just like peak aspiration, like how the hell are you gonna be as good as him? It's hard.
Nines, if you want to share my screen, I found a picture of like the PS4 original one to the remaster, and that this remaster is from a PS4 game. It's on my screen.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're doing.
Sorry.
I see what you're doing.
See right there on the right, but that's the right.
Even the remaster.
Like that's the remaster of a PS4 game, so it goes from that to the current image. So it's like the model hasn't changed, but just look at the detail in her hair, her freckles.
He definitely gave her some better makeup, some eyeliner, lips.
But even the PS4 game, which is from 5 years ago, looks better than a current fucking 2023 game. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I mean, the video game strikes are going to start being a new thing soon. That's going to be the next big thing.
Good.
Is that happening?
That's not going to last long, because they'll be like, trust us, you're not that important. We can find people that are not walking around with SAG cards.
Well, you said this before about in terms of movies and sequels, the gaming industry is the same way. Like, say what you want about God of War. Corey Balrog, who did the God of War, then the Ragnarok, he said we're not going to do a trilogy because it's taking us 6 years to make a fucking game. Like when these guys make God of War 2018 Ragnarok, it's spending them 5.5 years of their lives to make a fucking sequel. They're not pumping them out every goddamn 6 months.
Dark Hour aspires to be like his avatar. That's great.
You mean a hairline you can see?
Oh, he's got a hairline. But yeah, looking jacked, buddy. Looking jacked. Glad to hear your voice in comments section, Dark Hour.
Does you want to join the stream?
There's no room. Like I said, I need to get Lance was asking to come in. I was like, shit, dude.
I'll step out if somebody wants time.
Nah, I'm sure Dark Hour's working or tired from work. But whatever. If he wants to come in and ask for a league, go for it. I don't know. I like I said, I mean, I don't really know what else we were going to talk about besides this and Ahsoka and a few other stupid things. Whatever else you guys wanted to bullshit about is fine.
Overall, so my assessment for Robocop before beating is that, you know what, the graphics aren't the best, the gameplay isn't the best. I do think from a gamer standpoint, $60 for this game is kind of high. I would recommend $40, but in terms of it's such
of like a Robocop movie sequel,
I'm telling you, this is a fucking better movie than we've gotten, and it's such a love letter to the fans that I'll forgive its flaws.
Yeah, and I know, like,
is it fun? That's all I care about. Is it fun?
Yeah, it's fun and simple. But I mean, yeah, cool. Like don't go into expecting it's not changing the genre, but it doesn't have to. But
not every game has to be groundbreaking.
But that's a problem nowadays because people are so fucking nitpicky with everything. It's like if this game isn't like fucking I beat this game in 12 hours. Well, it's not worth the money. Well, maybe it wasn't made for you then. Because I already bitched about Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 in terms of gameplay is fucking perfect, but this game is in 60 hours. Well, I don't need to play a 60-hour Spider-Man game either.
Yeah,
but it's not a big budgeted game either. From what I'm hearing, it's compared to most.
Here's the thing: if you give me like a nice game that I can beat in like 10 to 15 hours, but it's got a pretty cool multiplayer like version of itself, also, then that's well worth the.
That's what it Enzo for guys. Everyone on the panel, everyone here actually works, and we don't have 15 hours a day to play fucking Xbox or Steam. And this is becoming this genre now. People on TikTok and streamers like they want Baldur's Gate 3, where like they want to dump 400 hours into a fucking game. I was like, dude, that would take me a year. I mean, some of us actually do leave our houses every fucking day. Like,
if it was my job, I might be a little pickier. But if I just want to unwind at the end of the day,
or again, I mean, if you're not a completionist, but you're like, look, I mean, if I pay $60 and I'm getting 400 hours of gameplay out of it, well, fuck it, that's worth the money, right? Because I can sit down whenever, pick it up and play it for a certain amount of time. If I'm paying $60 and I get 12 hours, I'm a bit sketch on that one, unless again there's multiplayer where I've got some replayability to it,
definitely,
or something like that.
What were you saying, husband?
I said it. Yeah, some of us take a while to finish games if they require a lot of time to sink in. It took me 2 years to complete Dark Souls 1. But this Robocop, it looked good. I'm probably not gonna get it until the price drops. Because I saw a still image from it, and I thought it was a still image from Fallout 4, quite honestly.
Yeah, and that's a fair assessment. I wouldn't argue with that.
Yeah, I think I'll maybe just watch the gameplay on YouTube and just get a glimpse of the story that way, watch it like a movie.
So is this more in like the artistic style of like boomer shooters where it's we're not going for high res, but we're going for it's just continuous action and here you go, unload.
Like I said, some of the facial animations look like from a PS3 game, but then Robocop's armor is fucking fantastic. But but you understand that this comes from like Luke said, this is a smaller studio. This happened with Darksiders 3. Darksiders 3, the fact that it got made was a fucking miracle. So it didn't look as good as the first two games, but the studio had like a tenth of the budget. So that's the problem. Robocop, this isn't, we're seeing this. Some companies like fucking Rockstar are dumping $300 million to fucking make Grand Theft Auto 6. These guys don't have that kind of money.
Right.
So,
and that's fine. Not every game needs to be fucking GTA 6. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, GTA 5 I still play. Like whenever I need to unwind, I just put on GTA Online. I listen to my Comicscape podcast, Jack Show or whatever, and fucking listen to it at double speed, listen to some music, drink a few beers, play my games, and just do whatever the fuck else I'm doing,
Well, it's almost like the drinker because he just interviewed Ben Shapiro. Look at Daily Wire Snow White versus Disney Snow White. Daily Wire's not going to blow $300 million on Snow White, but you know what? I know which one I want to see. So.
Correct.
I have a better idea which one has a better chance of actually being profitable.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'd say the Daily Wire one. That drinker interview was pretty funny because I was thinking, oh, YMS is gonna have a field day with this one. Like
Shout
all
out to
those
Retro Nerd Girl.
Oh, hey.
all those retarded left-wing YouTubers who think he's like a right-wing ideologue in disguise or whatever. And there were a bunch of people in his chat. No. The Critical Drinker.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
For his Ben Shapiro interview. And there were a bunch of people in the chat that that all the mods were whacking that were saying, oh, I knew he was in league with the Daily Wire or whatever.
Of course.
Oh my God.
Guys, I've said it before. I'm just going to go where the jokes are allowed. Okay.
Right.
That's it.
And
I
also,
don't give a fuck.
Or give me interesting people, right? I mean,
I'm just going to go where the jokes
and person. I don't really care if you can defend your argument. If you can come, if you can come correct, right, and you're actually arguing in good faith, you're willing to listen to the other side, give it credit, and then address the points, and not just drop, whatever memes you want to pwn the chads. Or
Drinker is one of the least.
Right?
He's one of the least political people that I watch regularly.
100%.
He has strong cultural, social stuff. He has his own opinion on that, and that's fine.
Yeah, it's like Mahler. I don't ever hear him describe anything as woke or anything.
No, he avoids it consciously. Right. But like when when I watched the interview, I was just I was proud of Drinker for getting the slot. He got to interview what's his name a couple of months back on a press junket, and
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe. And I'm like, I didn't expect anything from that interview other than a press junket. It's okay to talk with people that you may not necessarily agree with. That's something that has just been completely lost.
Right. If you can't as a sane person have dialogue with somebody that disagrees with you and is someone who isn't, an idiot like Hassan, but actually they have well thought out positions and you want to bounce off of them, right? If you can't do that, then you need to get out of your bubble.
Yeah. And it wasn't like a throwdown either. It's a press junket, and there was no surprises in that. Ben Shapiro said, hey, we're going to make this movie because we think the Disney one is going to be trash. So we're going to stick our finger in their eye. Okay. And that was 25 minutes. Like there was there was no hostility or any kind of arguing. There was no new information in it. But I was just happy for Drinker to get the gig.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the thing too. People, I mean, I hate doing that picking left or right or whatever, but it seems like even Az would say this whole Director X guy with Robin Hood. He goes, listen, we'll all talk to you, dude. If you want to sit down and have a conversation, we'll talk. But the thing is, you don't want to have a conversation. Right. All you want to do is spam that we're all islamophobe and racist. And someone like Ben Shapiro, Ben will sit down with Bill Maher and have a whole fucking 2-hour conversation, and as friends, left versus right, opposite sides of the spectrum, and have a respectable conversation. You can't have it with these left people. Sorry.
Yeah, I hear about what
the hilarious thing is. So I would bet that politically, Adam and I have very many points where we may disagree. Right. The thing is that neither one of us would be like, "Oh my God, you idiot." Whatever. It would be okay. Let me hear your point. I hear it. Here's my point. And we could at least, even if we don't agree, recognize the legitimacy of the points that you have and go, no, I mean, I don't have an overwhelming argument against it. What I have is that there's a foundation of arguments that I have where I get to a different point than you. The one thing that I think we would both agree on is we have similar ends we're trying to achieve.
Yes.
We may disagree with the means to which to achieve them,
and I would never
like Magneto and Charles Xavier, of course.
Yeah, but that's one of the things that we have a problem with in dialogue nowadays is that we can't even agree on basic fucking ends, right? What are our fundamental assumptions that we both agree on? Okay, now that leaves what are the ends we want? Instead, it's I'm against that.
And also, Jay and I aren't friends because we want to either agree on politics or fight about politics. Jay and I are friends because we have very similar backgrounds and very similar experiences, and we all know the same movie quotes. Like it is hilarious if nobody will, but if you go back a year ago and see me and Jay talking on Mr. Brown Alliance in the chat, we're quoting the same quotes at the same time because something fires in our fucking shared brain cell.
Yeah, we're both like, okay, both of us. Oh, I see you have the neuron today. Okay, well, I'm sharing it, so let's get on with it, right?
Buckaroo Banzai reference. We both do it
we're
at the
in
same
it.
time.
CLS Studio. What's up, guy?
And it's totally okay to have a relationship with somebody and not be political about it. And if you're political,
that everything must be politics is a load of shit.
Yeah, I disagree with Platoon on that point because he falls back on that crutch where he says, "Well, everything is political." I'm going actually no. There's a difference between talking.
He said that to me about not caring about Andor. He's like, "Well, I always separate art from the artist," and it's like, yeah, I do too. But like to get me to like invest the time into watching it is totally different from like realizing Apocalypto is still a good movie despite whatever Mel Gibson, may or may not have said drunken in the back of a cop car.
There's a difference between addressing politics in media and spending 10 minutes trashing Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, okay? But back to like I want to get to what Phil said before we get into this. But Phil kind of Phil saying like he can't listen to real quick. Phil saying he doesn't listen to Open Bar because his guests are crazy and emotional, and I agree with that. The problem with that is like I want to hear someone who's emotional about something they're passionate about. I hate hearing these guys like yelling about fucking Ahsoka or whatever, even though you could tell they're like they never wanted to watch it to begin with, and they're like so upset about it, and it's like you could just not watch it, you guys. It's like self-inflicted wounds, But anyway, continue.
Yeah.
Look, I want to point out, Outcast Creative is correct. We did share a jail cell, and we had a mutual love of rare lubricants. I mean, that is also true. That is separate and apart from greater
love
things.
Of rare lubricants, yeah.
But the thing that I would give Platoon at least some credit for is the fact that what he's addressing is that the opposing side absolutely does believe that politics should be inserted in everything, and if you don't recognize that's what's going on, you are intentionally disarming yourself.
Yeah. Say that again, husband.
No, it was just that Anita Sarkeesian quote: "Everything is sexist, everything is racist."
Right.
All out.
Right, exactly. And if you don't see that is the viewpoint of the opposing side, right? I would say you have two sides, right? Politics is everything, and then those of us that are sane, where it's like, stop that, right? That there's plenty of things that I can agree with. If I'm volunteering at Habitat for Humanity, I'm not getting an argument with someone about how they voted, unless they insist on constantly talking politics. Right. At which point I'll slap you down. But I can get along with people that I have no idea how they vote. Don't care, because the thing that we're involved with has nothing to do with this. Yeah. But the flip side is that there is now a portion of the population and certainly those that are involved in the culture war that they want to insert politics and everything. And if you're not aware of that, if you don't recognize that's what they're doing, and you try and approach them with good faith, you're going to lose.
Melvin, very well. Politically themed and politically motivated are different. I don't mind politically themed. Politically motivated can fuck off. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you guys how much you ever listened to a couple years ago.
Lance, real quick, Lance, if a drinker and all them need mods, I'm sure me or Blue Collar or CLS would all obviously chip in. When does he even do his streams? Wednesdays? Thursdays?
No.
Thursday is
Thursdays.
Yeah, I don't fucking know. Yeah, I'm not doing nothing.
I don't know. Yeah.
The chat.
Go ahead, Blue Collar.
Oh, no, the only thing I was saying, the main reason I stopped listening to Stern for is because I was working during COVID, and especially with the Orange Man, it just came down to he wanted everybody on his fucking show, even people that weren't on air, to vote obviously for Biden and stuff, and and to the point where it started getting kind of tedious, where everybody that wasn't voting his way, he would just spend hours and hours slaying these guys. Like, dude, as number one, it's like number one, as a fucking employer, you have no right to fucking to keep harassing your employees. And if your employees want to vote a different way, leave them the fuck alone. It's like, and it got tedious. Like the guy riding the limo driver.
Oh, there's more than enough mods. Okay, good.
But it's just
honestly, I don't want to be a fucking mod.
It's like, if you don't like fuck Trump, don't fine, dude. But just stop making your entire fucking show just like laying into your employees.
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I don't.
I mean,
guys.
Even then,
we don't ever get guys. I don't like getting political, but vote Trump 2024 for real, or we'll all die. I'm not joking. But anyway, I don't like to get political, guys.
Yeah.
Again, my God, I'm so tired of bursting into flame.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, I get it. It's very time consuming. I'm sure. Yeah, I always watch my streams that I want to watch. I add them anytime someone's streaming, like Ethan Van Sciver or Critical Drinker or something they're talking about that's interesting. I'll usually just like the Jack Show. I'll see that it's live. I'll log it away to my fucking live stream playlist, and I'll get to it later. And I watch them all at double speed. I don't have time to be watching these 4 or 5 hour streams all the time. You got to like narrow it down to like 2 or 3 YouTubers. And that's why I always thank you guys so much for coming in and checking us out, even if it's after the fact, even if you watch us at double speed a week and a half later. I
Catch a replay.
Very grateful.
I think that the one thing, so there's, Brownie's kind of like the sweet spot for me, where you have enough people involved that are engaging and bringing different points within
Mr. Brown
chat
Alliance
and all that stuff. Right. Yeah. Okay. Brownie, the chat is a good part of the fun, right? the thing is, and I brought it up with like Joshua, one of the other mods in Drinker's stream, because he was mentioning, he was like, man, you really go off and are constantly involved in Brown's stream, in the chat, but not so much in Drinkers. And I was like, dude, it's like drinking out of the fire hose with this one. It's
like staring at TV static. Like you can't.
Right. It is just constantly streaming. Right. And occasionally you'll see someone who makes a point and you're like, oh, I'm going to engage with that one. Yeah. And it's like 1,000 people having 2 or 3 person conversations.
To keep up with the Drinkers stream. Like it was not, I gave myself a headache trying to keep up with his chat.
Yeah.
I'll see somebody make a comment that I'm like, okay, good play, right? And I'll pop them, or they say a thing and I'll make a smart ass remark back, right? And the 2 of us will kind of like engage, and maybe a third will get in, right? And that's about it. But again, it's like being in a giant fucking auditorium, and you just have these groups of 2 or 3 people, and then just this din of noise.
It's a cocktail party with
imagine there's like on a stage, like an auditorium, there's like a panel of people having a conversation, but then everyone in the audience is like talking to everyone next to them, and they're all having their own discussions while trying to pay attention to what's happening on the stage. That's what's happening. It's crazy.
And the interesting thing is, like, I mean, EFAP, which has similar numbers, right? Plenty of times on the stream, the chat is like there. I think the percentage of people that are engaging in the chat are lower, and it's they know, because it's going to be showing up right next to the damn thing, right? You better come correct, or you're going to get, you're going to look like an ass.
You're going to get bodied.
So, it seems like there's a bit of a self-censorship going on, so the people involved are more. And then I think the other thing is that because EFAP started much smaller, with chat constantly rolling or whatever, there's more of a community vibe within that, whereas Drinker gets a lot of people where it's just ass clowns, shooting off their mouth or making trying to throw bombs.
Twitch territory.
It's more twitchy.
Fast. Yep. More money, more problems. It's a famous saying. I just think
I'm up for those problems.
Don't get me wrong. I'm down, but it's like, ugh.
Well, again, I think Brown was complaining, because he had kind of got stuck in a static position, and then Drinker called him out and was able to get him like another 1,000 or whatever. But it hasn't blown the chat up too much. But I think there's be careful what you wish for, right? You want to be successful in YouTube, but the community that you build is in danger of being overwhelmed when you get too many people too fast, because you don't have people that are kind of establishing. When you grow in kind of a constant, steady state, when you bring new people on, the rest of the community is able to kind of indoctrinate them into, this is how things work. Here are the things you need to know about, right? If you come into EFAP for the first time, you'll wonder, who the fuck is Hiddle Subtleties? And why is he constantly referenced, right? But then if you ask somebody, they'll tell you, oh no, you go back to like EFAP 34, and Hiddle Subtleties is it's a guy that mispronounced hidden subtleties, and they suddenly start riffing on how he was this genius philosopher, and it's become this meme within the community, right? And you're able to bring people in, and they start to pick up on the memes, right? If instead you have a giant influx of people that can overwhelm, the culture that you've built within your chat and the community.
Yeah.
Well, props to the human brain for even being able to process all this shit. Like you're able to like have conversations with people via text, listen to this shit on your fucking earphones, and then like watch whatever the hell they're making fun of at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like, God, even if you're only following like 50% of what's happening, that's still a lot. Like,
yeah, but again, I mean, if you dip in, so like Beast Up early on, you were able to keep up pretty well. Browns, you absolutely can, and you have enough people that are willing to like help you along, where they're like, what the hell is this? And you'll have like 3 people explain it to you, right? So you're able to dip your toe in, and there's enough people interacting that it's dynamic, and you'll get some crazy quotes and some crazy ideas and all that, right? And you'll have your regulars, but you'll also have noobs. And Brown is pretty good about recognizing when somebody's a noob, and will point out.
He's very good about when he sees a new person, he will go towards their comments and bring them up on screen. He's very inclusive.
Well, and again, it gets them engaged, right? The problem that you have with a lot of these is that either the chats become so huge that it's just constantly listening to a din of static, and or you see the same people getting quoted all the time.
Yeah.
Right.
Good point.
Yeah. Andrew's chat. Actually, Andrew's chat's pretty fun. It's fun when it's like not a lot of people. It's like there's 4 people on the panel and like 10 people in the chat. Everyone's like chatting. It's like it's nice.
Yeah, not to oversell it, but Mr. Brown's feels like the perfect like golden ratio.
Yeah, I love Mr. Brown's. Another thing I like about Mr. Brown's is like how quickly it's like several subjects, and you're like you rapid fire, like cover them all. Like here, I had like 4 broad subjects, and I figured we'd talk about each subject for about an hour.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Brown will then moving on, and what he's moving is sideways because it's the same thing with a different picture. Especially if Brie Larson is involved. You're going to see about 8 different pics of Brie.
You might also like.
Well, it's funny is like
life ain't easy.
I mean, it's not that funny, but like the more subjects you have on a stream planned, the more you'll talk about them, the less you'll talk about them. But like, when you have lots of subjects, you talk about each subject for like a few minutes. But like, we'll have these one streams where we talk about one thing, like the Ninja Turtles.
God,
it's like 6.5 hours long, and it's like we could have still gone another hour. I still forgot a couple things to bring up. I was like, shit.
Well, I think there's a. I don't think there's anything wrong content wise with either. I mean, if you're gonna quick hit or you're gonna cover.
I like both. I love it all.
Right. It's if you're going to go deep, then you go deep, right? You go EFAP.
If we do David Fincher stream, maybe I'll wait a week. But yeah, right. I want to do.
EFAP can spend 6 hours on a 15-minute video, and I'm good with that.
Brown's chat is right on the knife edge. Melvin thinks getting a little bit too busy to be chilled to be fun. More people is good news. Well, hey, at least you guys are here now before we blow up, if that ever happens.
Yeah, I think again, Melvin's right that for all the complaints that Brown was making, that his community was pretty damn perfect at that point. Now the thing is, you don't want to become too insular, right? You don't want to have just the amen echo chorus going on, right? I like some of the new blood coming in. I mean, there was a guy I think
have to start alternating guests soon. It's a drag.
Yeah, well, there's that, but I mean, even the chat, right? So it was a guy named Vank who came in, and he was kind of starting shit to begin with, and I just started like responding to him, but doing it in a joking way. And we ended up like riffing off of each other. He started showing up for like the next month and a half because he knew he was going to get some play in the chat, and it wasn't going to be, no, oh my God, you disagree with the hive minds, so we must eject you, right? And you'll see within chat that half of them will go one way, half of them will go the other. And we're not, it's not everybody go to war. It's like, I mean, you do you, right? If you want to like this stuff, you go right ahead.
Yeah.
But if it's something that's like universal shit, like Ahsoka, man, if you come into that chat and start singing the praise of Ahsoka, boy, you better have some arguments because it ain't gonna work in well for you otherwise.
Well, let's talk about Ahsoka before we get into
what
this.
happened with Synthetic Man and his goons when they raided the stream.
That's good.
Before we get into Ahsoka, here's a fun little fact, real quick.
We just lost North English. Rest in peace.
We have a bastard down.
He's been popping in and out.
I'm a bastard too, so
Yeah, so listen, when you compare the average IQ scores of music fans, and the results are shocking. I don't know if shocking is the right word, but the IQ tests, wait, bastard's back. The IQ is controversial, but one of the few consistent metrics we have. Turns out that Cardi B fans have an average.
Speaking of clinically retarded, Bastard is back.
Clinically retarded.
Yeah.
It turns out 90% of them are also TikTokers.
Yeah, I was also reading that like death metal and those dudes.
Dude,
have,
an
like,
IQ of 75 on TikTok is super genius. What are you talking about?
Yeah. But anyway,
someone's being generous. The numbers are high.
What does that mean about me?
Retarded.
What does that mean
Chris,
about
you
me?
watched this whole show?
Yeah.
God bless
And
you, man.
I had an entire liter of vodka too. So
I warned you. I warned you.
You didn't film yourself do this, did you?
Yes.
My God, no wonder you have a micro penis.
Yeah,
awesome.
I'm in the process of editing. That's what
amazing.
I did my Woke of Power. If you want to watch it, that was my first 5,000 views.
Yeah,
where I
right.
watched. I mean, and I've come a long way since then. But yeah, I would watch an episode, drink, and then you can see every episode the hair is getting worse, and I'm getting like this. I hate the fucking show.
Amazing.
And
so this is going to be like reaction video of all time.
When you're that fucking drunk, the choreography is that much worse. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, I'm fucking. I drink half a liter of vodka, and his choreography is this shit. Like,
okay, so just from your drunken slur, like, what was your favorite part? Not ironically, your favorite part of the show. Like, well, even if you didn't like it,
hands down. That's so. But yeah.
The credits.
It does go to like people would say Ray Stevenson is the only watchable thing the whole fucking 8 episodes.
All right.
Yeah, and you feel bad because it's like they could have and should have did so much with him, and but just the poor guy. Some episodes he's in it for like 1 minute, but he just Ray Stevens got that commanding presence.
Yeah, Lance. That's the thing. Is like I see so many YouTubers like torturing themselves like I get terrified that like someone like critical drinker, hey, he's reaching out to Stupenzo, he wants you to come on the show, great, he wants you to talk about Ahsoka. I'll be like, motherfucker.
But if you do drunk, at least it's fun though, because it's like, you know what, this show sucks, but at least I'm drunk.
He wants to talk about the Marvels with you. I'd be like, dude, all right.
That's one of the few things I'm very skeptical about when he invited me to do Open Bar one day. I was like, that means I'm going to have to watch the latest shitty Disney Plus or whatever.
Yeah, whatever it is.
I'll do it.
Last time I've been this mad over a piece of television was when I watched Doctor Strange 2.
I will do it.
The only way that I'm sitting and watching some shit D+ series is if somebody invites me on and they are like, this is the greatest thing ever, and I was like, all right, I've got to get all the evidence for why you were dead fucking wrong, right? But if I'm going on and I was like, everybody knows this is shit, and I was like, yes, I knew it without watching it. It was going to be shit. It's D+ and it's Star Wars. What the fuck
I'm even more afraid that I'm going to watch it and be like, honestly, it's not as bad as you guys are making it out to be. Like, I'm going to come out like, honestly, like, I don't see why you guys are like so upset about it. I mean, yeah, it was bad, but
well, to be fair, Disparu is on Drinker's panel a lot, and he has
I love how all of us have laryngitis and bronchitis right now.
Even Star Wars theory is like, no, I'm done with Star Wars. Fuck this shit.
Except that he was sucking the dick of this series right up until the end, where he was like, oh, nobody else is in on this? Oh, I guess this is bad.
Yeah, you kind of corner yourself when you call yourself like Star Wars blank, like Anna, that Star Wars girl. I mean, no, she doesn't really.
He hitched his branding to a dead IP, and now he's mad about it.
I mean, even Dorkside. I mean, that's like a play on the dark side. Also, Tales from the Dark Side, the show. But whatever.
Yeah, but you didn't name yourself Star Wars guy.
Right. Yeah, the Star Wars Dorkside forever.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a certain amount of vision, you would have called yourself Star Wars sucks, and you would have been in pretty good fucking shape.
It wouldn't matter because then I'd have to talk about that forever. Still, it's like no. Yeah, I wanted the show to be good. I liked Rebels.
Yeah,
I like Rosario Dawson. I mean, it's Rosario Dawson. Yeah, I loved her in Kids.
Oh, she's great.
She got naked in that Alexander movie. God bless her. So I had hoped it was going to be good.
Did she defend Gina Carano though?
Panther balls. What was your worst? What was the fucking thing you hated most about the show, Chris?
I do admit a couple times I may have passed out and woke up and had to rewind half an episode.
Right. But like, what was the one thing? What was like a couple things you watched that was like, oh, this is literally awful. I fucking hate this.
It's well off the bat. The first thing is, and Drinker covered this to everyone on panel. Getting impaled by a fucking lightsaber. You don't come back from that. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Overnight.
Nah, it'll be fine.
Jesus. But no, it is.
No, it'll be fine.
I think the worst part, like Drinker, everybody said, was when Hayden finally comes on there. The choreography, the guy is fucking even fast. He's still got it, and you can tell it's embarrassing watching her duel Hayden and how like his hands are like this, no bullshit, and she's like that. He's like it's like you almost can't see his fucking hands how fast he is.
It's almost as if Hayden is like trying to keep his job. Like he's trying to get that work.
Yeah.
Well, even Ray Stevenson, right? Where Ray Stevenson isn't doing like speed stuff, but he has such physical presence, and he's like, yeah, go ahead and block it, and my sheer mass will knock that shit out because you are a woman and I am a grown ass man, and you see it happen. But again, it just looks stupid. He moves faster than she does. She moves like my grandma would, and my grandma's dead, and I think she's still more animate than Rosario Dawson and some of these.
It's embarrassing because I didn't watch all Rebels, but I watched all of Clone Wars. You see Ahsoka, like I know animation's animation, but then again, seeing how fucking quick Hayden is, Ahsoka, Jedis and Sith get better over time. They don't get worse. If anybody watched Clone Wars and Rebels, you see how nasty Ahsoka is, and you watch this shit, you're like, what the fuck happened?
Well, I mean, for God's sakes, Alec Guinness is more animated and faster with a lightsaber than this bitch who's in her 40s, for fuck's sake.
Where is it?
I'm still thinking about that AI where Obi-Wan's saying, like, he used to fucking double team everything.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm just kind of confused because
Wolf of Wall Street reference.
Yeah, I found Enzo. Yeah, here it's all the deflections. Like,
well, the worst thing is that they bring in the little kid, and the little kid actually does have some speed and actually looked like she trained, unlike everybody else wielding a lightsaber in this damn show.
I mean, Rosario. I mean, she looks like she's got a fit body.
I don't have.
I'm sure she can still. I mean, the thing is, like, you have computers and stuff that can, like in Little Shop of Horrors.
We're gonna play her like triple speed so she can move and doesn't. Exactly. Are you gonna? You're gonna have to visually show her jumping more than 2 inches with her jumping spin thing, where it was like, bitch, I get more air, and I'm 53, and I've been sitting on ass for the last decade plus.
It's more prequel stuff. It all goes back to the prequels, like when they talk about like, oh, they want these like awesome Jedis doing awesome shit. They mean stuff they saw in the prequels. Like I always thought my favorite part of all the fucking movies, first of all, the best movie is Empire, but the favorite part of Empire is when Yoda lifts the X-Wing, because it's like so amazing. And it's like nowadays people aren't even impressed by it. It's like I want to see Yoda like disassemble the whole fucking ship,
and it's still a Star Destroyer and pulls it back to himself.
Right, he struggles to lift it out of the swamp, but he still does it. And the music is so amazing. We're at a point where like fucking telekinesis is not even impressive anymore.
That fucking jumping on the Star Destroyer was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh boy.
We also have like, go ahead, Luke.
The prequels still kind of ruin Yoda when he's jumping all over the place.
Yeah, the problem is all the fighting, the ninja fighting. It's like, why not stop a guy's heart with your fucking mind?
Yeah.
Why not make his head explode?
But then showing the Jedi in their prime, though, was the point of that. It's showing,
but exactly. Like you see the Jedi in the prime, and all they do is fuck around with lightsabers.
Even Empire, right? Where Vader is like, you're a bitch compared to me with the sword. I'm just going to grab shit and throw it at you.
The Emperor says, pick up your Jedi
getting his ass whooped because Vader turns around and force wields, some, vaporator or something like that, rips it off the fucking wall and just throws it at Luke. And Luke is just blindly swinging because he doesn't have the skill to stand up to Vader.
No. Ellen Wong would have been a great, and you know what? She's a looker too. Yeah, I'm there with you, Melvin. She's some hot Asian babe.
Or more, I think Togruta would fit in more like the way their skeletal structure is. I think that an Asian actress would be a better fit to play one than
the one that played like the wannabe Night Sister, who's like the goddaughter of Bruce Lee or whatever. She's got to be 60. She is more
Ellen Wong
athletic
was,
than Rosario
Knives.
Dawson.
Michelle
She was
Yeoh.
Knives
Yeah,
in Scott Pilgrim. That's who it was. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
She would have been great. You're right. That's a good call, Melon.
Ooh, she's.
Yeah, but even
I think
look
it's
at,
just
you
like
know,
the show's going to be bad no matter who's in it, you know. But
Well,
obviously, having a hot Asian bitch would have definitely, helped it a
I'll
little
say,
bit.
like in terms of choreography, but look at like everyone lost a shit about having like Luke in Mandalorian season 2. That entire sequence with him going to Baby Yoda and the droids, it wasn't over the top. That's how Luke would be moving at that point. But he wasn't doing fucking triple backflips or anything. That's just how Luke should be. And that's like in Ahsoka at this point, technically speaking, would be stronger than Luke in terms of combat.
I was out when I saw Flippy Yoda in the fucking.
Oh yeah,
I
fuck
was
that
Ruined
shit.
Yoda.
Yeah.
Ruined Yoda. Yoda should be mind over matter. You don't need.
Well, again, you're a master. What you do is just stand there.
Well,
little moves or what defeat.
Sidestep.
You can come and swing as hard as you want. All I have to do, little move, and you're disarmed, right?
The force
Yes.
is
If you've
beyond the
actually
physical.
done fencing,
Less is
right?
more. Less
It
was
is
more
so
with
easy
Yoda.
to bring
To be
someone
fair,
who
Yes.
they're trying to overwhelm you with strength, right? And if you actually know how to fence, man, you swirl and twirl, and that thing is out of their hands
Aikido.
because they don't know how to do it. And then it's like, what are you going to do now, bitch? Other than get stabbed,
You use your opponent's force
fair,
against you.
right?
Once you've mastered the skills, you don't go nuts on somebody. You don't go
Kung
ham.
Fu.
Well,
The idea of of Yoda, the little frog guy, just closing his eyes and like the music. Oh my god, the music! That's also my favorite part of all the score. Is when Yoda
missing
lifts the
from
X-wing.
Disney Star Wars.
It's
The
like it
music's
goes
not-
like this. The Yoda lifting the X-wing part. It goes like this. Wham 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 wham. Wham wham wham. Wham wham wham. Here's the hard part.
Right. It's not big
Here's the hard part.
dramatic music, right?
Wham wham
There's a
wham.
certain
Wham,
subtlety to the theme
Wham wham.
where he's lifting this shit up.
Wham wham wham.
Yeah.
I know, one thing that really annoyed me-
Wham wham wham.
Someone cut his mic.
It hits
Bravo.
so hard,
Are
dude.
you
It's
fair?
like,
but
and
almost
then
like
he
what,
puts the shit down, and Luke is like
Yeah.
blown out of his mind, and he says,
That's
"That
true.
is why you fail." And
Yeah, I
it's
can't
like,
believe it. That's
And
why
you
you
also
fail.
It's
feel
so good.
the sense that Yoda is using the last of his strength to show Luke this lesson. It comes
Right.
through.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
exactly, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all there. It's all there in the subtext, in plain as day, right there, clear as crystal. And it's just
remember-
like, you
remember
don't need
the
to fucking
Force
have
is-
kung fu ninjas everywhere.
Yeah,
mean, that's
I
cool
don't
too.
need meth Yoda.
Yeah.
I need Yoda. I'm all good.
Yeah, to be
Remember-
fair, that scene in
We
Attack
got
of the
that sheen.
Clones was meant to show that
That goes
Dooku
to the
and
brain.
Yoda
It's in a big
have
line of Charlie
equal
before that
force,
combat scene.
have equal abilities in the Force, so it came down with the
Go on.
lightsaber.
I-
But I mean,
Can
Yeah.
we
it
can
still
we
looks
give
pretty
Hostman a
goofy.
second? I want to hear what he said.
What?
Oh, sorry. I just said, to be fair, that scene in Attack of the Clones was meant to show that Dooku and Yoda were pretty evenly matched in terms of force abilities. So it came down to the lightsaber. It still looks pretty goofy, but I mean, Yoda's like
But
3 foot
compare
3.
that-
There's no
compare
way to
that
not make it
to-
goofy.
Compare that to Kenobi and Darth Vader in the first episode.
Yeah.
That fight scene is just intensity. It's nothing. There's
Right.
no
It is
special
pure
choreography.
skill and intensity, right? That the Vader is clearly
Yeah.
physically superior to Obi-Wan, but Obi-Wan has all of that skill. And he's like, okay. And you see the fights are twirl their fucking the lightsabers, right? Trying to disarm the other opponent, right? Little, small, subtle moves, not big swings. And here you go.
Pauses.
In fact, Luke tries that against Vader in Empire, and that doesn't end well for him at all. Where he's just, I'm gonna swing like a big bit, and he's like, "Nah, bitch, you're out."
That 20-minute fucking lava fight at the end of the third prequel makes me sick to my stomach. I
Yeah, it
hate
goes on.
Yes.
It's
so
like in Red Letter Media said, it's so amazing, but it goes on so long, it literally becomes boring.
Yes,
And it's just like,
It
dude,
is
Yeah, there's
boring.
no.
chill.
It's very technically fun, but there's no emotion in the fight. It's just all
None.
technicality.
It just
no,
looks
it's,
too well
it's just
choreographed.
Lucas
There's
trying
no
to show
tension.
off his special effects.
And
Yeah,
you
like I
already
said,
know
yeah.
how it ends, so there's no stakes.
They have
Right.
that big standoff in the conference room. It's like, dude, just have the whole fight could have just taken place in there. It would have changed nothing.
Right. I would much rather have seen 2 moves, an attack and a block, and it's
Yeah.
over.
That's what something I've always joked about. Like, I want to see like a Mortal Kombat movie, but the fights last like 5 seconds. Huh, blah, blah, your hands off, and now your head's
Yeah,
off,
but
and the fights are like that quick. Like, dude, it's like not They're not. They don't last long. Like
build
they're
it
fighting
up
each
and
other with
earn it.
swords and shit. Yeah. People get ripped apart.
Also, the biggest problem is the Force used to be only certain people, and finally Sabine gets to use the Force in the last episode.
Everybody is born Force trained.
Yeah.
I heard that was like a big problem everyone has with it. The Force is
so that's an interesting discussion. So the idea is, I mean, if you watch the originals, there's an argument that the Force is within everybody. Now there's levels and how much you're willing to train on it, right? But it's like, because again, it's of its era, right? It's like 70s ESP.
Yeah.
That the belief at that time was, everybody has it to some degree or another, right?
Or
then you go to the
martial
prequels where it somehow becomes midichlorians and fuck that shit, right?
It's heroin.
But then you have with Ahsoka where it's this bitch ain't in fact a huge wang. Who's been around 10,000 years and has seen like every Jedi ever, and is like, you are the worst, Sabine, by far. I have never seen shit as bad as you.
Explain
Yet
why, 'cause I'm not
in
familiar with the
in the second or the last episode, because she tries hard and believes in herself as every female should. Suddenly she can force push double jump Mario onto the Star Destroyer.
When she was pinned up against the wall and she's reaching for the lightsaber, all I wanted to see was that coffee cup fly into her hand. I would have fucking.
Were you trying to do the Mario song?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, but the prequels, being like them or not, they are canon. But the point is, the Jedi's were trained; they would find kids, like they could tap into it as children. This girls are
right, because the training is what actually gets you. You can have all the natural ability you want, but if you don't have the training, you're worth fucking all.
Yeah, and like how long
learn focus.
Ahsoka's been training this girl, and she tells Ahsoka, like, I can't feel the Force at all. So you don't have access to it. Not everybody's a fucking Force user.
Yeah, see, now midichlorians don't even matter. You can be Melvin. You don't need midichlorians anymore. You can just be anyone can be a Jedi.
No, as long as you're female and as long as you believe in yourself, then you're all good.
Midichlorians are made from the ovaries.
Never mind that Ahsoka isn't a Jedi and yet somehow has a Padawan who isn't a Force user. What the fuck are we doing here?
Midichlorians are intrinsically binded to the X chromosome.
That's something that the Drinker would say, that these people.
This is why men have half the.
Having that whole bullshit mentality that if you believe in yourself, you can do anything, then you apparently never fucking played sports, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I believe I can be. Yeah, then I actually. So I have a rule. Any man at the age of 40 or under thinks that with 6 months of training, he could actually be a professional athlete. He is dead fucking wrong.
He is
but
wrong.
he believes this regardless, right? Now, for those of us who did have some athletic ability, but actually went up against real athletes, right? Who actually have God-gifted, somebody touched you. I don't know what the genetics were, but you got the extra special dose, right? When you have a guy who's 5'11" and dunks over you and his balls are going over the top of your head and you're 6'5", you realize I'm not actually a pro basketball player. And neither is that guy, because he's a track guy. He's not even a real pro.
Yeah,
right. When you confront that, when you go get an NFL ticket and actually get it on the like close to the field and see the speed of the game, that will disabuse you of many illusions you have about your athletic ability.
Yeah, 100%. And I've told my teenager that he's 16, he's playing football, he's weightlifting now. I said, buddy, you're my son. You have the same physicality. Just know what your limitations. You don't have the frame and body. In your lifetime, you will never bench 400 fucking pounds. Your body is not capable of fucking doing that. I don't care how much steroids you take, how much you train, how much you believe in yourself. You're never gonna fucking deadlift 800 pounds. It's impossible.
Right, and understand that like NFL receivers bench 400. Right, quarterbacks and running backs can bench 400. If you're a lineman and you think, well, I can bench 400, I'd like to introduce you to Larry Allen, right, who could bench press nearly 1,000. Right, and he is what greatness looks like. Any NFL offensive lineman, when they go to the combine, they're doing 225 bench presses for 30 plus times.
Yeah,
if you can't do that, stop it.
You look at Michael Jordan, you look at Mike Tyson, and those guys were touched by God.
Right.
And there is a reason.
That's how it is.
And they never stopped training.
Dark Hour. I've been training for 15 years and get my ass kicked regularly.
Yeah. I mean, Jerry Cooney was a guy who he trained regularly. right? Jerry Cooney fought a lot of real fights. Jerry Cooney is like the base of kind of what Rocky is, where he's
say
a
one
guy
more time just because it's fun to say.
Yeah.
Jerry Cooney.
Jerry Cooney.
Yeah, Jerry Cooney was just a pug who fought in a lot of amateurish type fights, right? In the you get paid, but you ain't nothing all that, right? And when he actually had to fight real fighters, he got bloodied to death and back. Now, he may not have got dropped, but he should have, because he probably took in a brain injury that he should have gone ahead, gone down on the canvas.
Like Rocky. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and even take like band members. Like, again, listening to older Stern, he'd have like everybody from Bon Jovi on to Aerosmith to fucking whoever, Led Zeppelin. Every single fucking person that was a drummer that played guitars. These guys, like, hey, Howard, I'm 60 years old. I still practice the drums 7 fucking days a week. I've been fucking in a band for 40 years, and I don't take 6 months off drumming.
And you're still never going to be Bonzo.
I'm a really good drummer, guys.
Right, John Bonham is going to be John Bonham.
Aware of that.
You can be all that you want to be. There are certain people that you're just like, I don't know what was touched by him, but he was touched.
I think
John Bonham could do a thing.
Ooh,
I'll sit out for a second.
Dark Hour, yeah, spot it. Yeah, I mean, I'll just put you in the back room, in the green room. Oh God,
there's a lot of guys who think that heart is what counts. Heart will get you a certain amount of the way, right? It'll keep you from going down or staying down. The problem is it ain't going to mean that you're going to beat Mike Tyson at Mike Tyson's peak.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
no chance.
I should actually probably get going. I have a concert to go to for one of my classes, and I should probably start getting ready for that.
No worries, Hostman. Thanks for coming. And obviously next Monday we'll keep you in the loop of what's going on. Like I said, I'm gonna have to start alternating guests about topics and shit. But definitely want to do maybe one of those Jackbox games once a month. Like I said, I'm gonna buy a Jackbox game here too.
Just don't make it so late, okay? Just don't make it so late.
No.
Make sure you keep it in Jay.
We'll do it earlier. I'm sending a link to Russ, and I guess maybe if Adam still wants to step out, I could send the link to Lance if he still wants to come in.
Yeah, I'm happy to share time. No worries.
I don't know who's here,
but I can bail if need be.
Stick around for another hour.
We can always sit backstage.
No, not you, Chris, because you're the one who watched this fucking shit. So how long do you think it's going to take for you to make this video? A week or two?
I'm going to try to. I want to have it out by the time Captain Marvel 2 comes out, because I want to watch Captain Marvel 2 drunk, because that's going to be a fucking nightmare.
All right, Hostman. Well, it's good having you, buddy.
Yeah, good having you.
Hopefully, we'll see you in a week, if not sooner. Also, stay tuned. I might hit you up for some Wii watches, because I'm gonna start filling those out. I think I'm gonna try to get them all out of the way for the next few weeks, and just like the next few months, like try to watch them all in the next couple weeks or two. Kind of do Schlocktober again, but for just like the weekly Wii watches. So I'll hit you up soon.
Alrighty.
All right, Hostman Socrates, everybody, good friend.
Hey, buddy.
Cheers, Hostman.
I saw Dark Hour change his avatar backstage. Oh, you're echoing.
Did you get a glimpse?
You're coming in on the speakers, Dark.
Echo.
Yeah, Dark Hour, you're echoing.
Dark Hour.
Can you guys hear me?
Dark Hour.
Yeah,
we can hear you. You can also hear.
Okay, I'm on my phone, so it might not be the greatest quality.
Echo.
Hello, there's a
So, yeah, am I echoey?
Yes,
real bad.
How about now?
Hear all three of you.
Oh, yeah, there you
Better.
go.
No, you're still echoing.
Yeah. Radio stuff.
Okay, so I'm on my phone, so I can.
We'll just let you talk. We'll just let you say with your piece, and we'll all be quiet.
Yeah, I just wanted to say. So, yeah, I've been training for and I heard you guys talking about like essentially what makes a professional athlete, like how much you have to practice. So I used to compete regularly in jiu-jitsu, right? For 15 years, I've been training 3, 4, sometimes 5 days a week. That's about 10 to 12 hours a week, and I've gone against professional jiu-jitsu guys, and I've gotten my ass handed to me on levels you can't even begin to imagine. Like, it is not even a joke how good an athlete can be when they get to like world-class level.
Nice. Did you get your eyebrow bust open ever?
Yeah, I've had my eye busted open a couple of times. Yeah,
Dark Hour had a full head of hair before he actually fought real fighters.
Actually, believe it or not, my hairline has become further back because of jiu-jitsu, because of pressing against people's body with it.
Oh,
so,
yeah. Well, I'm liking how trippy it's sounding. It's like we're in a void.
Oh yeah, I'm on my phone. I'm sorry. I just wanted to pop in and just like speak from experience
worries,
about
man.
that. You know.
No,
It's
I
always
mean,
good having you, Barry.
I had so we did a community organized kind of event, charity basketball game, right? And again, I'm 6'5", right? And I can dunk, I can do whatever. We played against guys who they weren't drafted in the NBA. In fact, they didn't go play in Israel or Italy or anything like that. These are like third tier guys, right? But they played at major schools.
This is so funny.
And I had a guy who from the 3-point line took one step and then dunked over me, and I caught him with his knees at like the level of my face, and I caught him because I thought I was going to cut and try and block. He was so fast that I caught him because I was like, I don't want to dump this guy over, right?
Well, yeah,
and the ref comes up and he's
there's
like,
nothing like a pair of balls in your face while you're getting
his balls were above my head. His knees were at my face, right? And I caught him, and the ref comes up and goes, I told you not to undercut. Bitch, I didn't do this on purpose. I was trying to get in his way to stop the drive. He jumped over me. I saved him, and I drop him down. He's like, hey, man, good save. Yeah, thanks. Please don't do that to me again. Don't posterize me like that.
Nice.
But I just wanted to pop in real quick. I'm not going to stay on my phone with
before you go, real quick. Let me do something.
What's up, man?
Dale.
Daylight come and go.
Okay, I'll catch you guys later. Next time I'll pop in with my actual equipment.
All right, Dark Hour. Cheers.
I was gonna start beatboxing and shit.
Oh my god!
Had to drop a good with the.
Should have some edibles for that.
That was so funny. I was saying that was the cacophony stream right there. I'm gonna clip that, and I'm gonna clip me. I want to like Lance was saying. I sent him the link. I don't know if he's still here, but we'll probably stream for another hour before Cannoli starts his Captain Marvel stream, which I do want to watch. But
God save them all.
But I was saying maybe I will do a clip of me singing the Yoda lifting the X-Wing theme and put it over the actual movie.
Man, do you want to actually get copyright struck? I mean, it was so close. I thought I was there. I thought I'm
sure I got copyright claim for the footage. Yeah,
in 1980.
Do it. It'll just be funny. But as far as Ahsoka, not a recommend is basically what you're getting at, Chris.
I mean, that's it. Thank God for the alcohol. And also, and no joke, I actually drank an entire fucking pot of coffee and still.
Do you think the alcohol makes it worse or better? I mean,
it makes it where I didn't want to hang myself.
See, I think I don't know. Maybe just more weed and coffee would be my style. And watch this.
We just not going to help you. This show is slow enough as it is. It will be like a time vortex. Where you're like, has she been standing there with her arms crossed for 8 hours?
You know what's weird? It's like some reason I can only think maybe, and I guess Adam would notice, like some reason this was harder to watch than Rings of Power, but Rings of Power was a longer show. But I think because Rings of Power, at least it was done, but there was something always going on at some point. Versus Ahsoka, a lot of the show is
R.I.P. Harry Belafonte.
You know, and there's so many long pauses. And Rings of Power, at least I had some kind of fun with it.
Lance Nielsen's here.
I am.
Oh my God, so great having you, man.
I have to say a shout out to Harry Belafonte in White Man's Burden.
Yeah,
one of the great movies with him and John Travolta.
Bro, I sing the other song at the end credits of Beetlejuice, Shake, 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 Sonora. That gets karaoke joints jumping all the time, dude. It's a great song.
Harry Belafonte also produced, and I don't know if he directed it, but he certainly produced it, Beat Street, which is probably the greatest hip hop breakdance movie ever made.
Is that the one that has
Ray Dawn Chong?
No, I was thinking it was the one that also had oh goddamn, the guy from like Fast and Furious and Riddick.
Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel was in an instructional breakdancing.
Was it
video
an instructional?
Yeah. No, this was way before his career pop. This dropped the same year as June, and actually,
Oh no! This breakdancing with Vin Diesel was long before his career popped.
Yeah,
no,
but it was like
this was like
one
13, 14-year-old Vin
the one
Diesel.
you're talking about. The one you're talking about is like an instructional video, like a
right?
VHS
Yeah,
tape, like how to break dance. Lance is talking about a legit movie.
No, I know that song. I know that movie. Yeah.
Oh, well, I did a stream about it, and one of the cast came on, but I didn't know that member of the cast had given out the link to the stream to all her friends. And I had all these random people from New York coming onto the stream, but one of the people that came on was a singer who had a #1 hit. The song's called Band of Gold. So we had her on the stream for like an hour. So it was a nut stream, man. You got to see it. It's and I had to manage these people coming in and out the whole time. It was that was a baptism of fire right there for a live stream.
Nice.
A lot of fun.
Yeah. Ray Don Chong, my dad's favorite movie was always Quest for Fire. And Ray Don Chong is in that one. She's the naked lady. Yeah, she's the naked lady who teaches them how to make fire and fuck by the fire.
Dude, I feel like I should remember this scene well. But
wait,
she teaches them how to fuck face to face. That's what she does.
No,
she teaches them.
I don't think that's Ray Don Chong. I think you're wrong. I think that was actually a French actress.
No, it's Ray Don Chong. She's in makeup. She's in the for sure. Hang on. No, like I said, it was my dad's favorite movie.
You sure this isn't a wet dream that you had last night and you're just
no. Quest for Fire is literally Quest for the missionary position, but
I can't tell the difference between Quest for Fire.
Ray Don Chong is the main chick in that movie. She spends 90%.
Oh yeah, you're right. She plays Ica or
also the main caveman is the priest from Silver Bullet, and of course
Everett McGill.
And of course you got Ron Perlman.
Some serious brow ridges.
Ron Perlman was born to play a stupid Neanderthal.
Yes.
Look at his face.
Silver Bullet's a massively underrated film, man.
Yeah.
That's a really good movie.
We did a watch for that, and I had to re-edit it so that way it could get released in England. It was like blocked in like 900 countries or some shit like that, 100 countries. It was insane. I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll re-edit it.
What did you say on that stream to get it blocked?
No, it's just the copyright stuff because it's like a live commentary, you know. So I obscured the screen, edited a bunch, but I had to just darken it up a bit. Sometimes you just got to darken it up.
You weren't banging one off to Ray Don Chong on the stream.
No,
it was all legit. Okay, good.
I love Silver Bullet though. I think that's probably like my third or fourth favorite werewolf movie of all time.
Actually, but it's my second favorite, I think, after American Werewolf in London.
For me, I think it's American Werewolf in London top, obviously. Then Howling, I think number 2, even though those are technically shapeshifters and not werewolves. But I love Bad Moon, which me and Uninspired watched for my birthday this year, and god damn it, that was a great. That's probably like 3 and like Silver Bullet and Bad Moon, like flip flop between 3 and 4.
I don't think I've seen Bad Moon.
Bad Moon was great. If you watch our commentary, that was one of those movies that's like allowed on YouTube for some reason. So put the whole thing pretty much unedited, just me and Uninspired like bullshitting over
I'll
the
write
whole
it
movie.
down.
It's funny. Yeah. Good watch. Great werewolf movie, but also fun, an actual good movie about a dog, a little boy from Dennis the Menace and his dog versus their uncle werewolf. And also like Silver Bullet, except this time the uncle is the werewolf. So very cool. And Gary Busey, he loves them buttered sausages. Yeah, Lance is on. That's what I was saying, Dark Hour. I was like, dude, you're a fucking celebrity on this channel. No offense, Jay. No offense, Chris.
No, he's worked in the industry.
Celebrity. I wasn't aware I was afforded such a.
No, I mean your YouTube channel, not even your work. I mean, it's just like love the Outcast Creative and all that stuff.
Oh hell, I know I'm not a celebrity. I show up, and people are like, "Who's this guy? What channel's he from?" Okay,
you don't need to be a celebrity. You rule several planets and you control death rays and so.
It's true, and I also have a button on my panel that says "Hot Hail."
Yeah, his Hot Hail is
have like fascist status, which is a sort of better skill, I think.
Yeah. Lance, you should also check out me on Blue Collar's channel. Me and Blue Collar and Lord of Toxicity watched The Thing. Luke was on that one too, right? No, he weren't.
I'm trying to work out.
I was on the later ones though.
Hey, Northern Bastard, man, nice to meet you.
I know. Hey, good to talk.
You guys are like neighbors. Were you guys, Luke? You didn't go to the English Critical Drinker meetup, did you?
No, sadly no.
No, yeah, I was there managing the queue, which was a really fun.
You were like moderating IRL.
I was moderating in person. I mean, he got overwhelmed, so he asked me to listen. Will you help me out here? I'm getting a bit, and I was like, yeah, no problem. So when we'd gone out drinking beforehand, so before we got to the main bar already, because we knew once we got there it was going to be mental, because there were already people outside 3-4 hours before the event. So, it was a really good night though. Most people were really lovely.
No, the problem is most werewolf movies are shit. The thing is about werewolf movies is they have to be special effects driven. That's why there's so many more vampire movies, and like you can only count the good werewolf movies on like one or two hands.
Yeah, they're thin.
I don't think you can ever top the transformation in American Werewolf in London. It's just
nope.
It's the fact that it goes on for quite a while and he's screaming in pain. It's really disturbing to watch.
Oh, that's my favorite is when it starts. Like you just feel like you're sitting there and you feel all of a sudden like you're on fire. Yeah. Like you're on fire. Like
it just says, "Oh shit, Jack! I'm sorry, I called you meatloaf."
Yeah. No, I heard like when his face comes out, like the audience like gave it a standing ovation, like right then and there. They created the award for best makeup because of that movie and the Oscars.
The Howling has a hell of a transformation as well.
Yeah. The Howling doesn't make any sense though, because D. Wallace is just sitting there the whole time.
D. Wallace turning into a fucking Furby doesn't count. No, it's the guy that's bright boy.
I'm talking about the guy changes into a werewolf in front of her, and she just kind of sits there and just kind of watches it. Like I understand she's frozen in terror, but like, I mean, it's
the guy that he changes in front of. The one where he has the recording, the voice message
real quick
from the, and he's like, "Come on, bright boy, and he shoot me," and then he starts changing.
That is good. He gets shot in the neck. He gets shot in the neck. Yeah. The second time he changes, I see what you're saying. The first time he changes, it's so slow and his skin's all bubbling.
He's the emergency hologram medic from Voyager, right?
Get toxic to watch Our Friends in the North. Get toxic to watch Our Friends in the North.
Yeah, me and Dark Owl, we watched the whole show together, and that's like 11 hours, and he really liked it because I wanted to get a point of view of someone who knew nothing about.
Dark Owl meant he understands Northern English Bastard like verbally. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. I thought you meant he understood him like on a spiritual level. Like I understand him now.
It's really good.
You can understand him if you watch I Married an Axe Murderer. It's fine.
Yeah. I love that.
My favorite scene in American Werewolf in London is actually the nightmare sequence with the Nazi
with the Nazi
coming with the MAX-10s and like massacre the family. I was watching it around my friend's house and like that scene comes out of nowhere and I was like, what the.
Well, it's a double. That's a double dream.
Double jump scare.
Yeah,
because he wakes up and then he's in the hospital. It's like, oh, this is fine. And they show up again, and
it comes out of nowhere.
Like, I think the first time you watch it, it's pretty like crazy. But like, I think the more you watch that movie, the more like that is like the scariest part of the movie. It's so horrifying because that's like something that happens. You like, your whole family gets murdered in front of you. That happens in the world. Like
I will tell you something that will probably ruin the film. All the fucking scenes in Yorkshire are not even in fucking Yorkshire. They're in Wales. The pub's not even in Yorkshire either. It's in fucking Surrey, which is just outside London. And I was like, you liars, you fucking liars, you lied to me, movie.
Well, it's a lot easier to film when you only have to commute about 15 minutes versus a couple hours.
Yeah.
But that pub with the slaughtered lamb is actually called the Black Swan, and it's still there, but it's called the Black Swan, and it's been done up as well, sadly.
Yeah, definitely not on the moors.
I think I have seen The Cursed, Melvin. It's good.
I mean, Dog Soldiers is a pretty damn good
that's a
movie as well.
Yeah.
And they keep it minimum as well. They don't fully show off the special effects. They keep it in the shadow.
Right. Again, it's being smart with the budget, right? Smart with the effects.
Never show your monster in a monster film. The less you show of a monster in your movie, the better,
Yep. And let the audience's imagination fill in the blanks.
Yeah. The
original. And I don't like the characters as well because
the original Godzilla, you don't see the actual Godzilla monster until
I'm excited about the new one. I'm fucking so on.
One looks like
that might be my hero of the year.
I'm really not excited.
Now why?
Yeah, get Evil Dead with the unseen demon.
I love Shin Godzilla so much. So like that's kind of why I'm excited about -1 because it looks kind of like in the same vein, but like almost like
it looks tremendous.
I don't know if it's a direct remake, but I heard it's not.
It would be better if Emperor Goodwin got in an actual Godzilla costume and destroyed a miniature town, and we filmed it. Okay. I think that would make for.
I mean, that's the way that all Godzilla movies should go. Yeah,
I
agree.
I like Shin Godzilla so much because it didn't look computer animated, kind of like how this one does. This one looks computer animated, which I understand. But
you say shit Godzilla or Shin Godzilla?
Shin Godzilla, yeah. Shin Godzilla. I didn't realize like that was all computer. I thought it was a guy in a suit again, and they were just like doing it. They just made it look like a guy in a suit.
Again, the monster is used very sparingly. What Shin Godzilla really is an indictment of bureaucracy.
Yeah, I love it. I like that the fact that there's no real main character. How it's like a group of people, like they spill it out. Like, hey, nobody has any rank over anybody. We're all just trying to solve the problem. Whoever comes up with the best idea wins.
Which year did that version come out?
That was the 2018, I think, or after
Legendary. Is that like an Asian cinema?
That was
version?
The Japanese one that came out after the American one. Yeah, they were like their response. And I gotta say, like, I had a flip flop between the American Legendary Godzilla and Shin Godzilla because, like, at first when I first saw the first still of Legendary Godzilla, I was like, this looks badass. I can't wait. And then the first trailer leaked. It looked awesome. And I watched it, and obviously we got what's the word? We got kind of faked out with Bryan Cranston. He wasn't actually in the movie, and the movie was okay. It was monsters versus Godzilla as opposed to Godzilla versus the military, which I've always liked more. And it was one of those things where, like, the design of Godzilla, Legendary Godzilla, I liked a lot, but when I watched the movie, the more I look at it, his bare face, I'm like liking it less the more I look at it. Whereas Shin Godzilla, I fucking hated it the first time I saw it. I was like, ew, I don't like that. And the more I watch it, the more I love it. Like his lifeless, like eyes, they're like goldfish eyes.
Well, not only that, but like that slimy embryo thing twitching and throwing itself up the river canal is amazing.
All the blood and shit. It's very graphic. Yeah, it's like they kind of remade Godzilla like from scratch, modern day. Like Godzilla,
but not in the shit 1998 when they remade.
He looks like Godzilla.
Oh boy,
but it looks like he's like black and he's got all these like red like radiation burns. Like he's like black and red, and he's got, like I said, his eyes. They're so lifeless and freaky, and that's why he's got this big smile, like his emotionalist like face, no lips. This big his teeth look like little needles like sticking out in random directions. He looks like a mistake.
I think the design on -1 is A+.
I love.
It looks big. It looks scary. It looks amazing.
Well, like I said in my I said on Twitter, I was like, cat face Godzilla. He's back. I love cat face Godzilla. He's got to look like a cat. Like he's got.
They nailed the proportions of the head to the body and the arms and everything.
Here, I got it. I got the picture right here.
Oh my god, it's so tasty.
This is what I'm talking about.
I'll give him credit.
Yeah, I was just getting hold of one of the to show you actually.
He's got his little ears.
Stupensu, this film's had 2 sequels already. Did you know that?
Nice. No, I didn't.
So it had one that came out in 2022, Ultraman, and there's one in 2023.
Oh right, so
yeah, there's a series of Shin movies.
The Shin movies, the Shins are like the
Shin.
Yeah. So I guess Shin Godzilla was originally called Godzilla Resurgence, but they're calling it Shin Godzilla because it's made by a guy whose name it has something Shin in it or whatever. I think it has something to do with whoever who
Japanese, but
who makes them.
All I know is that Inframan greater than Ultraman.
Yes, correct.
Because Princess Dragon Mom Lady always best.
People have always been waiting for the Godzilla Ultraman team up, and that's still yet to happen.
That's a tough sell in this current age. That's a tough sell.
I like this. I like cat face Godzilla more than bear face Godzilla. I don't know.
Both.
I like them both too, but I mean, they have their place. First, second, third. I'm just always gonna love. I mean, when you look at the early Godzillas from the early movies, like he looked like kind of like a weird frog.
They're awkward.
I don't like those that much either. It's like around the 70s and 80s where he gets that distinct cat face with he even has little pointy ears that you can kind of see.
Yeah, but by then they're already into comedy and in a kids' audience.
Well, Godzilla 1985, that was like back to the seriousness, back to the scariness, but he still had his little cat ears, which I've always loved, his little cat nose. It's a weird design, but I love it. I don't know. I'm just like, call me sentimental. Godzilla's always been my boy. It's like Superman and Godzilla, like the dichotomy of those two characters. Like that's like
I knew there was a reason I liked you, Stoops.
Oh, thanks.
And obviously you're a big fan of Godzuki as well, right?
Well, is it everyone?
I mean, I don't mind him. I mean, like I said, I'm a huge Godzilla fan, but obviously,
fuck you and your Scrappy Doo simping. Stop it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah,
smoke
Scrappy
bubbles,
Doo's a
baby.
good call.
70s, man. Everyone was smoking.
I got you a shot of the model that you can buy from Japan for this version of Godzilla.
That's, Shin Godzilla, yeah.
That's a groovy $800 to purchase.
Dude, so you haven't seen Shin Godzilla, then, have you, Lance? If you had,
no, I'm gonna watch it though. I will have seen it by the next time we speak. Trust me.
It's super good because, like what we were talking about, it's all like a metaphor for bureaucracy and how
I
to solve
love the
problems.
description of this model. Ultra intense granulation series Shin Godzilla 300mm Japan.
One thing I love about the Shin Godzilla design, and this is like this is the teenage Godzilla, because like he comes back, like he has like 3 metamorphosis states, and this is like I think the second stage. But like when he becomes full-blown Godzilla, and just like this Godzilla, like his tail is so long and it's like moving around constantly, like it's its own thing.
Yeah,
and also the idea is a creature this big, in order for him to literally support his own weight, the idea that his body would work like a tripod with the tail and the 2 gigantic legs. That's why he has to have these huge, fat thunder thighs, because they support his massive weight. A creature this big would not physically be able to stand up, theoretically.
Yeah, maybe not, by the rules.
Conservative estimate, 200,000 tons. 200,000.
I think you need a much higher oxygen environment for that thing.
Yeah, he would need like multiple hearts or a gigantic heart to just pump the.
Well, I mean that's true for a lot of dinosaurs. So a lot of the big sauropods, they had both multiple hearts and multiple brains. They had a second brain that actually coordinated the tail.
This isn't spoilers, Lance, but like there were deleted scenes in the Shin Godzilla where like, because they get into like what Godzilla is and how he works, and his whole thing is like mutation. There was a deleted scene that like,
why does he have Venom's face?
He would get attacked, right? And his blood would like fall on the ground, and like a few hours later, like eyeballs and shit would be coming out of him, like something is growing, like another creature.
Like the thing.
Yeah. That's a bit like that movie, the found footage movie where things are falling off the creature as it's rampaging.
Oh, Cloverfield.
Yeah,
Cloverfield had he had giant like sea lice on him that would like their own problem. Yeah.
I really like that movie. I thought it was pretty good film. What was great about Shin Godzilla, though?
Bastard's got to go.
I know. So I'll see you a lot later, and nice to talk to you, Lance.
Yeah, Northern, we'll definitely do that Mr. In Between. We'll do that Mr. In Between stream. That's such a good show, man. Such a good show. Yeah,
I need to watch that with Mother.
So I'll contact you about that.
I think me and Mom are gonna watch Mr. In Between next, because that's right up her alley, because she loves that kind of action.
Is that someone that can neither accentuate the positive nor eliminate the negative?
Jesus, deep cut.
No, I was on Lance's stream last a week or two ago. What was that? A week ago, and like it was great because I was the only American.
You were
the youngest guy. I was the only one dressed up on Halloween. And I was way over caffeinated because I had like just woken up and had like 2 cups of coffee.
That's what he said. That's what he said it was. I mean, we're not sure.
Yeah. No, so again, if you don't know who the mark is at the table, you're the mark.
Yeah. But I'll tell you right now, Lance, I don't want to spoil too much more about Shin Godzilla, but I will say once he busts out the atomic breath, like everyone's like, "Holy fuck, this movie's insane."
Well, that's the thing. You can excuse the like biology, physics, reality, or whatever, because he's living off of radioactivity and energy. And, he's just absorbing it to become stronger.
That's something I've always liked.
So it's French.
You don't see it enough in the movies where it's like Godzilla attacks, right? But then when he leaves, there's still like radiation. You can't even go to
like the original.
Area he went. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's ruined.
Yeah, and there's a great metaphor in the original movie which is that much like radiation that killed the boat full of fishermen and whatever at Bikini Atoll, that once you see Godzilla, you're marked.
Yeah,
and you will be chased down, and you will come to an unpleasant end, no matter what happens to you. And if you
Man,
follow
it's
the
almost
character
like Godzilla is some sort of metaphor for a thing that happened in Japan,
which is fantastic writing for
So
like
this
a
new one, like, yeah, this-
post-censorship 1950s Japan. It's
it
that
might
is
have
stunning.
something more with the 1940s Japan.
Yeah,
where they
But
had
the-
a more direct experience with radiation and things that caused devastation to their cities.
Have any of
They
you
were
guys
under- they were-
watched the Netflix show about the Fukushima, the
Yeah,
drama,
yeah,
the
the
6-part
people that were
drama?
trying to save it. Yeah,
It's a really, really, really good TV show. I mean, the
Yeah.
scenes are so well done. The the flood and all of that stuff is. I don't know how the actors managed to do some of the stuff in the show, but I highly recommend it. if
yeah,
you
it's
wanna-
definitely better than that dog shit 3 Mile Island one that they did.
Well, if as far as YouTube goes, Chris Broad abroad in Japan did a very, very good Fukushima episode.
Abroad in Japan.
Yeah, abroad in Japan, Chris Broad, he's super huge. He's like the original Japanese YouTuber or Western guy in Japan YouTuber.
Right.
Dude, you've seen those videos of those fucking nuclear power reactors turning on?
Right now, Vex Electronica has put up a video that's been completely distracting me while you've been talking.
Oh, what video?
Look on her Twitter feed and you'll see exactly what I mean. It went up a few minutes ago.
Is it titties or something? That'd be cool.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, is it her and Mrs. Cannoli on a previous?
No, it's not the Mrs. Cannoli Vex shower
Ice
chemistry.
is showing her pussy out.
Yeah, it's like in a
I
year.
tried to show you
Little
out, but I don't
Ice
think I could.
Be asking why she can't find a good man. Yeah, it's all the phones, That's what we're doing now in concerts.
I've only just heard about Ice Spice. It's funny, these celebrities, it's like you hear about them once or twice, and then you realize, like, oh, they're everywhere. And it's like they've been everywhere, and you just never realized it. It's like, oh, Jesus.
I'm good
It's
with
like,
that.
it's kind of like Indian Donald Trump. Like, this guy's been a thing for a while. I didn't know this.
Like, what the fuck? What the?
Okay.
Is that Guy Fieri?
No, it's some Indian.
No,
market
there's no
guy.
Camaro. He doesn't have a 68 Camaro convertible, so it's not Guy Fieri.
He's just doing his Donald Trump thing. Hey, get my frozen pops, my frozen popsicles. Hell yeah, dye his hair. He's albino, I think. But yeah, cool. Apparently, he's a big deal. Anyway,
are you going to talk about Robocop eventually, or?
Yeah, that goes well. With
Oh,
my
we were
t-shirt
talking about
says, "I'm
Robocop.
digging
Yeah, for a while we
Japan."
can talk more about Robocop. I love Robocop.
I thought you never got onto it. You just
No. We
constantly-
talked about it briefly. Let's talk about Robocop more. Just talk about Robocop in general. It's my favorite fucking movie of all time. It's literally a perfect film from beginning to end. It's why my avatar is Robocop. I mean, look. I mean, shit.
Is Blue Collar like an AI program that's sort of on repeat?
Yeah. Yeah,
I
he
thought
basically.
so. Okay.
No.
No, we've altered his programming. He hasn't tipped a bottle in a while, so
That's
he's
true.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
More funny rooster.
But
Yep,
apparently
there
this game.
Nice.
Apparently this game's fun. I think I'm gonna watch walk through on
you can watch
YouTube.
mine.
I caught 20 minutes of Mauler playing it from the start, and I have to say it looks really impressive. Blue Collar, do you recommend?
Yeah, like I said, I recommend it as a RoboCop fan. As a gamer, I paid $60 for it, and $60 for what it is a pretty high bar. If this game was $30, it'd be fucking perfect. But
Alien Isolation was kind of.
It's like
great
like,
game.
remember, like Resident Evil Nemesis came out. Nemesis was a shitty remake because most people were beating this game in 90 minutes. Like I had a friend who beat the game in an hour and a half. He's like, dude, man, Resident Evil 4 is worth full price because that's a full 30-40 hour game depending.
I assume beating the game in an hour and a half is like no side missions, just doing nothing but straight main missions.
I mean, no, like even Drinker played Nemesis, and Drinker was bitching about that. Like this game is for him a 2-hour game. Like you're dropping $60 for a 2-hour game. That's bad because they gutted so much in Nemesis into that remake, and But with RoboCop, if you like RoboCop 1 and 2, this is a must play.
Cool. And if you like RoboCop 3, whoever the hell you are, you'll probably like this game.
Get the
also.
fuck off this stream.
I did read an article saying Peter Weller did want to come back, but the studio wouldn't wait for him to finish a movie.
Yeah, because he's a director now, predominantly. I'm trying to get him on my channel actually.
Really?
So he's so badass.
He's a really nice person, apparently. So.
Did you watch the RoboDoc documentary?
If it's the one that came out with the new anniversary Blu-ray, then yes. But
the one that just came out, it's got like 3 parts. It's like 4 hours long.
Oh, maybe not.
It came out, I think, this year.
No, I think the one I've got's a few years old.
Right. This one is awesome. I've seen the one you're talking about. But this one was like got all the crew involved except for Miguel Ferrer, obviously, who passed. But it was so amazing. Lord of Toxicity's here.
Hello. One thing, Lance. Peter Weller's voice acting, fucking top notch. He encompasses. Like if anybody's gonna voice RoboCop, and he sounds exactly the same as 30 years ago, hasn't missed a beat.
It's like, who else would you have cast as him? Nobody. It's like he's perfect.
I took 20 people to the opening night of RoboCop in London at the Marble Arch, Odeon Marble Arch. It's a big, huge 70mm screen, seats about 1,200 people, and it was sold out. So you can imagine the atmosphere watching that film with that many people, big group of friends.
Fuck yeah.
It was for my birthday, and what an amazing night. And afterwards, of course, everybody was like, Lance, that was such a good film. And then I took him to see Die Hard the following year, so I was on a roll.
Nice.
Yeah,
well, it's funny because RoboCop, it's like one of those movies I watched when I don't even remember the first time I watched RoboCop. I was that young. It's one of those movies that I've always had, just like how you always had Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers, how I always had Bugs Bunny. I always had RoboCop. Like he was always there.
I had a huge poster in my room in '87, with just RoboCop standing there with a bunch of like the blown up gas station behind him, and it says, part man, part machine, all cop.
Yeah, that poster's so great because it's so simple too. Go ahead.
The British quad is him stepping out of the car.
Right.
And it's got the same log line as Toxicity said. And I had that quad for a really long time. It's worth about £400 now.
Wow.
Damn it!
No! And I sold it to somebody for a lot less than that.
Lance, I was listening to you guys at work. That's it. That's part of it anyway. There was
that's
one I had.
The British one is a land, because our poster's a landscape. We have quads, and you have yours are different.
Ours are paper sizes over there.
Lance, I was listening to you guys in the while I was at work, and listen, I got to get in on that Mr. In Between. 2 reasons.
Oh, mate, that's such a good show. It's like
I love that show.
It's one of the best shows on TV.
That guy is basically an Australian version of me. Okay, and number 2, you're gonna need me, because if you're gonna do it with Luke with Northern English Bastard, you're not gonna be able to understand anything he fucking says. So you're gonna need me on there regardless.
You're wrong, mate, because I can do all kinds of accents, me, and I know exactly what he's saying at all times.
All right.
How's it going? So I'll be all right. But you're welcome. You're welcome to come on, man. Absolutely.
Oh,
I want fans of the show.
So well done. Oh my god, it's so good. I binged it in like 48 hours.
Yeah, I did the same in about a week with my ex-wife. Actually, we were both big fans of the show, and it was really, really good. Do you know that it started off as a 20-minute 20-minute short film, basically, and then they did a longer version, and then it got commissioned. And
good call.
Yeah, fantastic show. Recommend it to everybody.
Gecko,
hey,
what's up?
Gecko.
Glad you have you, buddy.
It's that sucks with game market is you never know. They don't tell you initially how sales are going, but at least right now, 2 days ago, that RoboCop has record-breaking pre-sales. So I hope that this does well, because even Mahler said this, that if these guys can keep making this stuff, like imagine having Carl Urban make a fucking Dread game like this.
Oh my god,
there's so much potential.
Movies are on a halt right now, and I don't think after the Screen Actors Guild finally whatever deal they figure out, I don't think it's going to make things better.
And not to mention, because as I said this, Lance didn't hear this, but this game felt like people that created this game were massive fans of the movies, and this was made with so much love that if this does well, we could get a RoboCop 2 that has a better budget, that has better facial animations, that has better gameplay. It is a very basic game and not the best looking game, but it's made with so much heart. You're like, fuck it, I'll forgive the flaws because it's the storyline, the voice acting, the comedy. It's perfect.
Well, like I said, Alien Isolation, just like that. It's like,
no, I think if you want the better Alien game, go
great.
play the Volition Alien versus Predator from like 1999 or 2000.
I remember that
shit. that is absolutely. They loved those movies. They went back because they couldn't get the actual sounds from the movies, so they went back and listened to them and recreated everything to make it match. And the you look at it and it's like the graphics, right? They're of the era, but the tension, the I'm going to shit myself and might need to change my underwear. That's all there. And hasn't been there with a lot of the sequels that people have put together.
Was that the game that was made for that console that
no, it was PC. It was PC.
Oh, was
based.
it a PC game?
Yeah,
Okay,
Volition of the guys who did Descent and then Descent Free Space. Then they did Alien versus Predator. I think it was 2 because there was an earlier AVP that was on console. It was for the Jaguar.
That's the game. That was the only good game for the Jaguar. That was
right. That was the first AVP.
It.
AVP 2 is done by Volition. That it was PC based and it was like 99 or 2000, and that game is a banger.
Right. Changing the topic slightly, but as I've got a load of gamers on here, let me run this idea by you, right? Because I can't believe that no gaming company has done this. So I'm assuming most people here have played Fallout Las Vegas, right?
Yeah.
Which is a big open world, free roaming game. You go off and do your little missions, all that kind of thing, and one thing affects another. Why haven't they done a free roaming World War II game, set it in like the Battle of Normandy or the Battle of Stalingrad or wherever, and you have lots of different insertion points. The different missions you do affect the main history timeline, and then you can meet real historical characters in different places, and they could create the whole map for real. I'm telling you now, that would be a massive seller, man.
You mean like trying to do like a game version of Inglourious Bastards where you can affect
Saving Private Ryan.
Saving Private Ryan is original Call of Duty and Medal of Honor.
But it's still very linear.
Medal of Honor, yeah.
I'm not talking about a linear Medal of Honor or Call of Duty. I'm talking about a free roaming World War II game where the landscape and the map is exactly as it was, with all the real battles going on in real time, except you're the stone in the pond that makes the ripples that can change things.
So that again is more of an Inglourious Bastards, where it's I could actually affect the outcome. I'm not just swept up within the history and the history.
Yeah, no. You could, you could do something that.
But I could actually affect. I could assassinate history if Hitler if I actually play it out.
I used to play. In high school, I used to play a board game.
Axis and Allies.
It was like a Dungeons and Dragons type game for Civil War, and you could actually change the outcome of the war and stuff like that.
Are you talking about American Civil War?
Yes.
Which board game was that?
I don't remember. Give me a chance. I'll hit up some of my friends that used to play with me, and I'll ask them what it was. But you could actually play as the North or the South, and conceivably the South could actually win. And I don't mean like
my camera on. There's all my board games behind me there. Look. See all those?
Okay.
Yeah. Most of these are historical.
Lance, you ever heard of a game called Puerto Rico?
Yeah.
Dude, that game fucking rules, bro.
That's a Euro game. I don't have it, but I've heard it's really good.
So my buddy Tony, it was one of those times where it was like, come over to my friend's house. Hey, for my birthday, I want to hang out. And so me and one other dude showed up. And it was Blaine's birthday, I think. And we go to my buddy Tony and his wife's there, and I think one other dude. And I think we're just like one other dude left, and eventually it's just the four of us. And Tony was like, well, we could play this game Puerto Rico that I have, because Tony's like you. He's got a bunch of board games. He likes all these board games. He's like, I really like this game Puerto Rico, but it takes like a few hours to beat. And you can't just like leave in the middle. It's one of these games you got to be invested in, and you got to do it.
Oh, that's easy money. We used to play diplomacy in the dorms.
Took like 3 or 4 hours, I think, around, which is like, standard. We played the game. It took like 3 hours, and it was like, that was fun. It was like, can we play that again? And we played it again for another 3 hours or 4 hours. And it was like, dude, it was good.
Man,
so
you
highly
need to sit
recommend
down with some real people and play Diplomacy, where it takes an entire weekend of just constant going.
So it was kind of, it was like, because I
I've
played
got
Risk
that game.
before. We used to play Risk at my old job at the Orlando Center. and
Risk
they would
is
last,
easy money.
They would last for
Diplomacy
months.
is it will kick your ass. Yeah.
Oh,
I played with Risk players. Oh, I am good at Risk. Are you? Well, welcome to Diplomacy, where there are no dice rolls. Cool. It is purely let's work. I need to talk to you, brother. Okay, what's up? This, that, whatever. It is purely factional based, and if you have overwhelming force, you win.
That's how real Monopoly is
to each
played.
other.
Yeah, Puerto Rico was kind of like a fast-paced Risk game that is kind of like Risk, but with like economics based, and it's like agriculture. Like you got to harvest crops and make things and trade the things, and it's fun. It's a real good, real fun game. I know it doesn't sound very fun when I'm describing it like that, but board game players know that all that shit's irrelevant.
I was just trying to find something for you guys so you could have a quick look at this. Stick my camera big for a sec.
Sure, no problem.
To make it big.
Yeah, arouse
Jesus
me.
Christ. Did we ever get to
accidentally remove myself?
Did we ever get to scavenger?
Touched on it.
That's all.
Nice. That's the vinyl soundtrack. Robocop.
Wow.
I was gonna look for it. I got it out of reach, but I have a Nintendo copy over here, like behind me somewhere.
I've also got this one as well.
Oh, there too.
Yeah, they never released the Predator soundtrack on vinyl for the first film because there wasn't enough music in it.
Yeah,
they did do a full album for Predator 2. I've got Aliens vinyl soundtrack as well. James Horner.
Dude, that soundtrack rocks. We were talking about that on Blue Collar Stream, how like James Horner did the whole soundtrack without seeing hardly any footage, finalized footage.
Do you know what's really annoying about that record, right? Is the one track that's not on the original vinyl release is the whole drum beat sequence
trailer
when they're loading up onto the No, that bit's on it. That's
okay,
on it.
good.
No, the bit where they're getting ready to do the drop. And you've got that drum beat that gradually gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it goes into no music, and then the different track.
Damn, bummer.
Yeah, that loading up sequence track is not on that album.
Sexy
vinyl. Wes, to answer your question, we did touch on Scavenger's Reign, but I do want to talk about it more next week when the show's over. But what did you think? I mean, you hated it.
I hated it, and I'm starting to hate you. I'm not gonna lie.
Welcome to my world. Won't you come on in?
You knew my feelings on the Avatar IP, and this is basically a.
I was hoping you'd check out When Evil Lurks. That's kind of what I was thinking would be more up your alley.
Well, you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. One, I don't have Amazon anymore, so I would have had to buy it or rent it.
No.
And then number two, I was still fucking pissed at you for making me waste 2 hours of my life watching.
Dude, I watched 2 seasons of Yellow Jackets for you,
and that's a good show.
God, that's
Yellow Jackets.
That's a hard pass.
Ever.
That's a hard pass.
And he's like, and I have no judgment
you
on
like
him.
That show.
I thought it was okay.
You knew that I hated Avatar and this
I know.
fucking cartoon.
Well, I said earlier.
Avatar
knockoff.
Yeah,
I did say earlier when you said this show's trash. I thought you were talking about When Evil Lurks, and I was like, ooh, that doesn't sound like you'd say that. And you were like, I'm talking about Scavenger's Reign. I didn't like it. I watched 2 episodes of it. I'm like, okay, that sounds more on character with you. So, I mean, no hard feelings. I don't.
But also, payback's
not surprised. But no, Scavenger's Reign. It's like, like I was saying earlier, it's like Scavenger's Reign is interesting because I think like woke blue hairs would watch Scavenger's Reign and also love it.
So you mean like Lord of Toxicity? I mean, nobody says woke blue hair like Lord of Toxicity.
He has a whole Facebook crowd of like hundreds of people that call him a woke leftist, radical, Marxist.
Thousands of people.
Pretty impressive.
You're welcome.
It's a long story.
Let me find. Hey, plot twist. I find out that it's actually been Chris in 75.
Me and Luke are all like moderators of the page.
Yeah, you guys have all created. You're like, hey, did you hear Wes is fucking the new Disney? Oh, he's like such a huge fan. We hang out at his house and he makes us watch the new woke Disney stuff. But he makes us eat kale.
I don't really care about...
Dick, you knew that I hated Avatar in advance to doing this. I warned you that Yellow Jackets was not it was not completed. And I know you don't like watching shows unless they're completed, which by the way, segue
the point
back.
is, like, that was 20 hours. I mean, you watched 1 hour of TV.
It was not, and it was a good show. And you have me watching this black lesbian and her goo-covered droid, farming through a bunch of shit. This guy climbing through some kind of walrus beast and ripping his insides out so he can make a fucking flux capacitor.
Spoilers, guys. Spoilers.
What a
who doesn't do that?
It's just an animated show. It's weird. If you like character design and like creature concepts, if you're like an illustrator like me and you're into cool, like, drawing weird aliens and shit, dude, you're gonna love it.
Oh well, that's totally me then.
No, I know. You would like.
It's not like you couldn't just buy back issues of Heavy Metal and get your fix.
Blue Collar. Did you like When Evil Lurks? I didn't even ask you that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had so much we're talking about.
Did you like Talk to Me? It's like, is it as good? Not nearly as
good.
I
like Talk to Me. I did like Talk to Me.
Yeah, no, it's like
way more violent than Talk to Me.
Definitely, yeah.
Way more not for kids. Like, it was pretty graphic, but I liked it.
Talk
I
to
like
Me
both.
was pretty tame as far as that goes. I mean, except for that kid mutilating himself. It's pretty tame, to be honest with you.
Yeah. But I'm excited for Talk to Me, the sequel and prequel potential for Talk to Me. It's like limitless. It's like the next Final Destination. Next Final Destination. We'll see a bunch of them.
Are we still on Yellow Jackets? I'm lost.
No. Well, we can talk. Yeah, Yellow Jackets. The point is, like, if I can watch 2 seasons of Yellow Jackets for Wes, I'm sure he can watch.
Okay, but I did. Okay, that's fine. I will accept that. I didn't know it was a.
Well, the show ends next week, I think. So maybe next week we'll talk about Scavenger's Reign and the killer.
Fucking Enzo turning into fucking Lecter over. He's like,
I mean, that makes.
Tell me something, Lord Toxic.
Yeah.
If I allow myself to watch 2 seasons,
can I eat your liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti?
2 seasons of lesbians lost in the wilderness. Will you watch 1 season of a bunch of woke cartoon pseudo Avatar bullshit?
Yeah.
Is that acceptable?
Yes. It's the same thing. It's like proud black lesbian women running around a alien world, figuring out how to get rescued.
I just don't see. The last really good anime stuff I saw was Love, Death, and Robots.
We talked about this at length on the Avatar stream. Like, you're just not into the out of the realms of possibility stuff. You're not into the.
That's not true.
What's the word I'm talking? I'm looking up.
Gay is the word you're looking for.
Yeah,
gay movies. Yeah.
Super gay. No, I don't know. I don't know what it is that turns me off about that. I guess the whole thing of let's take this alien moose apart and use his insides as a flux capacitor. I guess I just don't buy that.
You'll love Ahsoka. You just hop into a space whale and then you go fucking hyperspace. Blue Collar can tell you all about that shit.
Toxic, you like the Shield, right?
I love the Shield.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because I asked that because I'm going to do a mega deep dive on that show.
Are you
really?
Really?
I'm going to do it episode by episode.
On there, dude. He loves this shit.
Oh my God, Lance, I'll watch that.
Yeah, that's when I was in Iraq, my African guards called me Vic Mackey because they had gotten a hold of the bootleg Haji DVDs of all 6 seasons of the Shield, and they were like, "Mr. Kelly, you are the real Vic Mackey. You should shave your head." I was like, "Well, it's going on its own. I don't.
I won't spoil it for everybody, but like, did you enjoy the ending? That's all I'm gonna ask. Like,
I did.
Shield?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was the perfect ending.
Okay.
It was the perfect ending. Yeah. Because they managed to figure out a way to cage Vic Mackey, so to speak.
Okay. No, because
it was also there was a bit about it that was ambiguous as well. Yeah. So
I agree.
What's he gonna do now?
Yeah. What is he gonna go rogue, or is he gonna stay in his like? What was it? He went to ICE, right? Dudes go to immigration, custom enforcement. Yeah.
I wrote to Michael Chiklis and also the creator of the Shield, Sean Ryan, recently, and both of them replied to me with like really long messages.
Really?
Really nice.
I can't recommend anyone more than Lord Toxic on that stream with Michael Chiklis.
That's how I found out that military policemen were mostly racist, was because that show was so popular, and then Sean Ryan also did The Unit.
Just a second. CLS. No, not Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
No, we're not talking about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., man.
Yeah.
It's a superhero
Shield.
The Shield.
That was on the FX, right?
I only came on Stupenzo's channel on the condition that no superhero content is discussed while I'm here. So
no worries. Dude, I've been talking about all day how like I don't give a fuck about Star Wars or Marvel or any of this shit anymore. I'm like, whatever.
Fuck that shit. Fuck them. But it was originally supposed to be called Rampart, and then the actual
that's
Rampart
right.
division.
Wait, RoboCop's a superhero. Lance.
No.
RoboCop's totally a superhero. But anyway,
Marvel and DC. I'm talking about.
Just quick anecdote. The way I found out in my unit, I was like, hey, if you guys are really digging the Shield, there's this Special Forces show called The Unit, and it's written by the same guy. It's basically the Shield in the Army. And a couple of them checked it out. They were like, yeah, we didn't like it. I was like, really? It's like the same show. And they're like, yeah, we don't like it. And then I realized it's because instead of the bald white man in charge, they had the bald black man in charge. Yeah. They didn't like that.
I don't think the writing on the unit
It's Serrano from Major League. You gotta love him, right?
Dennis Haysbert, man. Listen, he was the first black president.
And with David Mamet doing the
fuck
dialogue,
you, Jobu.
Yeah, David Mamet doing the dialogue. It's a fucking amazing show if you have a chance.
Robert Patrick's in
The
that
Shield?
No,
the
Unit.
I saw the first 2 seasons of The Unit. I thought it was okay, but I didn't think it was as good as The Shield.
Yeah, the unit did not have the kind of weight that the Shield did.
No. Well, they were 2 different channels. The Unit was CBS.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's only so much they could do.
Yeah, it was like NCIS, but only slightly more edgier.
I think the success of the Shield is because the characters were relatable. They felt like real people, and then you also had citizens in every episode. So there was always something that was relatable to the man on the street. The Unit is, if you've been in special forces or you've been in the military, that's a relatable show for you. But if you're the man on the street, there's not as much meat for you to take from the show. I just think the Shield was. A lot more people could relate to the stuff that happened that they were seeing. In the
Shield. I don't even know. Like, I mean, so saw guys that I know that they were like, "Fuck this shit." It's again like the TV-fied bullshit version of what actually goes on. The Unit was it was like kind of like NCIS, but a bit edgier and not that much edgier.
I will submit to you that the people that I know that are the detractors that aren't just racist people that are detractors from the Unit. Never served in any kind of special operations or special teams thing. They may have affected that they have, but a lot of
no. I actually know a guy that retired from SEAL Team 6. No, he was not a fan of that particular show because
it's an Army show.
It lacked not especially all that special operatives.
Dude, I always think about this, but I always love it. I always love it when Jay
trying to claim that they're special ops.
I always love when Jay and Wes are on the same stream because they're like 2 sides of the same coin. It's amazing.
Are we?
Yeah.
Are we?
You guys have
one of us is boom, one of us is bust. I leave it to you to decide. Even though Wes has already identified which side I'm on.
You guys are funny. Wait.
We are funny.
I love all you guys, by the way. And also, it's been great having Lance on, too. Also, I don't know, 2 and like a minute, Cannoli's.
Oh, God, we got Cannoli coming on.
Cannoli's Captain Marvel stream's about to start. So, I mean, I don't want to go too much over that. But
we got 4 hours, dude. So,
yeah.
Well, on that note, I have to take a phone call. So,
well, Adam, it's great having you, man.
Great popping in, Adam. Thank you so much, buddy.
What are you doing?
Gracefully as possible here.
What are we doing? You guys are doing some more stuff Friday. You guys have full houses, all right?
Every Friday at 6 o'clock Pacific, we do B-sides and we subject ourselves to horrible things.
Yeah, Lance, check that out, man.
And man, it's a pleasure. I met so many people here tonight, just tonight.
Right.
I've been watching.
Good night.
Lance, pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you too, man. You're welcome on my channel anytime. Just anything you see I'm streaming and you're interested, just drop me a DM on Twitter. Same goes for everybody on the stream.
That Shield
Thank you kindly,
man.
Thank you very kindly, brother. It's been a pleasure, and I will be back as often as possible. Jay, I need you to scratch my back a little later.
Oh God! I mean, are you going to actually unshackle me from the basement this time?
Look, you don't have to pop any pimples. I just need.
Oh, okay. All right.
Wow.
All right.
Well, at least that's it. Hey, Adam, thank you for joining the group. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Lord. It's yeah. What can I say? It's always a joy to meet people and to participate. So thanks. I'm gonna bow out. Have a good stream.
All right,
See
boys.
you
Later
noise,
on.
maybe.
Later,
Yeah,
Adam.
man, Adam.
Over,
Good.
guys.
Thanks for having us.
Bye.
Being on here.
It's Twitter, god damn it.
Yeah, it's Twitter, not X. Yeah, I agree.
I'm going to treat this X thing, Twitter thing, the same way I did with the Prince saying the artist formerly known as Prince, and I'm just going to call him Prince the whole time.
The platform formerly known as Twitter. There you go.
Right.
Yeah, the thing
Right.
is, so I actually had a run-in with Elon Musk in 97, 98 over X.com when it was a bank thing, when he was trying to raise money, and I was brought in by an investment fund that was interested in it, and I pointed out all the problems he has. And I note that he's actually trying to turn it back into 97, 98. He wants to actually do a bank. What the fuck?
What? Wow.
Weird. This is something we were talking about earlier with Godzilla, but I was like, have you guys ever seen a nuclear reactor turn on? It's pretty awesome. It's like,
I did wonder why this picture was still there for ages.
ooh, there's for your earphones. Anybody wearing headphones? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Dick.
The kind of shit I like to go to sleep to. No, I'm just joking.
That does remind me of
the thing is, all of that noise has nothing to do with the actual rods and everything to do with the pumps that are running.
The water. Yeah.
No, they make
Chernobyl,
no noise.
funny.
They just are what they are. It's hi, I'm going to generate heat now, and if you don't see bubbles coming out of the water, there ain't no sound being made.
You know, I was hearing about that Chernobyl show. I like that show, obviously, the miniseries. But I heard those two guys that like went into the deep water to like do the thing. I heard they lived.
They did.
I heard like a lot of this shit was like not true. I was like, what? How dangerous is nuclear power?
They did a lot. They did a lot. So like the woman that detects the radiation, all this stuff. That's an amalgamation of like 15 different scientists. The hi, I'm gonna melt. That had a lot more to do with the people that were working on the roof, and then also the guys who were tunneling underneath to try and deal with the water reservoir that they were worried about causing a steam explosion if the reactor melted all the way through and into that. The guys that actually went into the hot zone, they survived.
Sure.
Nice.
But I think all the fire crew that attended pretty much
right. All of the people that were on top trying to deal with the blown out carbon rods and all that stuff. There was a huge fatality rate on them.
Yeah, I take it you've all seen the TV show.
I was talking about the HBO Chernobyl series.
Yeah, the HBO dramas. I had quite a few friends in that, and most of them were in that scene where they all had to strip down naked, playing the guys who had to, have no clothes on to go in and
those are the miners that have to go in to try and deal with the
and
water
there
pool
was
underneath.
a lot of sort of macho posturing apparently in between takes. Was quite entertaining. So, but great show though. I
was definitely enthralled by it.
Yeah, the Fukushima one is exactly the same kind of series. It's I guess they were probably nudged to do it as a result of that show. I think.
Well, I think again, you want to put a kind of a face to the dealing with a situation where you lack complete information and you're simply trying to deal with an overwhelming situation. And of course, from a writing perspective, you're going to try and condense multiple decision makers into one or two. The people that are going in to try and deal with the problem. I mean, the robots and the robot operators that are trying to run that shit in. You're going to condense, the 18 people that were involved into one or two.
Nice.
So, who's doing Gross Point Blank tomorrow?
Blue Collar. Me and Wes and Blue Collar will be on Blue Collar's channel.
Man, that's like one of my favorite movies of all time. Man.
Stop it, Lance! I can only love you so much,
if you want to join, you're more than welcome, man.
That is an excellent movie.
What time's that on?
It's gonna be 9 p.m. Central late for Toxic's. I gotta work.
That's probably about 2 a.m. my time, so like the middle of the day for me, which is good.
Okay, good. Oh, okay. Well, then that's
2 p.m. Oh, yeah.
Well, I go to bed. I go to bed most days at 4 a.m. So
I feel you.
You're on us. You're on our limey time. No, wait.
Well,
English on our Yankee time.
That's all the fault of the actors in Los Angeles, because one of my main jobs is I'm an acting coach, and I was booking people on shows before the strike. But when they book me, they're 8 hours behind, so I'm working till 2-3 a.m. in the morning.
Gross Point Blank was requested by the fans. By
the way, I actually booked one of the lead actors on that Robin Hood show.
Sweet.
Really? Shit.
And I mean the one that
the Director X one.
Yeah.
Nice.
And she actually was one of the best actresses I'd ever worked on a scene with. She was really good, and as soon as I read the scene, I knew exactly what they wanted, and I actually thought the show was going to be pretty good from the script that I read, but that's not the one that got shot.
The problem is the director. They tend to actually influence the
they do. I've heard that's true. But she was really good, and she got the part, and she messaged me a couple of days later and said the way you told me to play the scene was exactly how they envisaged it, and they wanted to know how I knew to do that. So she was really over the moon, and it's her first big job. So I'm pleased for her. It's just a shame that the show is what it is.
No worries. Well, what else are you got working on, Lance? Because I think we're gonna wrap it up. I mean, try to go 10 minutes over. Cannoli stream is good.
What else am I doing? So well, funnily enough, I'm doing the old adventure game books.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go left, turn to page?
Choose your own adventure.
Yes.
Do you want to leap onto Toxicity's helicopter?
Turn to page 57.
52. Right.
Black Mirror movie that was like that.
I'm playing a whole load of older ones of those. I do them on my channel actually. It's very niche, but I'm enjoying doing it. It's a lot of fun. And
was Cave of Time the first Choose Your Own Adventure book?
No, it was Warlock of Firetop Mountain was the first one.
Cave of Time was like the most popular of those.
Anyway, but there's been a couple of people that have done really big books, really big gaming books. In fact, I've got one of them here. I'll stick my camera on it, and they've crowdfunded them. And,
really?
They've been really successful. And because I'm a novelist as well, I was thinking, maybe I should do one of these. This is one of the new fantasy ones that I got recently called Crown and Town. Look how many sections there are.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's much more complex than the original stuff. Anyway, I'm going to do a World War II one.
Oh, that's great.
Wow, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, because that seems like easier than making a video game,
Well, there's never been a World War II Choose Your Own Adventure book made before, and I'm going to do it exactly like the thing I described to you earlier. I'm going to enable the player to change history if they make all the right choices, and there's also going to be like a sort of historical marker that moves as you go through the book. So you're either pushing it, in favor of the outcome or against it. So you'll be changing things as you go along, and there'll be several different outcomes. There won't only be one outcome. And I'm going to have all the real figures from history of the battle in it. The first book I'm going to do is going to be on the Battle of Arnhem, which is in the film Bridge Too Far. So, so I'm working on that, and I'm going to do a whole video diary.
Your first choice would be don't put Bonnie in charge.
Nice.
Yeah, right. or drop people closer to the bridge would be a.
Well, there is that.
You don't get to decide that. You're just a private. So, so I'm going to do a whole video diary series about making that. I've started this thing on my channel called The Best of British Drama, and I'm focusing mainly on small mini series, a lot of true story stuff. So I've already reviewed the 2 different shows that were made about the Yorkshire Ripper, because The Long Shadow is the new one that just dropped, but the 2002 one, which is called This Is Personal with Alan Armstrong, is available on YouTube to watch for free. So I just did a compare and contrast with those. And and I've got a couple of other things like that coming up, and I'm doing a weekly roundup every 2 weeks. And I've just reviewed the new Taylor Sheridan show, the Lorman Bass Reeves.
Really?
How is that?
Right.
I've not heard any good things about it.
I thought it was pretty good. I mean, I like Taylor Sheridan's standard of any show he puts his hand on. You always know it's going to look good. You might not like the content or the writing, it depending on if you're interested in a show about.
Bass Reeves is such a great historical character to focus on.
Is he a real person?
Yeah,
Yeah.
He was
They
a
got
black
a
US
movie that came out
Marshal.
about him
Yeah.
recently too. The same
First
time.
ever African American deputy, and he has a really interesting story. They've got a great actor playing him.
It's one of those stories that's like, this would make a good movie.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do a deep dive on the other Taylor Sheridan show, the mayor of
Kingstown.
Is it the mayor of Easttown?
Fucking A. God damn it. I cannot love you anymore, Lance.
Yeah.
Stop it.
we like a lot of the same stuff, so you're gonna be on my channel a lot, I think. So yeah, man.
Lance, have you ever had the collab?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got toxic.
Really?
Toxic info. I got toxic info.
Wow.
Don't worry.
Wow.
Don't worry about it, Lance.
I told you that in confidence in front of the entire world.
Toxic's medical history is not, whatever he disclosed drunkenly on this channel. We can't bring it up.
I told you
for a reason.
I told you and the rest of YouTube in confidence.
I told you.
This is YouTube, so I figured it was all good.
Stream, right?
Sorry, what, Lance?
I said you did say this was the gay dating stream, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it is when Wes is on, yeah.
I mean, especially because Toxic's at the bottom, so.
Oh, am I now? Listen, hey, Chris, listen, buddy. If we were locked up together, if we were locked up together and I was a butt cowboy, I wouldn't even throw you to the posse. All right?
He all is.
You keep him all for yourself.
I do hope that Toxic and Blue Collar and I do hope that Northern English Bastard and Toxic especially hang out on Lance's channel, make more appearances on Lance's channel.
He keeps mentioning these shows, man.
I think that'd be some synergy right there.
You're always welcome. Oh, just one other thing. I've got a stunt coordinator coming on for an industry interview in a couple of weeks. He's done about 30 movies.
Yeah,
nice.
Including the new Boudica film, and that's the fourth stunt coordinator I've had on. I had on the second unit director for Napoleon as well a few months back, and he couldn't talk about Napoleon then. So I'm going to get him back on again.
Oh yeah.
Before we head out, Enzo, your predictions, Lance, is that going to be any good? Because I'm hearing.
I think Napoleon's gonna be good. Okay. Yeah.
I think we'll probably go for a few more minutes. Everyone's going to plug their stuff. What do you got coming up, Chris? We're going to watch Gross Plank on your channel tomorrow. You got an Ahsoka.
I'm going to try to get it done by Captain. I'm going to try.
You watched all of Ahsoka drunk as hell in one sitting. That's amazing.
He's going to go to sleep while editing it because he's watching Ahsoka again. Yeah.
You know what they make you do in prison? Toss the salad.
It's a toss salad, man. Oh, shit.
Syrup or peanut butter or jelly? I prefer
syrup.
Yeah.
If I'm still awake, man, I'll pop on that stream tomorrow if I can't sleep.
Hell yeah.
Chris, also tell him Banshee, buddy. Tell him Banshee.
Dude, I'm doing a Banshee stream.
God damn it, dude.
You guys.
You better stop it. We're doing Banshee. Back off.
Yeah, dude. You guys are kindred spirits.
It's creepy as hell.
I've been saying on my channel that I'm gonna do a special Banshee stream for like forever, but
dude, Toxic and Chris one-on-one have been watching the whole show. Like they went through the whole first season. They're about to start season 2.
Yeah,
it's so good. It's so good. I finished the entire show in about 5 days.
I can't blame you if I had the free time.
Yeah.
Well, we've been trying to get the drinker to watch it. So
Jay, you're on B-roll also. You got to. You don't know what's coming up next week, obviously.
Oh hell no. All I know is that there'll be a lot of pain and suffering.
Last week I managed to sit in. I was very grateful. I
was shocked, because we had Hell's a Poppin', which was like, oh my god, this is great. My internet dropped the fuck out, so I can't comment on half of this. It's problematic.
Oh yeah, but also Smilix was late. And I was like, because I was like messaging on Twitter. I was like, yo, man, anytime I said that song, like, put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today. And you're like, yeah, dude, whatever, man. As soon as we get a spot open. And I was like, all right. And then I was watching and it was like, yeah, we got a spot open. I was like, cool. And then we watched one of the coolest movies I'd never heard of.
Hell's a Poppin' is literally like live action Looney Tunes.
Which film?
Hell's a Poppin'.
Yeah, we did like a
1941.
It wasn't even a riff because we kept pausing it.
It was sit back and watch everything happen, then stop and go, wow, that was some shit right there.
Yeah, it was a wild live action Looney Tunes musical movie.
Martha Ray, man.
It's funny now that Schlocktober's done. I guess the next thing I'm doing is I am working on the Renfield video. I plan to release it before the middle of Thanksgiving, around Thanksgiving, the week before Thanksgiving. Renfield.
Hey,
also doing a hard announce on kind of in Lance's point of view, like the idea of like making you got this idea of a cool video game. That sounds difficult. So it's like make a book, choose your own adventure book. That sounds better. Like I've always thought of like cool movie ideas, and it's like making a movie is a pain in the ass. It's like, I'm just going to jump into Comicsgate and do the comic book. So I think I'm going to do the hard announce at the end of the Renfield video about the comic book that I'm working on, Drinks Your Blood, which I'm hoping to have fund my comic is still a thing next year. Hopefully by October next year, Schlocktober next year, we can have that campaign go live. And hopefully by like a year of plugging, a year of like getting some pages done.
I'll get you on my channel to do an interview about the comic right before the launch.
Sweet. That'd be great.
I'll promise you that now.
Kick it old school and do interactive fiction, man.
Yeah, I want to do
Zork style game. I mean, that's
well, the cool thing with the comic book crowdfunding, is like we don't know. I don't know what, like, the book could be a 40-page floppy. It could be like an 80-page like perfect bound hardcover. Just depends on how many backers you get. And yeah, the idea of like doing like animated stuff. I might do an animated trailer. We'll see what I can get done with this Renfield video, because I kind of like the creator video, where I kind of just like the creator video is an excuse to get my Schlocktober ad out. I want to do this Renfield video that kind of makes fun of Renfield and makes fun of these these review analysis videos in general. I want it to be kind of meta, but at the end I want to do a big old I'm making a comic book ad, so hopefully I'll get that done in the next week or two. And then start just working on the book, as well as these keep these We Watch videos cranking out every week. Me and also Lance, if you're on Discord, dude, man, get you on one of these Discord We Watch videos we do every Wednesday.
Yeah, man, if only Stu Penso would send out a link to the fucking Discord, even though he has my email, and send it to me.
I'll send that to you as well. As also, I didn't record anything in October. I didn't record a damn thing in October.
I'm not au fait with the Discord world, but I'm more than happy to come and collaborate on whenever I'm free. So
and Jay and Adam, you guys are going to start becoming my go-tos for the Dorkside stuff.
That's fine. You guys will freak out if I tell you who just liked a tweet of mine.
Who?
Literally while we've been on the stream, Gail Ann Hurd.
Ooh, who's that?
That's the
producer of Aliens, The Terminator.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
The Abyss. Yeah, she's
props
to
she
was Jim Cameron's
Toxic
wife.
for knowing that.
Quick, immediately ask, what the fuck happened to James?
Why
does he suck ass in his last 10 movies?
I don't want to get off onto a tangent, especially as we're near the tail end. And sorry, I came in late. But I sort of subscribe to Tarantino's theory, and not about feet, but about directing. And as it applies to, I think the longer you do it, I think you kind of I like the fact that he's going to limit himself to a 10 movie type thing, because you see Scorsese's really kind of blown his wad. You know what I mean? Like I think
the problem is that when you're successful, you ended up being surrounded by people that just suck your dick, right?
Wasn't it you, Jay? Yeah, wasn't it you, Jay, that said earlier in the stream? Didn't you say something about someone up their own ass and smelling their own farts?
Yeah. That Shyamalan just climbed up his own ass because he's so successful, right?
Yeah.
The problem you have is that as you're successful, and especially as you bring in big budgets, right? Lucas is a great example of this, where the first 3 Star Wars movies, and Indiana Jones and all that, right? He's got people around him who will yank the reins and go, nah, George, that's a bad idea. By the time you get to the prequels, he is surrounded by sycophants who are just looking to
that is
ride.
100% correct.
And I think that's true for everybody who has seen a constant stream of success, right? You get surrounded by, and you often toss aside the people who push back against you because you think, no, I'm the man. And then you find out you ain't the man. It's the team you put around yourself. To a certain degree,
as it applies to somebody like, I'll just say Tarantino, that can work good, because then, if he decides, hey, my character is going to say the N-word, then eat a dick. He's going to say the N-word. I'm not going to have somebody try to stop me. If I'm going to have, Hitler and his minions killed in my movie, then that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that because it's my movie. So to a certain degree, but I also agree with you that, George, back in the original trilogy days, he had people pushing back on him going, George, this sounds so good. And then you get to the prequels, and it's like Misa so sorry, Mr. Jedi, and it's like, not good, not good, George.
Right, and nobody is pushing back, going, George, that's a shit idea, and he doesn't. Even if there were, he doesn't respect them because he's kind of ejected the people that are on the same level as him. Because look at me, I'm a billionaire. Okay, but don't huff your own farts.
I think personally, I mean, I'm sorry that it was such a toxic workplace. Haha, see what I did there? But I think that during Aliens, I think it was probably good for that to be his first big budget thing, and for the British people to be crying about their tea time and fucking with him a little bit.
Right, and then Sigourney Weaver comes in and actually saves his ass, and he has to realize, I need to slow my roll.
So did Gail. So did Gail Ann Hurd. Like she fixed it so he could actually come in under time with a brilliant idea to cut the entire. And we talked about this on our Alien stream. The director's cut version does reinstate the Weyland-Yutani scene that shows you Newt's background, whereas Gail Ann Hurd was like, "Listen, I know you're not going to like this, but let's just deep six this entire thing."
Right, that whole LV-426 stuff, it needs to go away. You need to have it as kind of a hidden thing that they discover. Right.
Yep. And so, yeah, man. And that's kind of, that's really what you need. Like, I'll give you an example, like just to bring it home. Right now, I have not Blue Collar Loser. I have Northern English Bastard. I'm about to go to print with my book finally, and I have him like looking at it and just, he's caught a couple things. He's like, I mean, I didn't understand what he said. Thank God he typed it to me because I can't understand what he fucking says. Jesus. But he was basically like, on page 42, this doesn't really make sense and blah, 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 so you need somebody to kind of push back on you a little bit and go, listen, it's time to kill your darlings, or it's time to, rein that in. And if you like, I'll give The Irishman as an example with Martin Scorsese. I mean, Jesus, dude, that movie's so bloated, or whatever you want to call it, Netflix release.
Yeah.
It's so fucking bloated, and I love the subject. I love all the people that are in it, but it's bloated as fuck. I'm just like, dude, you can shave an hour off of this and be fine.
Right. You need to have somebody that's constantly going, brevity is the soul of wit, so stop being so fucking long-winded.
Right, exactly. So there's
what's your book about?
What is well, the first one, the one that is going to print first, it's about a military guy that was in the 82nd, and he used to be an military intelligence guy, and he gets locked up for some personal shit that he did back in the States. And when he gets out, the only job that he can get is working at a bar and doing some consulting and private investigation stuff with one of his family members. And he kind of gets embroiled in some crimes out in Kansas City, and has to, kind of navigate through that in order to get through it.
So it's a comedy.
It's it's definitely a comedy. I will tell you, the main protagonist is extremely funny. He's extremely. You might even say the main protagonist is rather toxic in the way.
Thank God it's not a self-insert of any
history. You know your history of the 82nd Airborne?
Yes, I do.
So you know about them doing the river assault in Nijmegen, right?
Nijmegen. Give me
it's
Operation
a bridge too far where they go for Operation.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Where they have to hang on. I got something to show you on camera if I put this up to the screen.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry. Here you go.
That's in my other room. So that's a miniature model of the city of Nijmegen.
Nice. I thought that was a video game graphic for sure.
No, and where you can see the smoke. That's the river assault taking place. I've got close-up photos of that actually, so let me show you another one, and real quick. I'm a big fan of that history. That's the river assault taking place.
That's amazing.
So I just got those
clouds made out of cotton.
That's cotton wool for the smoke screen.
That's great.
I just got those boats. The soldiers are 10 mil, but those boats are actually 15 mil.
Awesome.
Yeah, so
tiny.
I'm a big history buff with all that stuff and military history.
So Lance, you'll appreciate. I had a great uncle that was a Merrill's Marauder in Burma.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And, someone's just done a book about them.
Yeah, thank God, because everybody seems to forget the Marauders.
Some British guy. I was at the presentation of it at the Special Forces Club about 2 years ago. I think he did it. It's just come out.
Hell yeah!
So,
yeah, if you look at the Army Rangers badge, the colors that are represented are the different unit colors of the Marauders in Burma.
Right.
You ever visited America, Lance?
Yeah, I was in Texas last year.
That is America. That is absolutely all of America right there. That is
hell yeah, brother.
I went to. Have you guys been to Southern Junction?
I have, yeah.
The big cowboy bar where you can cook your own steaks and all that stuff.
If you go to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, or Fayetteville, North Carolina,
I've been there too.
Okay, they have. So have you been to the museum out there then?
No, I only stopped there for 2 hours.
They have
I was doing a Greyhound from New York to Orlando.
Oh, fair enough. They have the Paratroopers and Special Warfare museum for the 82nd out there. It's pretty badass.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. No. Unfortunately, not. I've been to the States about 11 times.
Okay.
All right.
Games convention,
hopefully
Arizona and all sorts. So
yeah. Well, like Lance, like I was saying, we usually stream either before 8 p.m. or after 10 or 11 p.m. on this channel on Mondays. But you stream fairly regularly.
Mondays is good for me to come on to you because I normally stream around 9 p.m. on a Monday night, and I'm normally done by my 11 p.m.
Right.
And you probably will have been on for about an hour by then, and maybe I think you started streaming just after I came down.
Well, also, if you ever want, Toxic is always Toxic and Blue Collar. They're always down for some of these streams you're talking about, like Shield and
I do. So when I do my Chew the Fat episodes, I try and arrange them with my guests so we can all get on. So they usually be. I try to do them on Wednesday evening, sometimes Tuesday evening, sometimes, and sometimes Sunday night.
Nice. Make it happen no matter what. As far as what else is going on? Like I said, I got finally Flubber coming out this week, Wednesday, because I took a break. And then hopefully after that.
Do you mean the Robin Williams movie?
Yeah, me and my cousin's friend Cooch Pooch. We watched the fourth we ever watched. Yeah. His name's Austin, but the fourth movie we ever watched was Flubber, and I never released it for some reason. And since then, I've been releasing these We Watch videos all year, and they're so funny, and I love them. But like, I've always had Flubber like edited and ready to go, and I was like, well, I'll just save it for like whenever I get too bogged down and I'm too busy. So I decided to wait for this week because I was like sick, and I just got back from Schlocktober doing all that, and I got to watch the Warlock movies next.
The ones with Gillian Sands.
Yeah, I want to watch the two of them, the first two.
I gotta say that first movie is very there's a lot of disinformation there. I have tried to use baby fat and it does not make you fly.
No, yeah.
I tried it.
But salt does keep the demons away.
It does.
Apparently.
It's a good little movie. The first.
I like part two more. I like part two more.
Cinema when that came out,
dude. Armageddon fucking rules. That's one of those sequels that's better than the original. Like you can watch it without even watching the first one and be like, "What the hell? This movie's badass." But anyway, and as far as hopefully see you guys soon on your channels and see you guys on my channel.
Jump in the chat tomorrow night on the rewatch of Gross Point Blank. I'd love to hear from you.
Oh right,
if I'm up and there's quite a high probability that I will be, I'll pop on because
if not, at least check you out in the chat, always in the comments. So I always appreciate the chat watching. I know most people left because like Cannoli told everyone to go to the Cannoli stream. I'm gonna go to the Cannoli stream and check it out in the comments.
Yeah.
But that's gonna be fun. This is like community, all these friends. I hate saying that word community, but it's true. Well, I guess I'll close this out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play the theme music. But I'm also going to show some video of nuclear reactors powering up. Wired as well. Let's just do it. Here we go. Starting a nuclear reactor. All right, guys. Well, I'll see y'all. Thanks for coming. We got Lance and Jay and Lord of Toxicity and Blue Collar Loser and myself. Luke, Lord of the English Bastard. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. All right.